In Kingju City, in a magnificent house, heavy snow fell. In the snow stood a handsome young man who was comparable to the reader's grandfather, with an anxious expression on his face. He is Suzy, a transmigrator. I lived my life again as a baby, and just awakened the past memory not long ago. In this world, there are legends of immortals and gods, who can move mountains and seas, and monsters devour the sky and the earth. When the past was ignorant, Suzy didn't think so. Now that her memory has been awakened, Suzy begins to look forward to the legend of the fairy, imagining that she too can live forever and be at ease. After Suzy came up with the idea of practicing, he found a few books on practicing. But after looking at it this way, he realized that he couldn't get in at all. The reason is that he is a mortal in this life and has no spiritual roots. For practice, the most basic threshold is the spiritual root. Without spiritual roots, one cannot feel spiritual energy and naturally cannot embark on the path of practice. When Suzy was desperate, as a transmigrator, his Goldfinger also arrived. His system is called the Many Suns and Many Blessings system. The role is to share the roots, talents, and even the perception of the Great Way with future generations. After seeing the system function, Suzy was overjoyed. He does not have spiritual roots and cannot practice, but if the offspring he gives birth to have spiritual roots, after he shares them, they will have spiritual roots and can practice. Suzy is an orphan and was brought up by the Su family. Moreover, the master of the Su family betrothed his daughter to Suzy, and the family's kindness to Suzy is as great as a mountain. After marriage, Suzy and his wife Su Qingwen were childhood sweethearts, so their relationship was naturally very good. At this moment, thinking about his wife's birth, Suzy couldn't help feeling emotional. On the one hand, although he has been a man for 2 lifetimes, this is his first time as a father. On the other hand, and the more important part, he remembered that Su Qingwen was talented in cultivation when he was a child. But Su Qingwen didn't like to fight and kill, so she didn't become a practitioner. Then, his offspring are likely to inherit his mother's cultivation talent, and after he shares it, he will be able to practice cultivation. Heavy snow fell one after another. Although it was freezing cold, it didn't cool down Suzy's restless and eager mood. Mother and child must be safe. Suzy prayed silently with red hands. Standing outside the delivery room, he forgot about his cultivation and shared talents. At this moment, he only felt the identity of husband and father, and hoped that the wife and children in the delivery room would go well. Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged woman wearing a thick blue cotton coat and a golden hairpin walked in. Behind her, there are several servant girls accompanying her. The middle-aged woman's name is Qin Yun. She is Suzy's mother-in-law and the mistress of the entire Su family. Seeing Suzy waiting in the heavy snow with red hands, Qin Yun's face suddenly showed distress, and he shouted, "Oh, uncle, why are you waiting here? What can I do if the snow is freezing?" Suzy heard her mother-in-law's voice, turned her head and saluted, and said with a wry smile, "Qingwen is giving birth inside, I can't stay in the house." Seeing Suzy's caring and eager expression, Qin Yun couldn't help showing a little touch on his face. Although Suzy was picked up and raised by his family, he doesn't have a wealthy family as his backer. Many people said that the Su family betrothed their daughter to Suzy because it was wrong. But he was good to his daughter, and it was worth it. After thinking about it, Qin Yun turned around and told the servant girl, "Quickly, go and get the ferret coat I bought for the master, and cover it for my uncle to warm up." "Good." The maids responded respectfully. Suzy put on the ferret coat and suddenly felt like being surrounded by a heater, and it didn't take long for her whole body to heat up. At this time, there was a clear cry of a baby in the delivery room. "Well," outside the delivery room, everyone who was waiting anxiously couldn't help smiling excitedly. "It was born, it was born." Everyone shouted. When Suzy heard the voice, his tense emotions relaxed, and he couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face. "Congratulations to the host, your first offspring was born. The offspring has low-grade spiritual roots, and you successfully shared them." At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Suzy's mind. "My child really has spiritual roots." Suzy's face suddenly became more joyful. If a child has a spiritual root, he can practice. Although it is only a low-grade spiritual root, it is enough. With more descendants in the future, there will definitely be better spiritual root Ta. Lentz and his spiritual roots can be upgraded and become stronger. Right now, being able to practice is the most important thing. As the system notification tone fell, Suzy suddenly felt numb in his body, as if something had been changed. Suzy knew that this must be because the body has spiritual roots, and the changes obtained. The maidservants looked in the direction of the delivery room with smiles all over their faces. They glanced at Suzy subconsciously and rubbed their eyes involuntarily. I don't know if it's an illusion, but they feel that my uncle seems to have more temperament now. My uncle used to be handsome, but now he seems to be a bit more dusty. Naturally, these servant girls didn't know that it was because of the change of Suzy's spiritual root. Those with spiritual roots are naturally close to the Tao of heaven and earth. Even if they don't practice, they will have a sublime temperament than ordinary people invisibly. Being pregnant with spiritual roots, the body seems to be a little different. Suzy didn't have much experience, because seeing his wife after giving birth is the business now. In the delivery room, a young woman was lying on the bed. She had sweat on her forehead, and her complexion was a little pale, but it didn't hurt her delicate face, which made her look more and more charming. This woman is Suzy's wife, Su Qingwen. When he was young, Suzy was brought up by the Su family, and when he was bullied by the servants, Su Qingwen, a young lady from the Su family, helped him out a lot. Later, Su Qingwen took the initiative to agree with her body, and the two became husband and wife. Sir, when Su Qingwen saw Suzy, her cherry lips parted slightly, and she said softly. Seeing his hard-working wife on the bed, Suzy couldn't help stroking her face and said, "Wanner, you've worked hard." The husband and wife looked at each other, full of continuous friendship. At this moment, Qin Yun, Suzy's mother-in-law, came over with her newborn baby in her arms and said with a smile, "Wanner, you have suffered so much for my son-in-law. He has been guarding outside in the snow, not moving at all." What? When Su Qingwen heard the words, her face suddenly showed worry, and she said, "Mother, hurry up and order someone to cook a bowl of ginger soup. In such a cold day, don't freeze my husband out of the cold." As she said that, Su Qingwen put her hands on the bed to get up and said, "I'll do it myself. I don't worry about others." Seeing this scene, Qin Yun quickly asked Su Qingwen to lie down, amused and angrily said, "Grandma, you haven't confinement yet. How dare you get out of bed? I'll make ginger soup so I won't freeze my uncle." "That's good." Su Qingwen gave up the movement of getting up. After Qin Yun left, in the delivery room, Suzy began to hold the baby, shaking it gently. The fire in the room was very lively, and the atmosphere seemed very warm and happy. Soon after, the child fell asleep. Suzy sat down to drink ginger soup, and at the same time began to think about the help the child's birth brought to him. This is his first child, so the joy of being a father for the first time is needless to say. More importantly, this child has a low-grade spiritual root, so he also obtained a low-grade spiritual root. Although the spiritual root is inferior, it is enough to help him embark on the path of cultivation. Cooperating with the system of many children, many blessings, as long as he has more children, there may be infinite smooth roads waiting for him in the future. Thinking of that scene, Suzy couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. Come to a fantasy world, control the power, and enjoy a long and happy life. On the bed, because of her spiritual roots, Su Qingwen did not feel weak after giving birth. She looked up at her husband with beautiful eyes. Her face was full of affection and happiness. "My husband is so pretty," Su Qingwen thought to herself. There were many reasons why she chose to marry Suzy, because she was fascinated by Suzy's good looks. The more she looked at Suzy, the more Su Qingwen felt that Suzy seemed different. He was obviously still the same person, but his temperament seemed to have changed a bit. Su Qingwen couldn't think of a reason for this feeling, and didn't know that this was the change brought to Suzy by the spiritual root, so she could only conclude shyly and whispered, "Maybe it's beauty in the eye of the beholder." For the next period of time, life once again boiled down to peace. The birth of the young master brought a lot of joy to the Su family. While taking care of his wife and children, Suzy also began to practice again. In the yard, the sun is shining brightly. Suzy was sitting on a stone bench, flipping through a book titled Qing Qi Ju. Qing Qi Ju is a practice method that is widely circulated in this world. Although the grade is not high, it is better than laying a solid foundation. Many rich families have more or less collections. Open the Qi Ju and start to feel the aura of heaven and earth according to the method above. In the past, Suzy saw clearly that Qi Ju had no effect at all. He had done that method of feeling spiritual energy 10,000 times, but he didn't feel the slightest breath. Since the child was born, Suzy practiced Qi Ju again, and she could obviously feel that her body seemed to be different. Although it has not achieved the success of entraining Qi mentioned in Qi Ju, every time it is practiced, it has greatly improved the body. Suzy knew that this was because of the effect of his spiritual roots. The mind is peaceful, and the intention is to guard the Danshan. Suzy made the whole person fall into a state of calm and began to feel the illusory aura. I don't know how long it took, but the world in Suzy's mind began to change. In the dark world, bursts of breath began to flow. Hat breath was being attracted by Suzy in a special way, pouring into his body. After a lot of effort, the breath was finally pulled into Suzy's body. Suzy couldn't help but cry out in pain as he felt a needle-like swelling. Then, as the body adapts, more and more breaths pour in, and the body feels like being washed by hot water in the cold winter, feeling extremely comfortable. Suzy ran for several weeks and ended the practice. He opened his eyes with a smile on his face. The entrainment was successful. Suzy talked to himself excitedly. Entraining Qi is the most basic and important part of practice. Entraining Qi means being able to feel the aura of heaven and earth and absorb it into the body. After being able to induce Qi, it can be said that he has embarked on the road of practice. Suzy was originally a mortal, but he embarked on the road of cultivation and had the possibility of immortality. This couldn't help but make him very excited. Although my system is not as direct as the one written in the novel, such as signing in and issuing exercises, but if I use it well, it can help me a lot. Suzy looked excited and thought to himself. At this moment, he has already secretly decided that he must have more offspring and play the role of the system of many children and many blessings. The more offspring he has, the better his talent, the faster he will practice, and the stronger his strength will become. As time goes on, he may really hope to get a glimpse of the road. Since the success of entraining Qi, Suzy practiced more and more diligently. Morning, noon, and evening 3 times a day, never tired. Like a martial idiot, he devoted himself to cultivation. In the yard, Suzy performed a set of Dayan technique of Qi Ju. His face was full of intoxication. Is this the pleasure of cultivation? No wonder many protagonists in the novel are intoxicated. Suzy secretly thought. The aura washes over the body, and the crisp and numb feeling makes people extremely happy and enjoyable. The degree of pleasure is no less than that of hand punching. In the past, he didn't understand why there were so many martial idiots in the book. Only now did he understand how happy he was after entering the door of cultivation. Here, Suzy felt the joy of practicing. On the other hand, everyone in the Su family also noticed that the young master had changed, from the gentle and elegant to a martial artist. In a luxuriously decorated hall full of expensive furniture, Qin Yun, the hostess of the Su family, was sitting on the side seat serving tea and drinking water. In the seat above her was the male owner of the Su family, Su Tianhai, who was also drinking tea and chatting with his wife. Our family's business is good today, and the income from medicinal materials is very good, Su Tianhai said with a smile. Qin Yun rolled her eyes at Su Tianhai and snorted, "You know business. You don't care about family affairs at all." "What's wrong?" Seeing his wife getting angry, Su Tianhai immediately asked in confusion. "I've heard people report that my uncle has been boxing and practicing martial arts every day recently. If this continues, it's not an option," Qin Yun said with a worried expression. "Practicing martial arts? Isn't this very good? If you really practice to a certain level, this Qingzhou city probably won't be able to accommodate him." Knowing the reason, Su Tianhai heaved a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Qin Yun glared at her husband angrily and scolded, What do you know? Although the status is extremely high after successful martial arts training, several major families in Kingju City have masters behind them. But is it so easy to practice martial arts together? Without talent, you can't go far. In terms of the age when you start practicing martial arts, Suzy is not suitable. Which martial arts master didn't start training at a young age and lay a solid foundation? In the end, he became a big boss step by step. Suzy is already married. He has already passed the best age for cultivation. How much can he achieve in martial arts at this time? His tone was full of worry. From Qin Yun's point of view, Suzy's martial arts practice now is nothing but fooling around. If Suzy wanted to practice martial arts at a younger age, she would fully support it. At this age, achievements are really limited, and there is a high probability that time will be wasted. If you want me to say, let's work hard and donate some merit to my uncle. With the imperial court in charge, I will not have to worry about eating and drinking for the rest of my life, and it is also decent and has status. Qin Yun said, Suzy has already married. How to start a business is her big concern. She thinks that it is better to practice martial arts after she is too old. The master of the Su family, Su Tianhai, listened, but shook his head with a smile. For this matter, he has a different view. Yuner, if you care about it, you will be in chaos. Su Tianhai said with a smile. How to say? Qin Yun frowned slightly. Suzy learning martial arts is the child's own will and choice. We should support him. If he is really talented and becomes famous after training, we will enjoy the blessings. If he can't practice, the Su family will have a big career and we will support him. That's fine. Can you still be hungry? Su Tianhai smiled. Are you supporting him in learning martial arts? Qin Yun looked at her husband and asked. Su Tianhai nodded and said, For now, I don't know if Suzy is just a whim or if he really wants to go this way. Let's wait and see in a few months. Qin Yun thought for a while, and no longer forced to donate credit to Suzy. That's fine, let's see the effect first. If he practiced martial arts on a whim, you have to promise to give him money. Let's watch this kid grow up, and he can't just sit around all his life. Relax. Su Tianhai responded with a laugh. Suzy didn't know that he had attracted the attention of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He was still practicing Kinky Ju step by step. He practiced very hard for the homework in the morning and evening, and did not stop until he was sweating profusely at night. In the blink of an eye, he started practicing, and 3 months have passed. In the yard, Suzy continued to use the Darien technique of Kinky Ju. His every move has changed dramatically compared to 3 months ago. After practicing, an invisible temperament appeared on him. Moreover, as the aura tempered his body, his physique was greatly improved. Strength and physical strength are much stronger than before. After finishing a set of Darien technique, Suzy felt refreshed and opened his mouth to let out a mouthful of stale air. Slap. The applause sounded. When Suzy heard it, he turned his head immediately and saw the old man Su Tianhai applauding. Why are you here? He said. Su Tianhai said with a smile. I heard that you started to practice martial arts. I'll come over to have a look. This set of punches is pretty good. It looks good. After Suzy heard this, his heart tightened suddenly. He has a system, and he will definitely gain something from practicing martial arts. The Su family didn't know about these things. If the Su family thinks he is fooling around and prohibits him from practicing martial arts, it will be very troublesome to explain. Although the Su family does not support him, he will definitely continue to practice. But without the support of family members, it is very inconvenient to do many things. Everything that Suzy was worried about didn't happen. Su Tianhai didn't come here to ask for a crime. He took a box and handed it to Suzy. Have a look, Su Tianhai said. Suzy looked puzzled and didn't understand Su Tianhai's actions, but he opened the box honestly. I saw the box was opened, and a scent of medicine was released. What lay in the box was an old wild ginseng. This is you. Suzy was taken aback when he saw the wild ginseng. The Su family is mainly engaged in the business of medicinal materials. Being born in the Su family, Suzy naturally has some understanding of medicinal materials. The appearance and age of this ginseng plant are not simple, and the value is estimated to be high. What did Su Tianhai mean by giving him this? Seeing Su Zi's puzzled expression, Su Tianhai smiled and said, "If you want to learn martial arts, it's too difficult to achieve success by practicing alone. You also have to keep up with medicinal materials and supplements. I will supplement this rare mountain ginseng for you, body. I will send someone to deliver tonics to you every month in the future." Hearing this, Su Zi's heart was suddenly filled with warmth. This wild ginseng is very valuable, and my father-in-law can make up for himself, so he has nothing to say to himself. You know, he has no blood relationship with the Su family. By doing this, the other party undoubtedly treated him as his own son. Thank you, I will definitely work hard to achieve an achievement. Su Zi was moved. Su Tianhai waved his hands with a smile and said, "Don't be too pressured. The Su family has a big business, you just succeed. If you don't, just follow me and learn how to do business." After speaking, he turned and left. Su Zi took the wild ginseng box, put it away, and then began to practice seriously. His family understands him so well, if he fails to become famous, he will be ashamed to face his family. Call, doing channeling over and over again, until sweating profusely and exhausted. In early spring, one winter has passed since Su Zi started practicing. His body was tall and straight, and his face became more and more angular. The most important thing is that he has a dusty temperament on his body, which makes him look even more handsome. All of these are changes brought about by cultivation. At the same time, after practicing, his strength increased, and his overall condition became better and better. Of course, this is the good side. The bad thing is that some gossip has also increased. In the yard, Su Zi was using Daiyin to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Some of the servants were doing chores and chatting at the same time. It's boxing again. I have to say that some people are lucky. That's right, marrying the flowery and jade-like young lady of the Su family, doing nothing but practicing martial arts every day. This life is simply too happy to die. Practicing martial arts at this age, it is impossible to achieve anything. He is just dreaming. Suppressing his voice, he discussed in a very jealous tone. If Su Zi was not old, a child, they would have nothing to say about it. If you practice well, you might be able to become a big shot. But at this age, do you still want to practice martial arts? That is so ambitious, not doing business properly. At this age, it is impossible to achieve. For the Su family to be so tolerant towards Su Zi, they are naturally envious and jealous. Of course, they said these words from a long distance away from Su Zi. Even if they had the guts to say it, they would not dare to say it in front of Su Zi. However, they didn't know that after Su Zi practiced martial arts, his eyesight and hearing had greatly improved. They thought they were whispering, but they all fell into Su Zi's ears. In this regard, Su Zi still practiced Daiyin seriously and didn't care at all. The chick knows the ambition of the swan. It is enough for the family to understand him. He doesn't need some servants to understand. Bold. Suddenly, there was a scolding sound in his ear. Hearing the sullen voice, Su Zi couldn't help shaking his head. Those servants are going to be in trouble. He doesn't care about it. It doesn't mean that Su Qingwen didn't react after hearing it. In the distance, some servants shivered in fear facing the sullen Su Qingwen. Su Qingwen's pretty face was full of chills. She came to bring some food and drink to Xiangong, but she never thought that these people would arrange Xiangong like this. If you don't care about it, what's the deal? Everyone take the initiative to report the situation to the steward, and then be punished. Su Qingwen said coldly. The servants trembled when they heard this. When they got to the housekeeper, they would be punished at least, or fired at worst, and even their jobs would be lost. For a while, many people were full of remorse and fear, thinking that they shouldn't have said Su Zi, and their words were about to lead to disaster. Looking at the terrified servants, Su Qingwen didn't have the slightest pity in her eyes, dare to speak ill of her husband. She deserved to end up like this. Who dares to keep his mouth unclean? You will know what the end will be. She hummed. In the yard, Su Zi heard a noise and stopped paying attention, and continued to practice martia. Arts. His movements became more serious and energetic. I have to say that the understanding and support of my wife can indeed bring great motivation. At night, in the dead of night, in Su Zi's room, the bed kept shaking. Seriously practiced during the day, and Su Zi is also working hard at night. He has many sons and many blessing system. The more descendants, the better the talent, the greater the improvement for him. After giving birth to his son, he obtained a low-grade spiritual root. If a descendant with good aptitude is regenerated after he shares it, his talent will be higher and better. When the time comes to practice, it will be smoother. Su Qingwen was happy at first, but then complained endlessly. Since Ziyangong started to practice, his physical strength is too good. There are so many times I really can't stand it. All of these are naturally the benefits of Su Zi's practice. If you do too much bed work, it will easily hurt your body. But after the spiritual energy tempered his body, he didn't feel the slightest sense of wasting his vitality, and he was fierce every time. After all the clouds and rain had rested, Su Qingwen put on her clothes, got up and got out of bed. "Wanner, where are you going?" Su Zi said. "I'll be back in a while." Su Qingwen responded with a smile. Watching Su Qingwen push the door and go out towards the kitchen, Su Zi guessed that Su Qingwen was hungry and wanted to make some supper, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. Lying on the bed, he began to think about the gains and losses of his practice during this period. After a period of practice, Su Zi undoubtedly gained great benefits. Both energy and physical strength have been greatly improved. The various advantages of practice can only be said to be insufficient for outsiders. However, even so, Su Zi's practice cannot be regarded as a great achievement. Speaking of it, he is just on the road of cultivation. If you want to really practice achievements, you must step into the post-natal realm world. The day after tomorrow, this is the first state of practice. Those who do not enter the acquired world cannot be regarded as practitioners at all. They can only be regarded as mortals with greater strength. And after entering the post-natal realm, you can call yourself a practitioner, and at the same time, your strength will be far beyond transcendent. It is impossible for any mortal to defeat the acquired master. Moreover, after entering the post-natal realm, one can practice martial arts that belong to practitioners. On the market, there are many martial arts outflows, but those martial arts are just a show. Only after entering the post-natal realm and then learning the martial arts of practitioners can the power of martial arts be brought into full play. Practitioners are all ants, this sentence. The masters of the day after tomorrow have enough confidence to say it. Because they have mastered martial arts, no matter what, it is impossible for mortals to defeat them. Thinking of all the advantages of becoming an acquired master in her mind, Su Zi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Must enter the post-natal realm world. He secretly thought. This matter has become Su Zi's current small goal. He secretly decided that he must sprint towards the post-natal realm world with all his strength. In this world, although the post-natal realm world is not strong, it can be regarded as having the power to protect itself. The Su family encountered some troubles, and if he was in the post-natal realm, he would be able to help solve them. Not long after, Su Qingwen came back with a bowl of soup. "Sir, I boiled the medicine for you. You can make up for it." Su Qingwen blushed slightly and said. Su Zi looked at the medicine and thought that it's okay to boil the medicine for him. After smelling the smell of the medicine, Su Zi suddenly realized. There are a lot of dragon root and velvet antler, and there are many other aphrodisiac medicines. This is because his wife is worried that he will be short of money, so he specially boiled tonics for him. Su Zi was very moved by this. He took the medicine and gulped it down. Then he picked up Su Qingwen, put her on the bed amidst Su Qingwen's coquettish cries, and another storm started. There is no time to practice, and in the blink of an eye a few years will pass. After Su Zi practiced martial arts, his body was tall and straight, his eyes were piercing, and he no longer looked frail. Although Su Qingwen is an old couple, but seeing her husband's handsome and powerful appearance, she still couldn't help being fascinated. However, Su Zi couldn't help but sigh when he thought about his own progress. When he first started practicing, he set a small goal to break through to the post-natal realm. Until now, he still hasn't become an acquired master. The postnatal realm world is really too difficult. Many people who practice martial arts may be able to become acquired masters after practicing for 10 years or decades. The so-called road building is long, and Suzy didn't experience it until this moment. It is so difficult to practice the first realm. The future realm is definitely even more rare and unimaginable. Asking about longevity is easy to say, but it is not the case at all in practice. Suzy also knew in his heart that he didn't step into Haoshan, and in the final analysis, his spiritual root was a bit weak. Low-grade spiritual roots, this is just a spiritual root that can only be cultivated. It is impossible to achieve great success. Therefore, he will always be stuck here in the postnatal realm world. At present, he wants to break through to the day after tomorrow, or even a higher level. Perhaps only rely on new offspring. If the descendant has a stronger talent, he can only rely on it to enter the postnatal realm after sharing it. In the following days, Suzy worked harder on the bed while practicing seriously, hoping that Su Qingwen would give him more talented offspring. In the dead of night, the bed was shaking. After Su Qingwen went through a lot of misery, she looked at Suzy, who had a sad brow with distressed eyes. As a wife, she keenly felt that Suzy was in a bad mood recently, as if she had something on her mind. "Sir, are you unhappy?" Su Qingwen asked. Suzy squeezed out a smile and said insincerely, "No way. Life is carefree and you have such a virtuous wife. What can you be unhappy about?" Su Qingwen got out of bed and took out a beautiful box from under the bed. The box is opened, full of jewelry. The pearls are shining brightly. "You are?" Suzy is puzzled. "Sir, you are poor and rich in martial arts. I heard that practicing martial arts requires money. Are you short of money? This is a little bit of my private house. You can spend it." Su Qingwen smiled softly and said. Suzy was taken aback. Then my heart was full of emotion. He touched Su Qingwen's face and said with a smile, "It's not for this reason. You keep the money well and I won't be polite to you when I really use it." "All right." Seeing that Suzy insisted on not accepting the money, Su Qingwen had no choice but to put the money back again. And Suzy jumped off the bed, hugged Su Qingwen and said, "Wanner, if you really want to help me, give me another fat boy as soon as possible." "Master, you're dead." Time slipped by bit. Suzy practiced hard and could feel that he was getting closer to the postnatal realm. But the real breaking into the door has never been possible. In this regard, Suzy saw the limitations of the low-grade spiritual roots. Even if he can break through in the future, he will definitely not be able to enter a new realm. He worked harder and began to pin his hopes on the new offspring. Call. Suzy practiced the Qingfeng Judean technique seriously. The invisible aura was introduced into Suzy's body, tempering his muscles, tendons, and bones. Over and over again, Suzy practiced hard, dripping with sweat. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Suzy stood up with his fists closed and turned to look at the gate of the courtyard. The servant took a box and said with a smile, "Uncle, the master ordered me to bring you medicine." Suzy looked at a box of precious medicinal materials and couldn't help showing a bit of helpless wry smile. In recent years, he has been stuck at the threshold of the postnatal realm and has never been able to enter. His father-in-law has always spared no effort in supporting him. There is no shortage of medicinal materials every month. Even with the prosperity of the Su family's business, the amount of many medicinal materials has increased. He is just the son-in-law of the Su family. Many wealthy families would not support their children who have not achieved success in martial arts for so long. The Su family really didn't say anything to him. After taking the medicinal materials, Suzy began to practice seriously again. The movements are strict and strive to meet the standards, and the range of absorbing spiritual energy is maximized. But I have to say that in the journey of practice, sometimes talent is more important than hard work. After practicing like this, he still hasn't gotten an inch closer to the postnatal realm world. It seems that we can only hope that Wanner will give birth to more talented offspring. Suzy sighed secretly. After the practice, Suzy walked out of the courtyard dedicated to martial arts. In the Su family's courtyard, Qin Yun, who was wearing gold and silver, was playing with a few children. As soon as the children saw Suzy, they ran over happily and said in a childlike voice, "Daddy, give me a hug." One in each hand, Suzy held the children in his arms and put the youngest one on his neck to ride. Then he looked at Chin Yun with a smile and said, "These children are very skinny. Thank you for your hard work." Chin Yun waved her hands with a smile and said, "Master, one family. What are you talking about?" Over the years, Suzy worked hard and gave birth to several children. Suzy was busy practicing martial arts, and Su Qingwen couldn't take care of her alone, so her mother-in-law, Chin Yun, helped to watch over her. I remember that in the early years, Chin Yun had some complaints about Suzy's martial arts training. All these years, Suzy was stuck on the threshold, and what worried him most was that Chin Yun would say him. Fortunately, Chin Yun has been carefully helping to look after the child and didn't ask too much about his martial arts training. This silent understanding actually moved Suzy quite a bit. In the past few years, the most regrettable thing is that, although there are a few more children, there are no highly talented offspring. Suzy's spiritual root has always remained at the level of the low-grade spiritual root. In this regard, although Suzy is anxious, he can only choose to work harder in order to be lucky enough to give birth to talented offspring. Light years are like an arrow, and time is like a shuttle. In a blink of an eye, several springs and autumns passed. In the 12th lunar month of winter, there is heavy snow. Suzy stood outside a house, waiting anxiously. Today is the day when his wife Su Qingwen gives birth. He will have a new offspring. The joy of being a father again, and the expectation of the talents of the offspring constituted Suzy's complicated emotions. "Uncle, just wait. It's so cold you don't need to wear more." A middle-aged woman in a thick cotton coat came over and said hello. Suzy turned around, waved his hands, and smiled. "I'm physically strong, so I don't need to wear less clothes. It's cold here, you'd better go back to the house and wait." Chin Yun looked at Suzy's strong body and didn't say much. She still remembers that when her daughter gave birth for the first time a few years ago, Suzy's body was thin. She was worried that she would be damaged by the cold, so she gave Suzy a mink coat. A few years later, Suzy practiced martial arts diligently and had a strong body, but she didn't need her to take clothes for Suzy anymore. In the heavy snow, Chin Yun looked at the delivery room. His eyes could not help showing emotion. "How many are there?" These years, Suzy and Su Qingwen have given birth to a child almost every year. She had never heard of such affection. In the past few years, Suzy's martial arts practice has indeed been high and low, but he and Wanner are affectionate, and that's enough. Other things let him go. Chin Yun looked at Suzy and thought to himself. Well, in the delivery room, there was a burst of crying babies. Suzy and Chin Yun looked at each other and said excitedly, "It's born." Hat made Suzy even more happy was that the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully shared the birth of an offspring with middle-grade spiritual roots. Your offspring has boxing talent, and you have successfully shared it." Finally, a better gifted offspring emerged. Suzy was very excited. Middle-grade spiritual roots. This is a talent far stronger than low-grade spiritual roots. Low-grade spiritual roots are just able to practice. However, middle-grade spiritual roots can achieve certain achievements on the road of cultivation. If he possesses a middle-grade spiritual root, it is absolutely possible to break through to the acquired or even higher realm. I was stuck in the post-natal realm world for so many years, and finally I was able to break through. Suzy secretly sighed. He had a premonition that entering Haoshan and becoming a real practitioner might be within reach. At the same time, according to the system prompt, his offspring also have boxing talent. If he enters the post-natal realm, he can practice martial arts. At that time, this boxing talent may be of great help. In short, the birth of this offspring gave Suzy infinite hope for the future. When a child is born, it goes without saying that there are busy places. In the evening, Suzy was busy with everything and came to the yard to practice Qingfeng Ju Daiyan when she was free. At present, he already has a middle-grade spiritual root. He couldn't wait to experience the cultivation effect of the middle-grade spirit root. Having been stuck on the acquired threshold for so many years, Whether he can break through or not depends on the effect of Zhangpin Lingjin. Practice the King Feng Jiu one by one. The invisible aura was absorbed into his body by him. In the past, the amount of spiritual energy entering the body was like a breeze blowing. Now, the aura seemed to be raining, and the amount of rain falling into his body became larger and faster. The effect of one night's practice is stronger than my previous half a month. Is this the middle grade spiritual route? After Su Zi practiced, feeling the results of his practice, he couldn't help showing excitement on his face. Compared with the low-grade spiritual roots in the past, the cultivation effect of middle-grade spiritual roots can be described as worlds apart. Moreover, not only is the cultivation effect good, but he also feels that the amount of aura that his body can hold has also improved. The middle-grade spiritual root brought him almost all aspects of improvement. As expected of a system, the help to cultivation is simply too great. Su Zi felt emotional. Many children and many blessings system, he has not yet exerted its power. Because he just started practicing, he couldn't give birth to more talented offspring. If in the future he can give birth to a spiritual body, a Taoist body, or even the rumored supreme body, then it is not a dream for him to see the Tao. I need to have more babies. The more offspring I have, the stronger I will be. Su Zi secretly decided. A few months later, when the sun was rising, a muscular man with a bare upper body was sitting cross-legged. He has a masculine appearance and a dusty temperament. It has an invisible charm that spreads all over the body. This person is Su Zi. The middle-grade spirit root has brought him great benefits. After several months of practice, he finally felt that he could break through to the post-natal realm. Now he is adjusting his state and preparing to sprint towards the post-natal realm world with all his strength. After a few breaths, Su Zi began to crazily absorb the surrounding aura, impacting the post-natal realm world. In the courtyard, the sand and dust moved automatically without wind, which was affected by Su Zi's aura. Boom! There was a silent roar in Su Zi's body. The acquired threshold that has troubled him for many years has finally been crossed by him. Since then, he has become an acquired master. Opening his eyes, a few eye-catching lights shot out from his eyes. If there were servants here, they would definitely feel terrified and even couldn't help but kneel down. This is the coercion of a master over ordinary people. The day after tomorrow, I will be in the post-natal realm world. Su Zi's face was full of joy. Stepping into Haoshan, he can be said to have truly embarked on the road of cultivation. From then on, he began to have the power to protect himself. Some mortals, even if they swarmed up, would find it difficult to fight against him. In this world where the strong control everything, he finally has some power. Standing up, Su Zi slapped the stone bench with a palm, and with a click, the stone bench fell apart. Is this the strength of an acquired master? Su Zi showed excitement. The stone bench can't bear this palm, but if it hits an ordinary person, the opponent will be either dead or disabled. Only at this moment did he truly understand what power is. Turn your hands into clouds, and turn your hands into rain. Open your eyes, it's bright. Close your eyes, it's dark. When a person has such terrifying strength, it is not an exaggeration to regard all living beings as ants. After being excited for a while, Su Zi calmed down and began to think about the next plan. After entering the post-natal realm world, the biggest difference is that he can start practicing martial arts. In the past, of course, he could practice martial arts, but the things he practiced were nothing more than ostentation. Now, with the support of the post-natal realm community, he practiced martial arts and was able to exert terrifying power. For example, relying on his own strength, he slapped the gravel bench with one palm. But if he practiced related martial arts, he might be able to turn the stone bench into powder with one palm. After leaving the Su family's mansion and coming to Qingzhou City, Su Zi intends to choose a few books on martial arts practiced in the post-natal realm world. Qingzhou City is full of vehicles and horses, and street vendors are constantly hawking, making it extremely prosperous. Transcendent. T's force brought to this world, although there is a sense of uneasiness, but it also has the overall prosperity of all walks of life. At present, there are 3 major families in Kingju City, and Suzy heard that they all have the support of martial arts experts behind them. In this world, only with tyrannical strength can you have everything. Suzy whispered with emotion. At this moment, he secretly decided to become stronger. On the one hand, he wants to explore the peak of cultivation. On the other hand, only by becoming stronger can one be able to protect everything one loves. Gathering his mind, Suzy came to the Treasure Pavilion in Kingju City. Treasure Pavilion is the largest trading market in Kingju City. Many treasures can be bought in Treasure Pavilion. To have such power as Treasure Pavilion, the background is naturally not simple. Suzy heard that the 3 major families of Treasure Pavilion all have shares, but the biggest backer is not from Kingju, but from Dayan County. As for what kind of power it is, he doesn't know. This time, in the Treasure Pavilion, Suzy wanted to choose a martial art suitable for the post-natal realm world. Treasure Pavilion has a wide variety of goods. There are treasures and medicines that are of great benefit to cultivation, and there are also various magical weapons that can enhance strength, etc. Suzy glanced at the products and felt that the world is so big, full of wonders, and it felt like an eye-opener. Of course, although he saw a lot of interesting things, Suzy did not forget the purpose of this trip, to choose a martial art that can enhance his strength. When you come to the martial arts area, there are many kinds of martial arts such as Mang Ox Boxing, Crouching Tiger Palm, Mantis Leg, etc., for anyone to choose from. Suzy picked up a boxing book and flipped through it casually. Looking at it, he frowned slightly. This boxing technique is too ordinary. Boxing is indeed a martial art that can be practiced in the post-natal realm world, but the growth rate for the post-natal realm world is extremely low. In terms of quality, this is an extremely inferior boxing technique. Of course, the various descriptions of boxing are very fancy. If ordinary people see it, they will definitely think it is a magical skill and can't wait to buy it. But after Suzy entered the post-natal realm world, his horizons have also been greatly improved. He could tell at a glance that this boxing technique was of low quality and not worth practicing. Shaking his head, he put down the boxing method and picked up another palm method. This time, Suzy moved faster, and after a few glances, he put down his palm. Many theories of palm law are wrong. If you practice step by step, you will have to go crazy. At this moment, Suzy already had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the Treasure Pavilion is full of Zaibai products? Be patient and continue to search. Suzy found that the quality of the items in the Treasure Pavilion was not high. Many martial arts, in fact, have great flaws. And those martial arts without flaws are not very powerful when cultivated. After careful selection, Suzy was extremely disappointed. He didn't plan to buy the martial arts he saw, because even if he put in effort to practice them, he didn't improve much. Only then did Suzy realize how difficult it is to practice. Even if you have money, you can't buy a favorite martial arts book. In the legends of the market, there have always been stories about going out for adventure, getting opportunities, and soaring to the sky. If you want to obtain powerful martial arts, you can only rely on similar opportunities. Suzy doesn't count as such because that kind of opportunity often means great risk. He has a system, and peaceful development is the top priority. Feeling emotional for a while, Suzy adjusted his mood and continued to search seriously. He still doesn't believe it. Such a big treasure pavilion, are they all ordinary goods? After searching for a while in a certain corner, Suzy saw a boxing manual called Jaya Alonquin. When he opened it, Suzy suddenly became short of breath. The many moves and outlines of boxing can be seen as everyone's handwriting. Compared with the martial arts I saw before, it is simply not at the same level. Unknowingly, Suzy flipped through the boxing manual and reached the last page. On his face, there was an unsatisfactory look. The boxing method here is just a brief version, which roughly tells customers the content of the boxing method. As for more profound things, you need to spend money to buy them. But only in this brief content, Suzy can already see the extraordinary boxing skills. The author's understanding of boxing is obviously everyone's. This boxing technique is called Flood Dragon Boxing. It is named after a dragon. It is really domineering. Suzy looked at the boxing score and said with emotion. The word dragon was still highly respected in the Liang dynasty. Things that are not qualified cannot be named dragons at all. Before, Suzy read so many boxing styles, such as tiger boxing and snake boxing, but none of them dared to name it as a dragon. And this boxing method has the word dragon, which shows the confidence of the founder and the extraordinary power after training. What moved Suzy even more was that in the boxing introduction, it was written that boxing was created by immortals. Immortal, this word does not refer to the fairy Buddha in mythology. Rather, it refers to cultivators who have completed their cultivation and are separated from the level of mortals. These people, whose life expectancy has been greatly increased compared with ordinary people, are almost invincible, so they are called immortals. Since this flood dragon fist was created by an immortal, it must be extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary fists. For a while, Suzy had already made a decision to buy this boxing book. Looking through the prices, Suzy frowned. He is not because the price of boxing is expensive, but because the price of boxing is not expensive, Us the same as ordinary boxing. For such a powerful boxing technique, the price should be sky-high. Why is it so cheap now? After taking the punch, Suzy went downstairs to the shopkeeper. 50 taels of silver. The shopkeeper glanced at the name of the boxing book and said. Suzy didn't pay, but asked with a smile, Shopkeeper, I don't think this boxing book is simple. It was created by a fairy. Why is it so cheap? There was a hint of surprise in the shopkeeper's eyes when he heard the words, and he could see that the boxing technique was not simple, which meant that the opponent was not a kid from a rich family who bought a few martial arts books on a whim, but had some real strength. He raised his head and looked at Suzy solemnly. That muscular figure, as well as his even and long breathing, all indicated that Suzy had made some achievements in martial arts training. Friend, I suggest you change to a boxing book. The shopkeeper said. Suzy looked puzzled and asked, Why? Is there something wrong with this boxing technique? There is no problem with this boxing method. Not only is there no problem, it is also one of the top 3 acquired martial arts books in my treasure pavilion. The shopkeeper shook his head and said. Seeing Suzy's increasingly puzzled expression, the shopkeeper continued. Although there is no problem with the boxing technique itself, there is a problem with this boxing technique when practiced. What's the meaning? Suzy became more and more puzzled. The shopkeeper smiled wryly and continued. This boxing technique has been practiced, and it is extremely powerful. In the post-natal realm world, facing opponents of the same realm, it is almost crushing. However, the problem with this boxing technique is that it requires too much talent. If you are a boxing genius, you can practice it in 3 days. If it is an ordinary person, you will have to practice it for at least 10 years. 10 years? Suzy was taken aback. Yes, that's 10 years. The shopkeeper nodded with a wry smile. I see. Suzy finally understands why boxing is so cheap. An acquired martial art, if it can be mastered in 2 or 3 years and is extremely powerful, it is undoubtedly high grade. And although this flood dragon fist is extremely powerful, it requires too much talent. If you don't have talent, you will have to practice for 10 years. It is undoubtedly extremely extravagant to spend 10 years practicing a book of boxing. Therefore, this flood dragon fist seemed tasteless. My friend, you should change your martial arts book. I think you are a good one. I recommend some good martial arts books to you. The shopkeeper said. Suzy was lost in thought. The power of boxing is indeed great, and it can be said that it is almost invincible at the same level after practice. But it takes time, but he has to think more. After thinking for a while, Suzy said, No, I will just buy this boxing book. With that said, Suzy took out a 52 silver bill and slapped it on the counter. Seeing this, the shopkeeper didn't say much, took out the full version of the boxing technique, and handed it to Suzy. Suzy got the punch, checked it correctly, turned and left. The shopkeeper watched Suzy leave the gate of the treasure pavilion, and a sneer of disdain appeared on his face. Another one whose heart is higher than the sky. Why Suzy chose Gyaralongquan, the shopkeeper knows it well. That's because of what he said earlier, it takes only 3 days to practice it. Su Zi definitely considers himself a genius, able to ignore the limitation of Gyalong fist that requires extremely strong boxing talent. He has seen this kind of person a lot. In the end, after many years of ineffectiveness and time wasted, I suddenly realized and recognized myself. What's more, he went to the treasure pavilion to make trouble, saying that his future was delayed. Therefore, when seeing someone who bought the Flood Dragon Fist, the shopkeeper only said a few more words, so as not to cause conflicts in time. Unfortunately, Su Zi didn't listen. On the other side, Su Zi walked out of the gate of Treasure Pavilion. He hummed a song and was in a great mood. Su Zi thought it was a mistake to buy Gyalong Fist this time. This kind of boxing requires a lot of talent to practice. Without talent, there is no achievement in 10 years. Su Zi just happened to be able to meet the requirements of Gyalongquen. His daughter was born with middle-grade spiritual roots and boxing talent. After he shared it, he also possessed an extraordinary talent in boxing. With the talented Flood Dragon Fist, he should have hoped to master it. Therefore, he bought this boxing book. In the evening, Su Zi began to read the full version of Gyalongquen with a feeling of apprehension. Although I am confident that I have talent and can practice it, it is still unknown whether it can be practiced in actual operation. It would be a bit embarrassing if you really can't practice or even understand. The full version of Flood Dragon Fist is much more complex and subtle. With each move, some are like a dragon coming out of the water, while others are like a dragon controlling the bloody mouth. Watching it makes people feel trembling. At the same time, the exertion and breathing in its mental method have extremely high requirements on boxing talent, and if it is done even a little bit crookedly, it will not be effective. Su Zi took a serious look and took a deep breath. Fortunately, I have a talent for boxing, so I can understand this boxing book. Then he began to seriously study boxing. Well. In the dead of night, there was no extra sound in the room, only the sound of Su Zi turning the pages of the book and a little breathing. In a blink of an eye, the morning light shone brightly. Su Zi put down the book. His face was full of satisfaction. After reading the book all night, he didn't feel tired at all because of his martial arts practice. He gained a lot from reading this night. He has successfully mastered the Flood Dragon Fist that non-geniuses cannot practice. The next step is to grind the Kung Fu with water to practice the Flood Dragon Fist to a great success. My boxing talent is really extraordinary. Su Zi was very emotional. After seeing the full version of Gyalongquen, he finally understood what the shopkeeper said. This Flood Dragon Fist is indeed extremely powerful, but it is also extremely difficult to practice. If he does not have boxing talent, then it is almost impossible to cultivate. Now, because he shared his daughter's boxing talent, he practiced very smoothly. He got up and went out, came to the yard and played the Dragon Fist. His two arms dance like a dragon. Call drink. As the fist dances, it roars like a dragon. From a distance, 10 spiritual ascension woo. If you take a closer look, you can feel the strong, oppressive feeling of the Flood Dragon. From this day on, Su Zi felt the powerful power of the Flood Dragon Fist and began to practice hard every day. From spring to summer, the scorching sun shines on the earth. Everyone in the Su family put on thin shirts. Su Zi himself practiced boxing in the yard with his upper body bare. He was tall and straight, his muscles exploded, and he was extremely mighty. When the fist danced, it was like a dragon roaring, extremely frightening. Flood Dragon exploring the water. Su Zi let out a low drink. Fists roared out from bottom to top. Boom! The air sounded like an explosion. Facing all this, Su Zi showed satisfaction on his face. After 3 months, I finally practiced Flood Dragon Fist. When buying Gyalongquen, the shopkeeper said that geniuses can practice it in 3 days, but ordinary people can practice it in 10 years. Now that Su Zi got the boxing score, he worked hard and spent 3 months finally mastering the boxing technique. This speed is naturally insufficient compared to top geniuses, but compared to most people, it was already extremely terrifying. Su Zi himself is very satisfied with this. After all, the initial leak was a success. Now I'm considered a master in the post-natal realm world. Suzy secretly sighed. The Flood Dragon Fist has a powerful power that is invincible in the same realm. In the future, when he meets an opponent who is also acquired, he can easily win. Although there are certain risks in practicing Flood Dragon Fist this time, it has still achieved great rewards. At this moment, he can finally say that he has the power to protect himself. At night, the bed shakes. Although Suzy is diligent in practicing martial arts, he has not forgotten his love for his wife, Su Qingwen. After all, the more geniuses Su Qingwen gave birth to, the stronger he would be. After the clouds subsided and the rain rested, Suzy and Su Qingwen lay on the bed, chatting about homely things. "Wanner, I see that you have looked worried these past few days. Did something happen?" Suzy asked. "I'm thinking about the recent rumors and I'm a little uneasy." Su Qingwen sighed. "In our area there has been a lot of thieves recently. That thief is called the Blood-Robed Thief by everyone. He just robs things and he often kills for money. A few days ago there was a rich family and many people died after being robbed." Suzy nodded. He had heard it mentioned before. It is said that the murderer was a thief dressed in blood. This person is just trying to make money, and he is also extremely perverted. When he encounters obstacles in stealing money, he likes to kill people to vent his anger. This man is extremely vicious. Of course, Suzy is not worried about this at all. He has mastered Flood Dragon Fist so far, even facing the acquired masters. He is not afraid. A mere bandit in the rivers and lakes can be easily crushed. It's lucky that the other party doesn't come to Su's house. If he dares to come to Su's house, then Suzy will do justice for the sky. "Wanner, don't worry. I didn't practice martial arts for nothing. If the blood-clothed thief dares to come, I will protect you." Suzy touched Su Qingwen's hair and said with a smile. When Su Qingwen heard this, a look of worry appeared on her face. Suzy knows how to practice martial arts, but she didn't know the exact level. The blood-clothed thief was so vicious, if Suzy resisted, he would be injured. "Sir, you must promise me one thing." Su Qingwen looked at Suzy with a serious expression on her face. "What's the matter?" Suzy was puzzled. "Once the bloody clothes are stolen, you must not fight him. If you are injured, the children and I will not be able to live," Su Qingwen said worriedly. Suzy wanted to say that his wife was too worried, but seeing Su Qingwen's beautiful eyes full of worry, he couldn't help being moved and changed his words. "Don't worry, I will protect myself." "That's good." Su Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief. Since that day, Suzy is still practicing martial arts. There is a long way to go. He entered the post-natal realm world, but he has just started, and it is far from the time to relax. But at this time, the incident of blood-clothes robbery intensified. Another 2 wealthy households were murdered by Tukai. In the area where the Su family is located, the wealthy households can be described as jittery. After Suzy finished her morning class and left the yard, she saw that there were suddenly many housekeepers in the Su residence. The nurses are all hulking. Obviously, they are the sons of the Lion family. "It seems that my father-in-law is also very afraid of blood-clothes theft. This is prevented in advance." Seeing the scene where the Su family was on alert, Suzy whispered to himself, "Uncle, you should stay at home these few days. Don't go out so as not to be in danger." Su Tianhai, the master of the Su family, took care of the defense of the nurses, and when he saw Suzy coming out, he immediately came over and warned him. "Okay, I know." Although Suzy was not afraid, he accepted his father-in-law's concern. "Hey, I hope this blood-clothed thief sees that my Su family is on guard and doesn't come over to make trouble." Su Tianhai sighed, repeatedly thinking of the blood-clothed thief. "Don't worry, our Su family will be fine," Suzy said. Hearing Suzy's confident tone, Su Tianhai didn't react too much. He just took it as ordinary comfort. Although Suzy has always practiced martial arts, when he faced a crisis, he never thought of letting Suzy take action. Uncle is just like this. Why is he hurt? People are unlucky, and drinking cold water also clogs their teeth. The Su family is obviously experiencing bad luck recently. Su Tianhai carefully arranged protective forces at home, trying to deter the blood-clothed robbers. However, the bloody thief still came. In the middle of the night, Su Tianhai calculated the recent revenue in his treasury. On the one hand, it is indeed time to settle accounts. On the other hand, he wanted to take an inventory of the family's money, so as not to be stolen by the blood-robed thief without knowing it. After the settlement was correct, Su Tianhai heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded behind him. "The Su family has such a big family business. Lend me some, how about we make friends?" In the middle of the night, Su Zi hugged Su Qingwen, and when she was about to fall asleep, suddenly there was a fire outside the room, and there was a lot of noise. "Sir, what happened?" Su Qingwen got up and said with a worried expression. "Go out and have a look." Su Zi replied. When we got outside, we could see the servants and nurses in a mess. Everyone took torches and rushed towards the warehouse. Su Zi grabbed a servant and asked, "What happened?" "The bloody clothes are stolen, and they are holding the master hostage at the treasury," the servant said in a panic. Hearing this, Su Zi didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately took Su Qingwen and her servants to run towards the treasury. Outside the treasury, a thief dressed in blood was holding Su Tianhai, the master of the Su family, with a knife. He was surrounded by the guards and kept confronting each other. "Hey, master, are you okay?" The screams of the weeping woman rang out. It was Qin Yun who came in a hurry and cried out when he saw everything that was on the verge of swords and arrows. She looked at the tense situation on the field, and after crying a few times, she rolled her eyes and passed out, obviously out of breath. "Mother!" Seeing Qin Yun fainted, Su Qingwen immediately ran over to help her. Seeing her mother fainted and her father held hostage by a knife, she felt more and more difficult about the situation. Right now, the Su family can be said to have reached a critical moment of life and death. First of all, the location where the blood-clothed bandit hijacked Su Tianhai was his own treasury. This shows that the blood clothes were stolen in the treasury and must have taken a lot of money. The seizure of the family's treasury must have a huge impact on the Su family's business. It is even possible for the Su family to decline because of this. Secondly, the bloodcloth thief confronted the nurses and took Su Tianhai hostage with the purpose of forcing the Su family to make way. Under normal circumstances, for Su Tianhai's safety, everyone would give way. But this blood-clothed thief is extremely vicious, and after he is free, he might even kill Su Tianhai to vent his anger. At this moment, the Su family is in a dilemma. One wrong step, and maybe it will be lost forever. At this time, if there is a master who can violently injure people and kill the blood-clothed thief. Su Qingwen frantically turned her mind, thinking of a way to break the situation. But when the thought came to her, she couldn't help but smile wryly. The blood-clothed bandit was able to handle many major cases, which is obviously due to his extraordinary strength. It's not that easy to deal with him. The nurses at the scene did not have this strength. This time, the Su family is really in danger. While the two sides were confronting each other, suddenly, a black shadow floated behind the blood-clothed thief. Holding the knife, the black shadow slashed at the blood-clothed robber's neck with extremely light steps. The blood-clothed thief was at the critical moment, and there was a bit of mockery in his eyes. He swung his knife and slashed back, and in an instant a string of blood beads were drawn in the night illuminated by the fire. The black shadow stared angrily and fell to the ground unwillingly. The nurses present looked at all this with dejected expressions on their faces. The one just now was one of the best among them. They used confrontation to attract the attention of the blood-clothed thief, and then let the shadows attack and kill the blood-clothed thief. As a result, the blood-clothed thief was too alert and failed. This blood-clothed thief is really too strong. What should I do now? The nurses looked at each other with anxiety in their eyes. If the sneak attack fails, they really have nothing to do. After the bloody clothes stole and killed someone, he kicked him away with one kick, and then his face showed a bit of complacency. "If you want to sneak attack me, you are still not qualified." He snorted coldly. Looking at everything around him, the blood-clothed thief was in a good mood. This time, the theft was successful again. With his strength, those nurses can't stop him at all. Unless there is an acquired master who can stop me in the entire Su family. The blood-clothed thief thought triumphantly. Although there are many people in those nursing homes, they are all ordinary people, and they are not his opponents at all. As for the Su family having acquired masters, that's totally impossible. How could there be such a person in the mere Su family? From the point of view of the blood-clothed thief, this time the theft must be sure, and there is no possibility of any problems. Looking down at Su Tianhai, the master of the Su family who was trembling, a smoldering anger welled up in the blood-clothed thief's eyes. This old man, after discovering him, made a noise on purpose, which caused Hai M to be trapped in Su's house. After getting out of trouble later, this old thing must be cut down and made him pay the price. Thinking of the bloody scene in the near future, the blood-clothed bandit couldn't help licking his lips, feeling the blood speeding up and his emotions rising. What should I do now? Su Qingwen's expression became more and more anxious when she saw the nursing home's tragic death. Now, without a real master's action, it is impossible to solve the blood-robed thief. But for the time being, where can I find a master? Is my Su family really going to die? Su Qingwen couldn't help thinking sadly. When everyone was at a loss as to what to do, a figure came out more and came to the opposite of the blood-clothed thief. "Brother Blood, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you will listen to it." Su Zi said calmly with a calm expression. The blood-clothed thief looked at this extremely handsome man, cursed the little boy in his heart, and said with a sneer, "What suggestion do you have?" "You kidnapped my father-in-law to leave Su's mansion safely, didn't you?" Su Zi asked. "Exactly." The blood-clothed thief replied coldly. Although the blood brother is very powerful, but the Su mansion swarmed up, the blood brother must be dead on the spot. "Do you agree with the blood brother?" Su Zi continued with a faint smile. Hearing this, the blood-clothed thief had a sneer on his face and said, "You can try it. Before I die, I will definitely hold this old thing on my back." Saying that, the blood-clothed thief took a knife and compared Su Tianhai's neck. Seeing this, Su Zi still looked as usual and said, "Brother Zhu, I don't want to force you to hurt my father-in-law, but I want you to have a basic understanding of the situation. Now, our Su family is actually happy to let you go, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my father-in-law." "Of course, as long as you let me go, I will release Master Su immediately after I am free." The blood-robed thief replied loudly. But in his heart, there was a bit of killing intent. After he is free, it is up to him to decide whether to kill Su Tianhai or not. Su Zi showed a bit of a smile and said, "Brother Blood, I'm not a fool, you are notorious, and when you are free, we can't guarantee that you will keep your word." After a pause, he continued, "In order to ensure the interests of both of us, I suggest that Brother Blood do as I say. What do you want to say in the end?" The blood-clothed thief showed a bit of impatience in his eyes and said. Other people outside the treasury also showed doubts. Su Zi analyzed a long list, seemingly for this suggestion. With the Su family already in a deadlock, could it be that Su Zi's suggestion can revitalize the situation? Thinking about the solution to the situation, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads. They can't figure out how to fix things. Su Zi looked calm and said, "I suggest that I be exchanged for my father-in-law. Brother Blood can also get out if he holds me hostage. At the same time, my father-in-law's life can also be greatly guaranteed." As soon as the words fell, a fleeting look of joy appeared on the faces of the nurses. They saw Su Zi's purpose. Su Zi is a martial arts practitioner. If Su Zi violently hurts someone when exchanging hostages, he can take down the blood-clothed thief in an instant. Su Zi didn't want to exchange Su Tianhai, but to take advantage of the opportunity to subdue the bloody pirate. This plan is excellent. The nurses thought happily. The Su family is currently at an impasse. The thief in the bloodletting clothes couldn't leave, but if he persisted like this, Master Su's life would still be difficult to protect. Su Zi's method can be said to have proposed a powerful method to break the situation. The nurses' eyes met, and they all began to prepare tacitly. Once Su Zi made a move, they would immediately rush forward. However, their leader shook his head calmly at them. The nurses were puzzled at first, and then suddenly realized the meaning of the boss's restraint. They realized that they had thought too much just now. Su Zi did practice martial arts, but these years, I haven't heard that Suzy has achieved any achievements. If Suzy is really a master, the blood robbers would not come to Sue's house to make trouble. If Suzy really planned to exchange hostages, he might end up in the same fate as the previous nurse. Therefore, Suzy's proposal to exchange hostages is probably purely to protect Master Su's safety. After thinking through this section, the high emotions of the nurses suddenly became helpless again. When Su Qingwen heard Suzy's words, her face immediately became extremely anxious. She grabbed Suzy's arm and said, "Sir, no." From Su Qingwen's point of view, the man on the other side is a blood-clothed thief, extremely dangerous. If something happened to Suzy during the exchange, it would be absolutely bad. He firmly grasped Suzy's arm with his hands until the knuckles turned white. Su Qingwen has already made plans. If Suzy insists on going, she will try her best to stop Suzy. Father's life is important, but Suzy's life is equally precious. Suzy felt Su Qingwen's concern, turned her head to look at Su Qingwen and said softly, "Wanner, don't worry, I will definitely come back safely." Su Qingwen looked at Suzy with peaceful and confident eyes, as if telling her that Suzy was absolutely sure. For a moment, Su Qingwen's tense mood was soothed by her eyes. Then she let go of her hand subconsciously, allowing Suzy to pull out her arm. After realizing that she had let go, Su Qingwen regained consciousness instantly, extremely annoyed. What's wrong with her? He even let go of his arm. If something happened to Suzy, she would never forgive herself. However, thinking of Suzy's eyes just now, Su Qingwen felt inexplicably relieved. Does Suzy really have a solution to all this? Su Tianhai, who was numb from the skin pierced by the blade, immediately showed anxiety when he heard Suzy's words of exchanging hostages, and said loudly, "Suzy, no, I don't need you to exchange." His tone was full of panic. He was able to guess some of Suzy's plans, and he must be preparing to do something during the hostage exchange. These years, Suzy practiced martial arts, and his strength is much stronger than ordinary people. But the person on the opposite side is a blood-clothed thief who has killed countless people and is vicious and cruel. If something goes wrong for Suzy in the process, it will be very bad. Therefore, even if his own life is in danger, Su Tianhai is absolutely unwilling to put Suzy in danger. "Suzy, you go back, I don't need you to exchange," Su Tianhai said anxiously. Suzy ignored Su Tianhai's words but looked at the blood-clothed thief and said, "Brother Blood, what do you think of my suggestion?" The blood-clothed thief looked at Suzy and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't believe that Suzy would really change people honestly. There must be a conspiracy. After thinking for a while, the blood-clothed thief instantly understood everything. This Suzy is a lion Jiazi, and he must have taken the opportunity to capture him when he was planning to exchange hostages. If so, then Suzy thought too much. Suzy practiced martial arts for many years but achieved nothing. He can crush Suzy with just one finger. If he really tried to do it, Suzy would definitely die. However, if he guessed wrongly what Suzy was thinking, and Suzy really planned to change people to ensure Su Tianhai's safety, that would be a way to solve the current situation. After all, although he is powerful, he is not sure to get out of the Su family. After making a decision, the blood-clothed bandit sneered and said, "That's good. You come over here and I'll let go of this old thing." "Thank you, Brother Blood," Suzy replied. He raised his hands high and came to the blood-clothed thief. The blood-clothed thief pushed Su Tianhai away with his palm, and at the same time put the knife across Suzy's neck. "Suzy." After Su Tianhai was safe, looking at Suzy who was in trouble, his eyes turned red. "Old man, let you go. Why don't you let the Su family get out of the way quickly? Are you really forcing me to kill him?" Bloody Robe said coldly, "Okay, I'll let you go right away. You must ensure Suzy's safety." Su Tianhai replied. Outside the treasury, the servants of the Su family and the nurses made way for the blood-clothed thief to hold Suzy away. Soon, the figure of the blood-clothed thief came to the gate of the Su residence. The nurses watched all this with disappointment on their faces. Previously, they guessed that the reason for Suzy's substitution was to take the opportunity to take down the Blood Robe. But now the blood-clothed thief was about to run away, but Su Zi still didn't make a move. His idea of placing his hopes on Su Zi seemed to be in vain. Su Zi is not capable of fighting against the blood thief. The blood-clothed thief who put the knife on Su Zi's neck looked at the prisoner under the knife with a bit of contempt on his face. He had already made a complete plan, and if Su Zi made any changes, he would kill Su Zi. Who knew this guy turned out to be a coward? During the whole process, there was no slight change. Although you kept your promise and didn't play tricks in the process, but the biggest mistake you made in your life was to believe the words of the blood-robed thief. The blood-clothed thief looked at Su Zi with a cold heart. He is now free, and after releasing Su Zi, he will be able to solve the matter completely. However, the Su family can't help him. Why did he let Su Zi go? Trapped by the Su family this time, the Su family must pay the price. Thinking of the scene where Su Zi's body was separated soon after, the bloody robe couldn't help feeling a little dry. Su Tianhai watched the bloody bandit go out and shouted, "Bloody bandit, you are free now. Let Su Zi go." The blood-clothed thief stared at Su Tianhai mockingly with eyes full of hostility, without saying anything. A bad premonition welled up in Su Tianhai's heart, and he shouted repeatedly, "Blood-clothed thief, if you have something to say, speak up. As long as you let Su Zi go, I'll give you as much as you want." Seeing that the bloody clothes thief refused to let him go, Su Qingwen couldn't help but feel a little dizzy and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, please don't let anything happen to you." "Blood-clothes pirate, you make an offer. I'm willing to pay any amount." Su Tianhai shouted. An ominous premonition enveloped his heart. The blood-clothed thief looked at the flustered Su family, with pride and pleasure on his face. The more miserable the Su family was, the more he enjoyed it. "Su Tianhai, it's late. You should pay the price for provoking my blood-robed bandit." The blood-clothed thief laughed wildly. Everyone at the scene turned pale, as if they had already seen that a bloody scene was about to happen. At this moment, Su Zi spoke. "Do you really think you can win?" Su Zi said softly. The blood-clothed thief heard the voice, and his face showed astonishment. At this moment, Su Zi still has the time to talk instead of kneeling down and begging for mercy. "Do you know, the reason why I didn't do anything before was not because I was afraid of you. It's because there are too many Su family members in the Su mansion, and I was worried that I would hurt them. Now there are only you and me outside the mansion, and I can finally make a move." Su Zi said with an indifferent expression. When the blood-clothed thief heard Su Zi's words, he disdained them at first. What kind of crazy words is this Su Zi talking about? Is it possible to deal with him? But looking at Su Zi's indifferent eyes, bloody thief panicked for no reason. That kind of eyes were not harsh at all, but calm and confident. Inside, there is even more belief and killing intent. He had only seen this kind of look in the eyes of some acquired masters. Google. Bloody robber swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The oppressive feeling of death made him suffocate. "No, it's impossible. You can't beat me." The blood-clothed thief yelled. He raised the knife desperately, wanting to resist desperately. Su Zi stared at the cold knife, but said a few words indifferently. "Flood dragon fist." Su Zi clenched his hands into fists, and from bottom to top, like a dragon coming out of water, he roared towards the blood-clothed robber. Under the night sky, the blood-clothed thief's knife drew a crescent-like arc, and then stopped abruptly, because Su Zi's fist was faster, and the second strike hit the blood-clothed thief first. The blood-clothed robber stared angrily, full of disbelief, as if he didn't expect Su Zi to be so powerful that he could easily kill him instantly. Later, the acquired master. Bloody thief vomited blood, sobbing. That punch just now, like a heavy hammer, shattered his whole body. At this moment, the blood-clothed thief is full of regrets. If he knew that Su Zi was so terrifying, he would never provoke the Su family. Unfortunately, no regret medicine was given to him. Staring angrily, the blood-clothed thief fell to the ground unwillingly, completely out of breath. Win-win. Su Qingwen looked at all this with disbelief on her face. Being held hostage by the bloody thief, Su Zi fell into a desperate situation. However, Su Zi suddenly exploded and hurt people, turning the whole situation around. All this was completely beyond her expectations. Sangong's strength is so powerful. Su Qingwen muttered to herself in surprise. In the past, she thought that Su Zi practiced martial arts just to strengthen his body. Who knows, Su Zi really achieved success in practicing martial arts. This dangerous situation was actually broken by Su Zi. My good son-in-law, he hides so deeply. Looking at this scene, Su Tianhai couldn't help but feel emotional. Su Zi practiced martial arts before. Although he supported him, he didn't know what level Su Zi was. Now it seems that Su Zi's strength can be described as terrifying. Bloody thief, this is the thief who makes the surrounding chickens and dogs restless. Even though he invited many nursing homes, he still couldn't do anything to the blood-robed thief. Now Su Zi easily defeated the bloody clothes. This shows that Su Zi's strength is far stronger than that of the blood-robe bandit. What kind of realm that should be is simply unimaginable. The servants rubbed their eyes and looked at the scene before them in disbelief. The blood-clothed thief was unwilling to die tragically, and his son-in-law Su Zi stood proudly on the scene, like a demon. Google. The servants swallowed desperately. Everything in front of them was completely beyond their imagination. Especially some servants who slandered Su Zi for practicing martial arts were trembling all over. They had some gossip, and they thought Su Zi didn't know it before, but now it seems that Su Zi may not know it. They have heard that some powerful masters have hearing and eyesight that cannot be compared with ordinary people. For a moment, these servants fell into fear. Some nursing homes that Su Tianhai invited at a high price felt deeper than everyone on the scene. Many squinted, their eyes flickering. They are still reminiscing about everything just now. The battle just now seemed simple. The bloody thief used a knife, Su Zi punched, and in the end Su Zi punched the bloody pirate to death. However, in the whole process there are many doorways. First of all, it was the bloody robber's knife. That knife was extremely fast and fierce. Obviously, the bloody clothes have been stolen in the sword technique, and they have worked hard. They changed their minds, and no one could escape the slash. But Su Zi escaped. This shows that Su Zi is far stronger than them in terms of reflexes and speed. Secondly, it is Su Zi's shot. One punch killed the blood-clothed thief. It is not easy to kill with one punch. It requires extremely high boxing attainments. Moreover, the person killed by the bombardment was still a trainer like the blood-clothed thief, so the requirements for boxing skills were even higher. Su Zi's ability to achieve this effect shows that Su Zi's own strength must be extremely strong. At the same time, it also shows that Su Zi has a good boxing technique. All kinds of clues make people dare not think deeply. Su Zi's strength is beyond their imagination. Su Zi's strength, in this Qingzhou city, I'm afraid it can be ranked first. Many nursing homes thought to themselves. At this moment, they no longer have the slightest intention to underestimate them. Everyone is overwhelmed by Su Zi. The bloody clothes robbery incident came to an end. The next day, Qin Yun woke up from a coma, and when she opened her eyes and saw Su Tianhai, who was by her side, her eyes turned red. Have I come to the underworld? Forget it. We finished being husband and wife in the underworld, and we will continue to do it in the underworld. Su Tianhai couldn't laugh or cry when he heard Qin Yun's words and said, Yuner, what are you talking about? Our Su family is fine. No, all right. Qin Yun was stunned. Afterwards, Su Tianhai explained the situation in depth. Ailed. Qin Yun's face was full of disbelief when he heard Su Zi's great power, especially when he punched the blood-clothed thief to death. Then the shock turned to joy. Very good. My uncle has been practicing martial arts all these years, and I am worried that he has no achievements and is ashamed of others. Now he has finally practiced. As she said that, Qin Yun seemed to think of something and said to Su Tianhai, Master, we can support my uncle's martial arts practice more in the future. You must not entrust him with business and delay his martial arts training. If my uncle is promoted again, that's amazing. At this moment, Qin Yun was completely immersed in joy. She didn't expect that Su Zi would practice martial arts only after marriage, and Su Zi would practice so quietly that he could kill the blood-clothed thief. This shows that Su Zi is talented in martial arts. In this world where people are poor and rich in martial arts, If one achieves success in martial arts, the future is simply limitless. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Su Tianhai also responded with a smile. Understood. Don't I know better than you, a woman? The husband and wife chatted about the daily life around Su Zi one by one. There was a pleasant atmosphere in the room. In the courtyard, Su Zi was practicing Kinky Jiu with bare shoulders. After finishing a set of Daiyin technique, Su Qingwen came over with a bowl of medicinal food. Master, this is the medicinal food cooked for you. You should drink it soon. Su Zi looked helpless when he saw the beautiful lady. After fighting the bloody thief that day, Su Qingwen was worried that he would suffer some hidden injury, so she kept giving him Ao's tonics to replenish his body. Actually, he's fine. Even taking too much of this tonic can be harmful to the human body. Fortunately, with his current strength, no matter how many tonics he has, he can digest them, so he doesn't have to worry about not being supplemented. For the lady's kindness, he could only drink it to express his acceptance. Seeing Su Zi finish a bowl of medicinal food, Su Qingwen showed some satisfaction. She didn't leave either, but found a stool to sit down and began to watch Su Zi practice boxing. Looking at the man dancing like a dragon, Su Qingwen's face was full of admiration and pride. Zhang is so mighty. Su Qingwen thought to herself. Before Su Zi practiced martial arts, Su Qingwen thought it was just to strengthen her body, but who would have thought that Su Zi had really mastered her skills? The blood-clothed thief was a vicious person, and he was beaten to death by Su Zi. Su Zi is really too powerful now, too strong. After the bloody robbery incident, Su Zi's life has fallen into peace again. He practiced martial arts every day and practiced the road to longevity. In the past, it was inevitable that some people would gossip during this process. Now, all the members of the Su family, whether they are servants or housekeepers, are all in awe when they see him. Of course, Su Zi didn't forget more important things. He and Su Qingwen loved each other every day, and they had a few more children. And among the sons and daughters, there are many who are gifted in cultivation. After Su Zi shared, the strength became stronger. The years are long, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. In the courtyard, Su Zi was practicing martial arts as before. His body became tall and straight, his face was sharp and angular, and his eyes were as bright as torches. 8 years, the years have polished him to become more heroic and majestic. At this moment, he no longer has any weak and scholarly temperament before practicing martial arts, and he has become the tycoon described in the book. Over the past 8 years, what Su Zi has changed the most is not his appearance and temperament, but his own strength. When the bloody clothes were stolen, he was just a beginner. 8 years later, after continuous grinding and hard training, he has reached the state of the late day after tomorrow. Su Zi's strength doesn't stop there. In the past 8 years, he has given birth to several talented offspring, and after he shared them, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Also a master in the late stage, it is impossible to be Su Zi's opponent. Except for those veteran Haoshan masters who reached the peak in the late Haoshan period and began to sprint to an 8, Su Zi is almost invincible in the post-natal realm world. In 8 years, not only Su Zi has changed, but the entire Su family has also changed. Qin Yun was once a woman in her mid-mature, but her charm still exists. Now it's showing old age. I don't know if she was shocked by the bloody clothes theft, but her body is not as good as before. Even though Su Tianhai bought a lot of tonics, they couldn't save Qin Yun from the harm that the years had brought to him. However, the Su family has become more prosperous in recent years. Su Tianhai is extremely talented in business. His medicine business grew bigger and bigger, and he even formed a caravan to trade in surrounding cities. Su Zi can practice steadily for 8 years, which has a lot to do with the prosperity of the Su family and the fact that he does not need him to contribute to the family. The caravan is back, the caravan is back. After Su Zi finished his practice, he heard the sound of children jumping for joy. Outside the yard, several children dressed in brocade clothes like porcelain dolls were running and cheering. These children are all his children. Su Zi picked up 2 of them, put them on his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Father will take you to see the caravan." Yeah. The children all laughed. Today is the day when the caravan returned from trade. It is also a major event for the entire Su mansion. In the kitchen, pigs and sheep have already been slaughtered to entertain the team going out for trade. The outside of the gate of the Su mansion has been cleaned, and a brand new street is used to welcome the team. Soon, the mighty caravans returned. When the children saw the caravan, they greeted it happily and asked the uncles in the caravan for novelties from the outside world. Yuzi looked at the team but couldn't help frowning. In the team, there used to be a joyful atmosphere. Now everyone is drooping their minds and in a bad mood. When going out for trade, injuries are inevitable, but this time, most of the people were injured, which is rare. Is something wrong? Su Zi secretly thought. Su Tianhai also greeted him outside the door. Seeing the team's performance, his face immediately became ugly. Why did you go out to recruit robbers? He said in a heavy tone. The caravan leader smiled wryly and said, My lord, we just encountered robbers. This time we are in serious trouble. What happened? Su Tianhai said solemnly. The caravan captain smiled wryly and explained the situation. It turned out that a group of robbers appeared on the only way for caravans to trade. The Su family's income from this trade was robbed. Moreover, they also said that they wanted 70% of the future profits of the Su family. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pass through that commercial road. Handing over 70% of the profits, the Su family caravan might as well not open. That's why the captain said that the Su family was in big trouble. Damn robbers, can we hire more guards? Su Tianhai frowned. Master, they have acquired masters. The captain replied with a wry smile. Acquired master. Hearing this, Su Tianhai's tall and straight back instantly slumped, and his tone became a little weaker. He waved his hand and said in a disinterested manner, Forget it, go in and rest first. Let's discuss this matter in the long run. Oh, that's the only way to go. The captain sighed. In the past, the return of the caravan was a major event for the entire Su mansion, because it means that everyone can see the family members who have been apart for a long time, and it also means that countless wealth has entered the Su mansion. The Su mansion would often beat gongs and drums and hold a large banquet to celebrate this event. But this time, the taste was much lighter. From all over the Su residence, except for the children's heartless play, no one had a smile on their faces. Everyone knows what the Su family is facing this time. A bandit led by an acquired master is not so easy to deal with. A few days later, Su Tianhai and several Su family stewards discussed how to settle the bandit protection fee in the hall. Suddenly, the servants passed on that Su Zi had come. After Su Zi entered, looking at the depressed atmosphere at the scene, he smiled and said, I've heard about the family matter and I have a solution. You have a way. Su Tianhai's face suddenly showed a look of surprise and he quickly called out, What's the idea? Su Zi smiled lightly and said, I heard that my family was being made things difficult by masters from the day after tomorrow. I'll go for a walk. Maybe the other party will look at my face and let the Su family go. The expression is calm and confident, very calm. In his heart, Su Zi had a killing intent emerging. The Su family is extremely important to him. Now that bandit dares to make things difficult for the Su family, he will end up dead. This time, he intends to kill someone in the past. Are you going? Su Tianhai's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, that's an acquired master, it's too dangerous. Relax, I'm sure. Su Zi insisted. That's not okay. The two became so deadlocked that Su Qingwen and Qin Yun even came to persuade Su Zi when they heard about it. But because Su Tianhai didn't come up with a good solution in the end, and the day when the caravan set off again was approaching, Su Tianhai could only be forced to agree to let Su Zi try. On the new departure day, the mighty caravan was reorganized, and everyone in the Su family told Su Zi to pay attention to safety. Su Zi smiled and said he knew. Then, with the sound of horseshoes, the caravan stepped on the long street and gradually left Qingzhou City. Qingyun Mountain is a mountain range between Qingzhou City and Yangcheng. If the Su family's medicine business wants to reach Yangcheng, this is the only way. Recently, an acquired master in Qingyun Mountain led a group of strong men to set up Qingyun Village here. The surrounding caravans were robbed by them, which was miserable. After half a month of trading, the Su family caravan finally arrived near Qingyun Mountain. Seeing the mountains, the guards all looked a bit solemn, obviously remembering the painful experience last time. Going forward, I soon saw caravans stop their carriages and move forward slowly like snails. It turned out that there was a roadblock in front of him, and he had to pay a high amount of money to pass through. The 1,000 taels of silver I promised you last time. This is 500 taels. The stewards of the caravans all paid the money with bitter faces. The robber who was in charge of collecting money saw the silver, and his face was full of fat and trembling with laughter. The steward of the Su family's caravan looked at all this and asked Su Zi, "My lord, I brought 3,000 taels of silver. Why don't you try to buy this way?" Su Zi followed the caravan and still did not forget to practice. Hearing that he woke up from the cultivation state with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, he shook his head and said lightly, "No need. I'll just settle this matter." The manager of the Su family could only agree and looked ahead with a worried face. It didn't take long for the robbers to discover that the Su family's team had come, but they stopped the carriages and horses and did not go forward to pay the road money. A little leader came with a knife in his hand, looking fierce. "You are the Su family caravan. Did you bring the 10,000 taels of silver we talked about last time?" Su Zi glanced at him lightly and said, "No." "No," the little boss was furious, raised his knife and slashed at Su Zi. "You dare to come if you don't, are you looking for death?" Su Zi looked calm. The opponent's fierce knife was nothing more than a provocation to him. He kicked it away without much effort. The little boss fell like a kite, vomited blood, and died tragically on the spot. There was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that Sam Ni would dare to provoke the robbers in Qingyun village. Everyone looked here, thinking that there was a good show to watch. Seeing that Su Zi kicked someone to death, the robbers also realized that there was a strong stubble, and instead of fighting back directly, they sent people to the village to ask the village owner to come out. The boss of Qingyunjai is dressed as a scholar. If he doesn't know what to do, he will really be deceived by his appearance. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the scholar robber frowned slightly and asked, "The Su family is causing trouble. Are there any experts in this Su family?" A bandit with the appearance of a military advisor below said, "Boss, I have inquired about the Su family, and there is a very powerful Su Zi in it. He was the one who killed the blood-clothed robber back then." "Is he the day after tomorrow?" the head of Qingyun village asked. "Probably not. This person actually started to practice after getting married, and logically speaking, he has no achievements." "That's all right. I'll go down the mountain and meet him for a while." The master of Qingyun village sneered. If Su Zi is the day after tomorrow, he really has to weigh it. Now Su Zi's most glorious record is killing the blood-clothed bandit. To him, that was nothing. It's just a blood-clothed thief, but a more vicious thief. In his eyes, they are like ants. Su Zi could kill the opponent, but he was nothing more than a bigger ant. In the Qingyun Mountains, the atmosphere is tense. The gang of robbers surrounded the Su family's caravan, and the surrounding caravans also gathered, waiting for a good show. In the Su family caravan, both the stewards and the guards all looked tense and their breathing was stagnant. Only Su Zi ordered a cup of tea and was drinking tea leisurely. Suddenly, there was a shout in the air. "Who is causing trouble in my Qingyun village?" As the voice fell, the Qingyun village master dressed as a scholar arrived with a group of men in a fierce manner. Su Zi glanced at the Qingyun village master indifferently and said, "Su Zi from the Su family in Qingzhou City wants to use the precious land to do business, and I hope the village master will let him through." Hearing the words, the master of Qingyun village grinned and said, "Make way, it's easy to talk. As long as you can take my palm, you can talk about anything." After all, he put on a posture and stared at Su Zi with cold eyes. The look in the eyes is like looking at the dead. The expressions of the spectators in the surrounding caravan changed slightly upon hearing this. This palm of Qingyun village master is not an ordinary move. There was once a powerful guard who challenged the Qingyun village master, but was slapped to death with a single palm. The village owner asked to face Su Zi, Suzy was in danger. "Uncle, be careful. His palm is very powerful." The manager of the Su family was equally worried and said. Suzy just nodded lightly. The master of Qingyun village looked at Suzy with murderous intent in his eyes. Then, he rose into the air and slashed at Suzy with his palm. "Splitting mountain palm," the master of Qingyun village shouted in a low voice. With a sharp palm, he slashed towards Suzy with unrivaled power. In the eyes of the master of Qingyun village, even more pleasure is filled. With this palm, he had once killed a master who had entered the post-natal realm world. The palm falls from a high altitude. The longer the power is stored, the greater the power will be. He said he wanted Suzy to catch his palm, but this palm was enough to kill Suzy. This kid dared to spoil his good deeds in Qingyun village, so he deserved to end up like this. The wind of the palm roared. As if it was about to tear the air, it slashed at Suzy fiercely. That fierce palm wind and domineering power really seemed to be able to split mountains. The guards who knew a little bit of martial arts at the scene were so nervous that it was hard to breathe. When they entered it, they felt that the palm wind was terrifying and difficult to stop. This palm, whether it is the speed or the power brought by the power of the palm, is very powerful. With the momentum of splitting the mountain-splitting palm slammed at Suzy fiercely. Facing this fierce and boundless palm force, Suzy looked calm, watching him arrive without dodging or evading. The master of Qingyun village saw that Suzy didn't respond, and his face was overjoyed. What an idiot, he secretly thought. Anyone with a bit of martial arts vision should see that the longer he accumulates the power of this palm, the stronger it becomes. Then you should stop him when the wind blows. Now Suzy didn't do anything to stop him, allowing him to accumulate power. This shows that Suzy has no experience in martial arts at all and is just a rookie who has just started. At this moment, he had finished charging his palm wind. Even if Suzy wanted to react, it was too late. Now Suzy's only fate is death. The owner of Qingyun village was very excited, as if he had seen the scene where Suzy was hacked to a bloody mess, and the people around him were shocked and fearful. At this time, his palm wind was very close to Suzy. Suzy's clothes were blown up by the palm wind, and even the gravel on the ground rolled back in a rustle. Suzy, who had been silent all this time, finally reacted at this moment. He raised his hand lightly and met the palm of Qingyun village master. After so many years of practice, he can certainly see the power of the master of Qingyun village's splitting mountain palm. He saw that he remained motionless, not because of any higher calculations, but because he didn't need it. Even if a child runs to gather energy and throws a punch desperately, it will be difficult to hurt an adult. In this battle, the master of Qingyun village is a child, and he is an adult who will surely win no matter how the child struggles. Boom! Palm to palm. The strong palm of the mountain-splitting palm blew up the clothes of the surrounding people, creating the effect of howling wind. Now that effect is gone. The wind is gone. The surrounding area was quiet, and the sky was clear. The air fell into silence. Everyone watching this scene felt awkward as they waved their fists and hit the cotton. This battle should have been a bloody confrontation. After the mountain SPL, eating palm blasted down, the ground should crack, and one side would vomit blood. However, nothing. After the Qingyun village master slammed down with his palm, he stayed where he was. Suzy just stretched out his hand and met the palm of Qingyun village master. The two just stood facing each other, and there was no longer any tense atmosphere. Many people couldn't turn their minds for a while and didn't understand what happened. But the real scene is much more intense than it appears on the surface. After the master of Qingyun village slashed down with the palm of the mountain, he felt the shock force of the bombardment like a heavy hammer. The strong shock force made his throat feel fishy and sweet. Compared with the severe physical pain, the emotional shock of Qingyun village master was even more severe. My fully charged mountain-splitting palm was blocked by him. Village master Qingyun thought in shock and horror. His mountain-splitting palm, the most brilliant record, is chopping to death the master of the day after tomorrow. But this time, the mountain-splitting palm has fully charged and reached the maximum power. except for the masters in the mid-acquired stage who can easily resist it. Now this extremely terrifying palm was blocked by someone lightly. The Qingyun village master lowered his head and glanced at the ground. The ground Su Zi stepped on was flat, without any deep pits created by unloading the force. In the past, after he used the mountain-splitting palm, even if the opponent could resist, he would definitely crush the floor due to unloading the force. Now that scene didn't happen. This can only mean that Su Zi used the spiritual power in his body to remove the power. Su Zi must be an acquired master. His accomplishments in the post-natal realm world are not low. The master of Qingyun village thought to himself. He is not afraid of ordinary acquired masters. But now it seems that Su Zi is really extraordinary in the post-natal realm world. After thinking about it, the master of Qingyun village had an idea. Bearing the soreness in his body, the master of Qingyun village withdrew his palm and said with a smile, "It turns out that my friend is also from the post-natal realm. It's my eyesight. How about it from now on, when the Su family passes through Qingyun Mountain, no tolls will be charged at all. How about I pay another 10,000 taels of silver as an apology to the Su family?" At this time, the master of Qingyun village decided to take the initiative to confess. Su Zi is really a ruthless person. It is better not to be guilty or not to be guilty. Everyone at the scene only reacted at this moment. The palm just now was followed by Su Zi. Everyone secretly said. Then they looked at Su Zi with shocked eyes. The palm of the master of Qingyun village is not easy to be received even by acquired masters. Su Zi took it easily, which shows that Su Zi must have acquired strength. The Su family has an acquired master. The faces of the members of the Su family caravan were all excited. Very good. They cheered. In the past, caravans faced a huge crisis. If it is not resolved, there will be major problems in the operation of the Su family. Now Su Zi showed his strength and shocked the Qingyun village master. The crisis of the Su family has been solved easily. Grandpa is really not easy, the steward of the Su family said with emotion. If it weren't for Su Zi this time, the Su family really didn't know what to do. The stewards of the other caravans looked at the Su family with envious expressions on their faces. When Qingyun Mountain leaves Qingyun village, their profits will be greatly affected. The Su family has Su Zi as their backer, but the situation is quite different. It is foreseeable that the Su family will definitely develop better in the future, and they will be left far behind. Under the eyes of countless people with different emotions, Su Zi didn't show any excitement when he heard the words of the master of Qingyun village begging for peace, but shook his head indifferently. The master of Qingyun village saw Su Zi's reaction, and his face was a little ugly. He bit it and said, "How about I offer 15,000 taels of silver?" Su Zi still shook his head. The eyes of the Qingyun village master showed hostility, and he said viciously, "My sincerity is enough, but you are not satisfied. Do you really want to die with me?" Su Zi stared at him coldly and snorted softly, "You don't deserve to die." As he said that, his inner spirit turned, and he made the opening gesture of the flood dragon fist. The sleeves are windless and automatic. The spiritual energy is running crazily in the meridians. Su Zi is like a dormant dragon, about to roar out of the water and devour the world. Village Master Qingyun looked at Su Zi and felt a sense of fear rising from his soul. This prestige, this momentum, is not an ordinary master in the post-natal realm world at all. He couldn't stop the opponent's attack at all. Don't do it, we have something to discuss." The master of Qingyun village stammered. Su Zi didn't stop and punched the Qingyun village master fiercely like a dragon coming out of water. "Flood dragon fist," he whispered. Village master Qingyun looked at the punch. His fighting instinct made him want to dodge it, but he himself remained in place. At this moment, he was suffocated to the extreme. In his eyes, there is a figure like a dragon approaching. Obviously, only a little to the left or a little to the right can avoid it. But his body couldn't move. Because he knew instinctively, whether it was left or right, the punch locked him firmly. He couldn't dodge this punch at all. More precisely, it was because Su Zi completely crushed him. That's why he felt unmatched by Su Zi's moves. The master of Qingyun village used all his strength and shouted desperately, "Forgive me! I am willing to give all the wealth of Qingyun village." Before the words were finished, the flood dragon fist had leaped forward, without any mercy. The domineering Wushwang punched the Qingyun village master. The master of Qingyun village stared angrily, feeling that the meridian's all over. His body were smashed and torn, and warm liquid began to surge from the 7 orifices. Looking down, he realized that his 7 orifices were bleeding. What a terrifying strength, what a terrifying boxing technique. Qingyun village master thought in shock. In the few seconds before he died, the Qingyun village master was full of remorse. He shouldn't provoke Su Zi. This man is too scary. He couldn't resist that punch at all, except for the masters in the mid-acquired stage who can fight against the enemy. Su Zi too low-key. This person is not an ordinary person at all. In the post-natal realm world, everyone belongs to the strong. You hide too deeply. The head of Qingyun village was covered in blood and fell backwards. Dust was flying, and under the blue sky there was a face full of unwillingness, fear, and remorse. P.S. Has anyone read this book, please vote for some data support. Now the book has 0 data, which is really miserable. Please support me. Thank you, little author. Thank you all. In the mountains, insects and birds were chirping and people were bustling. It should have been noisy. At this moment, only the chirping of insects and birds can be heard, and no human voice can be heard, and the mountain is immersed in the sound of nature. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, all the caravans and all the robbers fell into a sluggish state. Everyone looked at the Qingyun village master who fell to the ground, and Su Zi who stood proudly like a god and demon. They were all dumbfounded and speechless. At the scene, only the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Gyudo, gyudo. Dead, dead. After a long time, someone finally stammered. That's right, the master of Qingyun village is actually dead. Someone responded in a shocking tone. Everyone looked at Su Zi with disbelief and awe in their eyes. The master of Qingyun village, a genuine acquired master. Once the caravans united and invited a lot of guards to fight together, but they were all wiped out like melons and vegetables. But now the master was defeated. The trick Su Zi used was just one trick. Shock or fear. Many emotions were intertwined into the complicated moods of the people present. Everyone never expected that Su Zi would be so powerful. Defeating the Qingyun village master with one move, this strength is simply terrifying. My uncle won, that's great. At the Su family caravan, the steward looked at the scene with intense excitement on his face. The entire Su family caravan also fell into cheers. As one of the largest caravans on this commercial road, the Su family would suffer immeasurable losses if they were blocked by Qingyun village. And now it's all over. The biggest and only hero is naturally Su Zi. All the members of the Su family couldn't help feeling secretly when they were excited. Young master really hides it too deeply. In the past, they knew that Su Zi practiced martial arts, and they also knew that Su Zi had defeated the Blood Robe Bandit and achieved some achievements. Who would have known that my uncle was in the post-natal realm world without making a sound? In the post-natal realm world, this is a real introduction to martial arts. Even if you go to those big families, you will be enthusiastically recruited. It is a blessing for ordinary people to have an acquired master, and it is worth celebrating. But now Su Zi has reached this state quietly. The Su family looked at Uncle Su Zi with nothing but admiration. Perhaps only Su Zi's quiet and unknown temperament can achieve dazzling achievements in martial arts. In front of the Qingyun village master's body, Su Zi's expression remained calm and indifferent. I can't help but fight, Su Zi muttered softly. When he met the master of Qingyun village, he had the idea of trying his skills. Who knew that it was just the first try of the chopper, and the other party died directly. Shaking his head, he suppressed the pity in his heart, and then turned to the Su family caravan. Su Zi said righteously, eliminate the evil and do everything. The Su family caravan will go up the mountain with me and wipe out the traitors in Qingyun village. Yes, the guards of Team Su replied loudly. Afterwards, the caravan of the Su family marched up the mountain, and the robbers passing by were all so frightened that they turned around and ran away. The other members of the caravan, including the young guards, were also enthusiastic and wanted to go up the mountain to help. The veterans stopped when they saw it and cursed, "You don't have eyesight, why are you just making fun of it?" Then these veterans looked at the Su family caravan that was gradually going away, with envy in their eyes. It sounds nice to say that everything is done away with evil, but the master of Qingyun village is dead, and he wants to go up the mountain to carve up the wealth of Qingyun village. Although Qingyun village was established for a short time, the owner of Qingyun village was extremely greedy and harvested a lot of wealth, which is now owned by the Su family. This time, the Su family can be described as a bumper harvest. Of course, envy is envy, and everyone dare not have any other thoughts. There is a ruthless person in the Su family who can kill Qingyun village master, so he cannot be provoked. In Qingyun Mountain, the robbers were well informed, and when they heard that the village master was dead, most of them ran away long ago. The rest of the robbers did not dare to resist when they saw the Su family led by the Su family. The road to conquer Qingyun village is extremely smooth. Arriving at Qingyun village, Su Zi faced the huge amount of gold and silver treasures. Although he was always calm, he couldn't help showing a smile at this moment. Order to go down, count, and store and take away as much as possible. If you can't take it away, find a place to bury it and find a way to take it away next time. Su Zi ordered. That's good, I'm a professional in this matter. Don't worry, uncle. The steward replied beamingly. Seeing this, Su Zi felt relieved. He didn't care about the Su family who harvested their wealth. He went straight to find a quiet place and started his daily practice. There is a long way to go in martial arts, and if you want to walk on the road of longevity, you can't slack off even for a moment. A few days later, in front of the gate of the Su family, several caravans returned. When Su Tianhai, the master of the Su family, heard the news, he didn't even care about wearing his hat backwards and ran directly to the gate. Listening to the steward's description of the scene in Qingyun Mountain, Su Tianhai was completely dumbfounded. The other Su family members in the surrounding area also opened their mouths wide, as if duck eggs could be stuffed inside. Is this true? Su Tianhai still couldn't believe it and repeatedly confirmed. Really, there is nothing false. If you still don't believe it, go to the caravan and open a few boxes to see. The steward of the Su family replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Tianhai went directly to the caravan and opened the warehouse. There are many boxes in the warehouse. The box was opened, full of glittering treasures. Su Tianhai was stunned. It wasn't until this moment that he was finally convinced what had happened. So many treasures can only show one thing, that is, the Su family has indeed obtained the wealth of Qingyun village. More importantly, Su Zi did defeat the Qingyun village master. Is Su Zi so strong? Su Tianhai stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself. The master of Qingyun village, who is an acquired master, also lost to Su Zi. Moreover, I heard that Su Zi played very easily, without any effort. This shows that Su Zi is at least an acquired master, and he is not considered a parallel importer among acquired masters. After the sluggishness passed, Su Tianhai let out a hearty laugh. It is a blessing for Guangyao's family to have an acquired master in the family. Now, the Su family also has acquired masters. Pass it on, the Su family will hold a 3-day feast. Su Tianhai said overjoyed. Su Zi looked at the beaming Su family, and his heart was equally warm. The Su family has always spared no effort in supporting him. Now, he is very satisfied to be able to give back to the Su family. As the days passed, Su Zi's life fell into peace again. In addition to making babies, his daily life is practicing martial arts. To be able to achieve the current achievements, Su Zi knows that part of the reason is hard work, and more importantly, he can share the excellent talents of future generations. The more and more outstanding his descendants are, the stronger he can be. After the Qingyunjai incident, the development of the Su family has become more and more prosperous. In terms of business, Su Tianhai is really talented. Previously, the reason why the Su family was well off was because there were no masters in charge, and many things were tied up. Now that the Su family has Su Zi, it is much easier for Su Tianhai to operate some things. In exchange for this, the Su family became more and more prosperous. The more prosperous the Su family is, the more support they will have for Su Zi's martial arts training, which can be regarded as a virtuous circle. In a blink of an eye, 4 years of spring and autumn have passed. Su Zi's figure was tall and straight, with a hulking back, and she felt an indescribable sense of oppression at a glance. The day after tomorrow will peak. After Su Zi finished practicing, he muttered to himself. In the past 4 years, he has continued to practice and polish, and finally reached the pinnacle of the post-natal realm world. From now on, unless innate is a master, he has no rivals. The body is like a mountain, and the eyes are like torches. Su Zi really possesses the demeanor of a tycoon in a storybook novel. In fact, in the entire Su family, Su Zi also had a status second only to Su Tianhai. In the past few years, the Su family has also encountered some minor troubles which were easily solved by Su Zi. In exchange for this, Su Zi's majesty became more and more intense. When he first married Su Qingwen, the servants in the family dared to make irresponsible remarks to him, but now, when they saw him, everyone bowed down and respected him, not daring to breathe. Su Zi felt his own extremely powerful strength and secretly sighed. Longevity together, it really hurts people. Countless days and nights of painstaking practice have finally exchanged for the current strength. "Father, the doctor is here." A voice of a little respect and worship sounded. The visitor has a handsome face and a refined temperament. It is Su Zi's eldest son, Su Jinwen. When Su Zi saw his son, a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. When he first started practicing, he was only Su Jinwen's age. It was with the help of the other party's talent that he officially embarked on the road of cultivation and reached his current achievement all the way. Now the son is so big. "Wen'er, take me there," Su Zi said. Su Jinwen nodded and led the way to his father, Su Zi. Along the way, Su Zi's joy of reaching the acquired peak gradually faded, and countless worries and anxieties surged in his heart. His wife, Su Qingwen, has been in poor health for the past 2 years. In the past 6 months, he has been bedridden. If it weren't for the great business of the Su family and the hanging of all kinds of precious medicinal materials, they might have died already. Su Zi grew up in the Su family and has not yet endured the parting of her close relatives, so she is particularly worried and uncomfortable at this moment. After seeing the doctor, Su Zi said that Su Qingwen must be cured, no matter how much it costs, and this famous doctor can only show his best. The courtyard where Su Qingwen rested was filled with the smell of medicine. With a bad mood, Su Zi sat in the yard and waited. After about half an hour, the doctor came out and sighed to Su Zi. "Master Su, prepare for the funeral." Su Zi stood there dumbfounded. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Is it hopeless? Can't panaceas work? Give me a prescription, and I will buy it even if I lose everything." The doctor smiled wryly. "Your madam's deadline has already arrived. If it weren't for the drug hanging for half a year, she would have left long ago. Master Su, let's take it easy. Parting between life and death is a normal thing in the world. Parting from life to death is a normal state in the world." Su Zi looked lonely and stood in the yard, muttering what the doctor said before he left. At this moment, he realized that life is so cruel. A husband and wife have been in love for more than 10 years, and it's time to part. In my heart, I was extremely sad. Su Zi couldn't help but wonder if Su Qingwen would not have died if he had been stronger and practiced faster. What made him hate even more was the cruelty of the way of heaven. People who love each other have to use illness and aging to separate. After a long time, Su Zi collected his mood and walked to Su Qingwen's ward with heavy steps. In the room, Su Qingwen was lying on the bed, her face extremely pale. From the outline of her thin body, one can still vaguely discern that this was once a peerless beauty. "Sir, you are here." Seeing Su Zi, Su Qingwen showed a gentle smile. Su Zi suppressed his grief and nodded. Su Qingwen is smart, so she can't see that there is something wrong with Su Zi. She smiled casually and said, "Is my time up? In fact, after being ill for 2 years, I already had a premonition. I can be with you and the child again. Years, I am very content." At this moment, Su Zi couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes were red, and tears fell down one by one. Su Qingwen managed to raise her hand and gently wiped Su Zi's cheek. After wiping away the tears on Su Zi's face, she said solemnly, "My husband, I'm leaving. Before I leave, I hope you promise me 2 things. Otherwise, I will not walk steadily." "Wanner, tell me, don't say 2. I promise you even 10 or 100. Su Zi choked up. Su Qingwen smiled gently and said, "You don't need that much, just 2. The first one is to take good care of the Su family for me. Mr. Gong, although I haven't asked you these years, I know in my heart that you are much better than you appear on the surface. My parents are children, please take care of them." Su Zi nodded with red eyes and said, "I don't need your orders for these things, and I will do them well." Su Qingwen coughed and was so weak that it was difficult for her to even speak. After a long pause, she looked at Su Zi with eyes full of love and said softly, "The second thing is what I can't let go of. I want you to promise me that after I leave, you must continue. I can't accompany you anymore, but you have practiced martial arts for many years and your body is strong, so you can still live a good life. I don't want you to be alone." Wanner eyes. Su Zi looked reasonable and was still thinking about his wife when he was dying, so sad that he couldn't speak. "Promise me, you must promise me." Su Qingwen exhausted all her strength and said desperately. Looking at Su Qingwen, Su Zi finally nodded with red eyes. Su Qingwen showed a satisfied look, closed her eyes and murmured, "Sangong, I am very happy to be your wife, really happy." 2 days later, the Su family was completely empty. Su Qingwen, the eldest daughter of the Su family, has been bedridden for 2 years, and the time has come. Su Zi seemed to have been drained of all his energy and sat in the martial arts courtyard with disheveled hair. He didn't practice martial arts, but just stared at the sky with his head depressed, without saying a word. On the day of the funeral, Su Zi came back to his senses, and together with the Su family team, sent Su Qingwen to the mausoleum. In the funeral procession, Su Tianhai looked sad and became much thinner. Su Zi's mother-in-law, Qin Yun, is even unable to walk and has to be supported by servants to move forward. These years, Qin Yun's health has been deteriorating. Who would have thought that her daughter would walk ahead of her? When a white-haired person sends a black-haired person, people have to feel the impermanence of fate. All funeral ceremonies are naturally of the highest standard. It's a pity that this does nothing to make the living people feel better. There was an atmosphere of grief at the scene. The team was walking on the way to Su Qingwen's mausoleum. Suddenly, a group of people came out and blocked the Su family's way. "My friend, I hope it will be convenient for my daughter to be buried today." Su Tianhai arched his hands and said politely. The other party was wearing a brocade suit and had a big belly. Wen Yan said with a smile, "Boss Su, we are here to discuss business with you. The Su family has a piece of land in Qingfeng Mountain. My master has taken a fancy to it and is going to pay a high price to buy it. How about 3,000 taels of silver?" When Su Tianhai heard this, his mood fell to the bottom instantly. He knew that the other party was not kind. Su Tianhai said politely and went back to discuss it, then returned to the team dejectedly. After he explained the situation, Su Zi frowned slightly. 3,000 taels of silver for a piece of land, it should be given a high price, right? Why, Don? Do we sell it? Seeing this, the manager of the Su family sighed and said, "Grandpa, you don't know. The normal value of this land is not to mention 3,000 taels, even if it is sold for 300 taels. We think the other party is crazy. But this land, not long ago, it has been found that there is iron ore concentrate. The value, 3,000 taels, is just a drop in the bucket." Su Tianhai also sighed. "Wealth touches people's hearts. I originally thought that this refined iron ore was an opportunity for our Su family to take off. Now it seems that we can't keep this wealth at all. Forget it, a windfall is also a disaster. I let it go. This opportunity let my daughter be buried safely." Su Zi stared at the opposite side. The whole road was blocked firmly. The other side had a gloating look on his face. He was convinced of the Su family's complacent expression. His eyes could not help but surge with murderous intent. These people really deserve to die. I'll settle this matter. Suzy stared at the other side with a cold expression and said in a deep voice, "Uncle, no." When the steward heard this, his face changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Suzy looked at the flustered steward and asked in confusion. The steward smiled wryly and said, "My lord, look at the bald old man opposite. That is Lei Tai, a famous martial artist in Kingju City. His realm is said to be in the middle of the day after tomorrow." When the other Su family members heard it, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. It turned out to be the middle of the day after tomorrow. In the middle of the day after tomorrow, this is far from comparable to entering the post-natal realm world for the first time. Compared with those who have just entered Haoshen, masters in the middle stage of Haoshen have made another step forward. Those who are new to Haoshen, facing the middle stage of Haoshen, are as weak as a child facing an adult. Now the opponent actually has a master in the mid-acquired stage. This time the Su family is in danger. Su Tianhai also had a helpless wry smile on his face. After the fine iron ore was discovered, he immediately sent someone to block the news. Who knows or leaked the news? The other party dared to block the way at his daughter's funeral. However, with a mid-acquired master in charge, what can the Su family do? Suzy glanced at the depressed and flustered Su family and said confidently, "Don't worry, I have a solution." "Can you really fight Lei Tai? If nothing can be done, I'd better hand over the fine iron ore." Su Tianhai's tone was extremely worried. Suzy nodded. Then he came out more and more and said loudly, "Su family Suzy, I ask Senior Lei Tai for advice." At Lei's house, Lei Tai, who had no hair on his head and glistened in the sun, gave a grin and flew out. "Lei Tai, Brother Su, please advise." He snorted coldly. The two sides put on a posture, and the atmosphere was instantly chilled. Lei Tai looked at Suzy coldly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He suddenly rose into the air, his legs pounding towards Suzy like thunder. Crash! The strong leg wind tore through the air, and there were bursts of sonic booms, as if the wind and thunder were roaring. This trick is Lei Tai's famous technique, the wind and thunder legs. Use the wind and thunder legs as soon as you come up. Seeing this, some knowledgeable guards of the Su family changed their expressions slightly. "Is this wind and thunder leg very powerful?" Su Tianhai asked. "My lord, it's not a question of whether the wind and thunder leg is strong or not. It's that he ran to kill people after using it. There was once an acquired master who was kicked to death by this leg." The guard smiled wryly. "It's so powerful." Su Tianhai showed a look of horror. At Lei's house, everyone in Lei's family looked very proud. Wind and thunder legs, this is Master Lei's famous stunt. Many masters are hated by this move. This time they robbed the refined iron ore of the Su family. Master Lei used this trick, and it was considered stable. HMPH, that kid thinks that if he enters the post-natal realm world he can be defiant. As everyone knows, both are acquired, and there are differences. It's a pity. It's not easy for him to cultivate to this level. Who would have thought that he would be a fool who dared to provoke Lord Lei? It just so happens that the funeral is not over yet. Bury the husband and wife together so that they won't be alone when they die. Ha-ha. Obscenities, laughter, and ridicule became the main theme of the Lei family. Facing Lei Tai's powerful move, Suzy nodded secretly. This move is worthy of the name of the wind and thunder legs. Both speed and power are extremely strong. However, Lei Tai chose the wrong opponent with this move. He is not the weakling that Lei Tai bullied before. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he gently lifted his fingers. The leg of the wind and thunder, facing a finger, is simply like the visual gap between a big tree and an ant. However, a shocking scene appeared. That extremely domineering Finglay leg, which could explode even the air, was unable to move forward with just a single finger. Boom! The wind and thunder legs bombarded the fingers. As if encountering a steel barrier composed of thousands of troops, it was difficult to advance even an iota. Lei Tai's ferocious and smug expression stopped abruptly. He looked at this abnormal scene with astonishment and disbelief on his face. Block. His move is extremely terrifying. Once blasted to death the acquired master. Since his debut, when faced with this move, others have always avoided it, and no one dared to confront the enemy head-on. And now this terrifying move was blocked by someone. Cold sweat broke out on Lei Tai's back. A sense of fear welled up in him. It's not too scary to be able to block this move. Although his ND and Thunder legs are powerful, they are far from invincible. It is normal for some strong men to block this move. However, Su Zi blocked this move with only one finger. This is extremely terrifying. What kind of deep and powerful spiritual power is it that allows Su Zi to block the wind and thunder legs with one finger? This person is invincible. Lei Tai's thoughts turned and he thought anxiously. He realized that Su Zi's strength might not be weaker than his. Even in a life-and-death struggle, he would be the loser. On the faces of the Lei family, there was a look of hell. Wind and thunder legs, this is a terrifying move. Even an acquired master is invincible. But now this trick was blocked by someone. Gudu, the Lei family could not help but swallow their saliva. They felt that the plundering operation, which was supposed to be a sure thing, was now beginning to change. Damn Su Zi, why is he so strong? Seeing the mighty Su Zi, some old men from the Lei family began to grind their teeth and curse secretly. At Su's house, Su Tianhai stared at the battle scene, seeing Su Zi blocking Lei Tai's move. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately blocked. He whispered. The rest of the Su family also relaxed their nervous expressions. At this time, the accident happened again. Lei Tai's move was stopped, and he took a few steps back to put a distance between Su Zi and Su Zi, so as to prevent Su Zi from chasing after him. Su Zi didn't show too much about this, and let Lei Tai retreat to a safe position. After Lei Tai stood still again, Su Zi slowly moved towards Lei Tai. Lei Tai narrowed his eyes and concentrated his mind abnormally to deal with Su Zi's next thunder attack. Lei Tai has rich combat experience against the enemy all the year round. When he is defending, he is also like a dormant beast, ready to jump up at any time and deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Analyzing Su Zi's every move with unusually concentrated mental power, in order to give himself a head start. Beads of sweat began to appear on Lei Tai's forehead. The fine hairs on his body stood on end one by one. That is the expression of extreme fear. He found that Su Zi seemed to be walking in the courtyard, but every step locked him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape Su Zi's attack. How is he so powerful? Lei Tai was horrified. Before coming, he thought that Su Zi was just an acquired master. Now it seems that Su Zi is simply underestimated. Su Zi's strength is extremely terrifying. Su Zi looked indifferent and walked slowly to Lei Tai. Landscapes meet each other. We all live together in Qingzhou City. Today, my late wife is going to the funeral. I hope Brother Lei will make it easier for me. Is that okay? Su Zi said in a pleading tone. After speaking, he raised his hand and lightly patted Lei Tai on the shoulder 3 times. From the looks of it, the two were not in a life-and-death struggle at all, but more like old friends reminiscing and negotiating. Lei Tai himself knew that this was not the case at all. Those 3 light slaps fell on him like heavy hammers. Every time he hit it, his blood became unstable. After 3 blows, he felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered. Of course, my Lei family was reckless. I will send someone to plead guilty to the Su family after Mrs. Zun is buried. Lei Tai hastily replied. Then he immediately backed away and walked towards Lei's house. Su Zi watched the opponent walk away with an indifferent expression, but did not pursue him. Lei Tai is so crazy that he is considered a figure in Qingzhou City, but he killed the other party as easy as slaughtering a dog. He let the other party leave, but today is Wanner's funeral, and he doesn't want to make a big killing. The 3 slaps just now have already shattered all the meridians in Lei Tai's body. Within 3 days, Lei Tai would definitely fall ill and die. At the scene, the harmonious dialogue between Su Zi and Lei Tai made everyone look puzzled. The confrontation between the 2 acquired masters was supposed to be a tough duel. Now, how did it become a verbal negotiation? After Su Zi returned to Su's house, Su Zi's youngest son Su Jinhai said with an angry look, "Father, why didn't you kill that Lei Tai? He's a badass funeral, damn it." Su Zi touched Su Jinhai's head and said, "Hey, or you have to be forgiving and forgiving. Today is your mother's funeral. We shouldn't let other things disturb this matter." "All right." Su Jinhai pouted and said. Apparently, he was still unhappy that Lei Tai was still alive. At Lei's house, several old men from Lei's family showed dissatisfaction when they saw Lei Tai's return. "Brother, the refined iron ore is very valuable. How can you just let it go like this? At worst, you can also propose to jointly develop it with the Su family," they said. Hearing what the brothers said, Lei Tai became furious and shouted, "What are you talking about? Call the doctor quickly." "What do you want to do, sir?" The old men in Lei's family were puzzled. They didn't realize that Lei Tai was injured. "Hurry up." Lei Tai found a medicine bottle, swallowed the elixir inside without paying, and roared loudly. When Lei's family saw this scene, no matter how stupid they were, they could see that something was wrong. They hurriedly picked up Lei Tai and left in embarrassment. At the scene, the road blocking Su Qingwen's burial was completely clear. "Grandpa, we can go now," said the steward. Su Zi nodded lightly, then with a look of grief on his face, he followed the team all the way, sending his wife to the last journey of life. In the cemetery, Su Tianhai and Qin Yun almost fainted from crying. Several of Su Zi's sons and daughters were also crying bitterly. Su Zi watched Su Qingwen's coffin being gradually buried by the less, and her inner emotions were extremely complicated. "So is this the cruelty of the longevity road?" he whispered to himself. Of course, Su Zi knew the cruelty of the longevity road in the past. But that's just a novel-like knowing, understanding, knowing, but the feeling is not real. And now, for the first time, Su Zi felt what longevity would bring him. The departure of his wife, Su Qingwen, was just the beginning. His father-in-law, Su Tianhai, and mother-in-law, Qin Yun, would have to separate from him sooner or later. Those children who are just children now will eventually be one step ahead of him and turn into bones. He has the system and the capital to ask for longevity, and his children and relatives are destined to leave him one by one. Things like today are bound to happen again and again. Is this what one must endure to become an immortal? Su Zi looked at the sympathetic funeral scene with deep eyes. In my heart, the confusion gradually faded and turned into a deep firmness. Su Zi has seen the fragility, pain, struggle, cycle of life and death of ordinary people. Endless cycle of misery. If he can't change it, it's fine. He has the ability to change and never bear all these again. In the grief-stricken funeral atmosphere, Su Zi's demeanor changed quietly. He is like a lone pine standing in the forest of the world, but he is out of place. To put it more accurately, his Dao heart has become more refined. After the funeral, Su Zi returned to Su's family to continue practicing. The Su family is still immersed in the grief of Su Qingwen's departure, and it will take a long time to get out of this pain. The Lei family, another big family in Qingzhou City, was also in chaos at the moment. All the famous doctors in Qingzhou City were invited to Lei's house one by one. The doctors gathered together as if they were going to have an exchange meeting. The reason for this situation is that after Lei Tai and Su Zi fought that day, he couldn't get sick when he came back. Lei Tai has practiced martial arts for many years, and his body is strong. Not to mention serious illnesses, he doesn't even have a minor cold. He is nearly 60 years old and had a baby 2 years ago, which shows that he is in good health. But this time, Lei Tai was dying, so sick that he didn't even have the strength to speak. The famous doctors went in one by one, and finally came out shaking their heads and sighing. In the middle of the night, when the last doctor's consultation was over, several elderly members of Lei's family finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Doctor, what's wrong with my eldest brother, and how much can it be cured?" The doctor smiled wryly. "If it can't be cured, prepare for the funeral." All the Lei family members showed shock on their faces. An old man cupped his hands and said, "Doctor, what's wrong with my elder brother? He became like this after fighting Su Zi that day. We haven't seen two people fight to the death." The rest of the Lei family also showed curiosity on their faces. This is what puzzles them the most. Mingaming and Su Zi didn't fight very much, so why did they come back like this? The doctor sighed. I don't understand things about martial arts. All I know is that Master Lei's muscles and veins are all broken and there is no good place. He can live until now. I can only say that he has deep practice. But no matter why, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. The faces of everyone in the Lei family suddenly showed horror. Lei Tai's tendons were all burst. And there's only one explanation for this. Su Zi slapped Big Brother 3 times, and it actually broke all the veins in Big Brother's body. An old man said tremblingly. It wasn't until this moment that he realized what a terrible person the Lei family had provoked. It shattered all the veins in Lei Tai's body 3 times. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Su Zi, that's too strong. It's over. Will we be retaliated against? Is the Lei family going to end from today? Su Zi, why is he so powerful? All the Lei family members fell into panic and uneasiness. Su Zi spared Lei Tai's life at the time and let Lei Tai die afterwards. This kind of terrorist method completely shocked Lei's family. 3 days after Su Qingwen's funeral, the Lei family had a great funeral. The pillar of the Lei family, Lei Tai, a master in the mid-acquired stage, died of a sudden illness. According to legend, when Lei Tai was put into the coffin, his muscles and bones were all broken, almost turning into a puddle of mud. Up and down Qingzhou, no matter if it was an official business family or a martial artist, they were all shocked. Shooting Lei Tai to death 3 times, this kind of strength is simply too terrifying. Su Zi officially entered the gaze of the entire Qingzhou city. Many small families have all told them not to provoke the Su family from now on. Some big families began to discuss cooperation with the Su family. The refined iron ore of the Su family was originally a hot potato, which would attract the attention of W. Alves, now no one dares to covet it. Some big families began to cooperate with the Su family in iron ore mining. The rise of the Su family in Qingzhou has almost become a certainty. Qingzhou City has a prosperous economy and continuous trade routes. The entire Qingzhou City seems to have many families, but the 3 families who control everything in Qingzhou City are the Wang, Han, and Liu families. These 3 families not only controlled most of the sources of income in Qingzhou City. More importantly, behind every family, there is the support of strong people who have reached the later stage of the day after tomorrow. Over the years, many masters wanted to challenge the power of the 3 major families, and in the end they all fulfilled the reputation of the 3 major families. At this moment, the Wang family, one of the 3 major families, is discussing the rise of Su Zi. Father, there is an interesting character in Qingzhou City. A fat middle-aged man said to a thin old man with deep and bright eyes like a torch. These 2 are the backbone of the Wang family in Qingzhou City. The fat man is the young master Wang Tengyun, and the old man is the family master Wang Gan. Wang Gan looked at his son Wang Tengyun with a look of helplessness on his face. This son has a better talent in martial arts than him, but it's because he likes to join in the fun and delay things. Otherwise, Wang Tengyun would have been a master in the late stage of the day after tomorrow, instead of being in the middle of the day after tomorrow like he is now. Can you focus more on martial arts? I'm getting old, and the future of the Wang family depends on you. Wang Gan scolded. Wang Tengyun smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. After Wang Gan finished the training, he said, "What happened in Qingzhou that made you so interested?" Lei Tai of the Lei family is dead, Wang Tengyun said. It's normal for this old thing to bully the market and die, Wang Gan said with a sneer. Then do you know how he died? When he died, all the veins in his body were broken and his death was miserable. Wang Tengyun's chubby face was full of excitement, and he continued. Do you know who killed him? Su Zi, who was not well known in Qingzhou City before, has risen suddenly. This hidden ability is really amazing. Wang Gan glared at Wang Tengyun and scolded. You mean to say that he has been keeping a low profile and forbearance, just waiting for the moment of his rise today? Maybe he just doesn't like the excitement and practices low-key, but he happened to be provoked by Lei Tai. Think of people as pigs and tigers and read less novels. Oh. After being scolded a few more times by his father, Wang Tengyun stopped talking. Wang Gan thought about this. tapped the table with his hands and whispered, "But having said that, it is really not easy to kill Lei Tai, this Su Zi. Over the years, our Wang family and the Han and Liu families, it's really bad. Maybe we can win over this Su Zi to help." "Father, what do you mean?" "Give Su Zi a place in the Qingzhou Tea Party. He can kill Lei Tai, so he should attend the Qingzhou Tea Party." Okay, Wang Tengyun couldn't deny this. If we want to win over such a master, we must pay a high price. Whether he is worth the price or not, we need to try. At the tea party, you can try him, Wang Gan said. Indeed, Lei Tai's old bastard has long been hollowed out by wine and sex. Feng Lei's legs are powerful, but in fact, I hit him with only 1.5 moves. This Su Zi really has to try. When Wang Tengyun heard that his father asked him to make a move, a look of interest suddenly appeared on his face. Seeing Wang Tengyun's eagerness to try, Wang Gan couldn't help but get angry. This bastard wants to join in the fun again, so impetuous. When will it be the late day after tomorrow? From today, you will retreat from me until the Qingzhou Tea Party. Wang Qianhan said. Wang Tengyun's face suddenly became bitter. As Su Zi, the focal figure at the center of the vortex in Qingzhou City, life has returned to calm again. All the comments from the people around him didn't shake him at all. Martial arts journey, the further you go, the more difficult it is. Thinking of asking about longevity, it is absolutely impossible to slack off after a little achievement. After the acquired peak, the next level is innate. The innate environment is the beginning of a warrior's real progress towards transcendent. The innate environment can hurt people from a distance, pick flowers and leaves to take people's heads. All kinds of methods are incomparably miraculous. More importantly, after entering innate, people's life expectancy will be greatly extended. From then on, there is a chance to use the long years to hit the road of longevity. Su Zi has reached the peak of the late day after tomorrow, and his next step is to hit the innate realm world. The years of shocking the innate realm world were boring, but fortunately Su Zi has adapted to this kind of life. He stayed in the house, polishing his cultivation day after day, hoping to enter the innate realm world. During this time, almost nothing major happened. The Su family knew that he was obsessed with martial arts, and no one dared to disturb him. Only that day, the Qingzhou Tea Party sent an invitation letter, which really caused a sensation in the Su family. After Su Zi finished practicing martial arts, he looked at the beaming Su Tianhai and asked with a smile, "It's just an invitation letter. Is it worth paying so much attention to?" Su Tianhai looked at Su Zi, who was also his son and son-in-law, and couldn't help laughing. "Zare, you are obsessed with practicing martial arts. You don't know how powerful this Qingzhou Tea Party is. This is a blessing for Qingzhou's upper class. The protagonists of Tea Party are you martial arts practitioners, and only martial artists who have entered the middle stage of the day after tomorrow are eligible to be invited. You are there talking about your cultivation experience and discussing the future direction of Qingzhou City. This is a very lively thing." Hearing Su Tianhai's excited voice, Su Zi showed a bit of interest on his face. It's interesting that only warriors in the mid-acquired stage are eligible to be invited to this Qingzhou Tea Party. "Well, I didn't plan to go. Hearing what you said, I can go and have a look," Su Zi said. The Qingzhou Tea Party did not distract Su Zi much attention. After he agreed to go, he continued to focus on his practice. At present, breaking through to the innate realm world is the top priority. In the blink of an eye, January passed. In the yard, Su Zi was using Daiyin to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Spiritual qi surged from all directions, washed Su Zi's body, and then overflowed back into the heaven and earth again. Su Zi's body was like a sponge that had sucked up all the water, and it was difficult to absorb any trace of aura anymore. It's been a month with no progress. Feeling her own strength, Su Zi couldn't help but smile wryly. For a month, he practiced hard day and night, looking for an opportunity to enter the innate. However, no progress was made. Innate means that human beings are beginning to move towards transcendent. Its threshold is high, and the difficulty of breakthrough is truly terrifying. How to break through innate? Su Zi sighed. He felt that even if he spent countless years in vain, it might be difficult to break through to innate. At this time, footsteps sounded, and the old housekeeper arrived. "Uncle, tomorrow is the tea party in Kingju. The master is worried that you will forget about your obsession with martial arts, so I specially asked me to remind you." The housekeeper said respectfully. Suzy nodded and said, "Got it, I'll go." After the old housekeeper left, Suzy's eyes showed a bit of thought, and he said to himself, "Now I'm stuck on the threshold of innate. This Kingju Tea Party is a place for people from Kingju martial arts to communicate. Maybe you can find it from there," to enter the innate message. Then Suzy stopped practicing, but began to adjust his state to prepare for the Kingju Tea Party. After all, even though it was a tea session with so many martial artists, it was inevitable that there would be fights, so he had to be prepared. The next day, in a holiday manor of the Lee family in Kingju City, there was a rush of people. All the celebrities in Kingju City arrived here by chariots and horses. Many martial arts masters, who are rarely seen on weekdays, appeared in the manor as if they didn't want money. "That's Mr. Shanjeng Lin. He hasn't appeared for a long time." "My Zin Fist Chen Shan, he's here too. 5 years ago he killed a mid-acquired master with one punch and then disappeared. I didn't expect him to appear." "The head of the Liu family is here. This is the master of martial arts in Kingju City. Today is really an eye-opener." Many Kingju celebrities looked at each of the martial arts practitioners, and it was quite an eye-opening feeling. Suzy led the team of the Su family to come. He handed over a name card and was respectfully welcomed in. Su Tianhai looked around and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In these years, our Su family has been considered #1 in Kingju City, but at this Kingju Tea Party, I realized that Kingju is so big. My achievements are truly amazing. It's nothing. Suzy was non-committal about this. What Su Tianhai yearns for is fame and excitement, and what he pursues is martial arts and longevity. No matter how lively the manor was, it still couldn't shake his heart. Celebrities kept coming, and after a long time, the tea party officially started. After the Su family entered the table, Su Tianhai felt quite eye-opening as he listened to the negotiations between the parties and watched the martial arts masters fight each other. At this time, a chubby middle-aged man stood up from his seat, smiled, and walked towards the center of the ring. The martial arts masters at the scene played against each other, which was already extremely lively. After the middle-aged fat man stood up, there was even a loud shock. "This is young master Wang Tengyun. Is he in the mood to make a move this time?" Many masters whispered excitedly. "Is this Wang Tengyun very powerful?" Looking at the bustling scene, Suzy couldn't help frowning and asked. Su Tianhai was obsessed with business and knew very little about martial arts, so he shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know. Next to their seats sat an old man who was a famous martial artist who had already entered the middle stage of acquired heaven. Hearing this, he explained with a smile. "This brother seems to have entered the middle stage too late, and he doesn't know celebrities in Kingju. Those of us who are in the middle stage, the one who has the most hope of entering the later stage of the day after tomorrow is this young Master Wang." "Yeah." Suzy became a little interested. The old man's words meant that the people at the scene acquiesced that Wang Tengyun was the first person in the middle of the day after tomorrow. He would like to know, why does this unattractive fat man have such abilities? The old man didn't let it go and continued. This Wang Tengyun was a martial arts genius when he was young. It didn't take much effort from cultivation to entering the Haoshan. It was 7 or 8 years ago when he entered the middle stage of Haoshan, and this is because he didn't pay attention to his cultivation. The result of young Master Wang is very interested in everything in the world, eating, drinking, and having fun. Only in martial arts, if you don't work so hard, old man Wang can't stop jumping in anger. Think about it, if you fool around with this cultivation, you will become the #1 in the middle of the day after tomorrow. Isn't this kind of cultivation talent terrible?" The old man said with great emotion. Suzy nodded and said, "It's really extraordinary." When the extremely talented Wang Tengyun got up, there was a huge shock. Many masters showed eager expressions on their faces. After all, even if they were defeated by Wang Tengyun, it would be an extremely impressive record to fight against Wang Tengyun. Wang Tengyun scanned the audience. His eyes fell on Suzy and he said with a smile, "Brother Su, please advise. I. Su Zi showed astonishment on his face. He didn't expect Wang Tengyun to choose him as his opponent. Other martial arts practitioners were even more puzzled. What kind of character is this Su Zi? Why did he attract young Master Wang's attention? Su family in Qingzhou. When did such a character appear in Qingzhou City? Su Zi, in the middle of the day after tomorrow, he doesn't seem to have much fame. Many masters whispered. Obviously, compared to Wang Tengyun's fame, Su Zi is really inferior. Regarding being invited to fight by Wang Tengyun, Su Zi naturally has no reason to be timid. He stood up, cupped his hands towards Wang Tengyun and said, "Brother Wang, please." Wang Tengyun made a light gesture of raising his hand, but Su Zi narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing it. This trick is not easy, Su Zi secretly thought. Wang Tengyun's move seemed calm and indifferent, but it was thunder in Pinghu. That calm movement was just accumulating energy. Once the energy was fully charged, it would be an offensive like a stormy sea. As expected of the young master of the Wang family, she is truly extraordinary. There was a deep interest on Su Zi's face. Seeing Wang Tengyun's move, other martial arts masters on the side changed their expressions slightly. This is the Wang family's unique skill, knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger fist. His tone was full of shock, and he was obviously shocked to the extreme by this move. An uninformed person asked, "This move seems ordinary to me. Is it really so powerful?" The key to this move is to store power. Once the power is fully charged, it will be a torrential attack. Once Mr. Wang used this move and directly seriously injured a master in the late stage of the day after tomorrow. Do you think it is powerful? A master replied with a sneer. Several uninformed people also turned pale when they heard the words. Being able to hurt the masters in the later stage of the day after tomorrow really surprised them. Is there any grudge between young Master Wang and Su Zi? Is it such a powerful move? Someone was puzzled. Everyone has puzzled faces. If Wang Tengyun wanted to find someone to sharpen his sword, he should do it step by step. Shouldn't he use such a strong move? But if it wasn't like this, why would Wang Tengyun make a move? Could it be that he really had a grudge against Su Zi? On the audience stage under the ring, at the front were three old men sitting side by side. Those are the three masters of martial arts in Qingzhou City, the stewards of the three major families, all of whom are masters in the later stage of the day after tomorrow. One of the thin old men was Wang Gan, the head of the Wang family. He saw Wang Tengyun's move and secretly ground his teeth angrily. This bastard, what a lazy bastard. He cursed secretly. He knew exactly how Wang Tengyun made his unique move. This Qingzhou tea session is of little significance to Wang Tengyun's improvement. The reason why he asked Wang Tengyun to take action was to let him try Su Zi's level to see if it was worth the Wang family's efforts to win him over. But Wang Tengyun took the job, but he didn't want to make too much effort, so he used the knocking, mountain-shaking tiger fist. The greatness of this martial art lies in its ingenuity and inefficiency. If you want to block this punch, you don't have any fancy skills. You can only block it with your own strong spiritual power. According to the number of steps taken by Su Zi to block this move, we can see the strength of Su Zi in the middle of the day after tomorrow. Taking 3 steps back shows that Su Zi is a strong player in the mid-acquired stage. Take 2 steps back and explain that Su Zi is a genius. If you take more than 3 steps back, there is no need for the Wang family to recruit. Can you take 2 steps back after Wang Tengyun's move? In Wang Gan's eyes, there was a look of anticipation. Wang Tengyun's breezy and calm demeanor gradually changed, and he gradually turned into a dormant tiger, wanting to choose someone to eat. Boom! Wang Tengyun suddenly jumped up and punched Su Zi. The sound of the punching wind tearing through the air caused many people's eardrums to ache. Many masters looked at this punch, empathized with it, couldn't help feeling dry mouth and difficulty breathing. They felt that they couldn't resist this move. It felt like suffocation just looking at it. Facing Wang Tengyun's roaring punch, Su Zi calmly stretched out a palm to deal with it. Boom, boom. When fists and palms were exchanged, the air waves from the huge spiritual power of the two people caused many people to feel the blood in their bodies fluttering. After the confrontation, Su Zi stood still and did not retreat a step. Quiet. The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Su Zi with ghostly expressions. The whole person remained motionless, as if the immobilization technique had been cast. He didn't take a step back. A master swallowed and said, "Naturally, this is not the first time that Wang Tengyun has used the knocking mountain and shaking tiger fist. Faced with this move, the most brilliant record in the Qingzhou martial arts world is to take 2 steps back and then stop. And that one is also one of the few masters in Qingzhou City. Now Su Zi didn't take a step back. I remember in Qingzhou martial arts world, in the face of young Master Wang's punch, the most dazzling record was a master of the Han family who took 2 steps back. And that one was recognized as the #1 in the middle of the day after tomorrow. For so many years, no one has ever been able to confront young Master Yingfeng King. Now, there is actually someone who can make peace with him. To be able to block young Master Wang's move, Su Zi's strength is really extraordinary. At the scene of the Qingzhou Tea Party, many masters were extremely shocked. Knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger fist, this is an incomparably terrifying technique. All the masters in the mid-acquired stage at the scene, no one can stop them. But now, facing this terrifying offensive, Su Zi actually resisted. Su Zi is simply too powerful. In Qingzhou City, another martial arts pearl will be added. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Gan, watched the battle with his usual calm expression, reminiscent of a master of martial arts. But in his heart, there has already been a stormy sea. His strength is so terrifying. Wang Gan thought in shock. When it comes to martial arts geniuses, he has only met his son, Wang Tengyun, in his entire life. He obviously doesn't work hard, but he has already overwhelmed everyone. And Su Zi's ability to block Wang Tengyun's move is enough to show that Su Zi is not weaker than Wang Tengyun. Previously, his perception of Su Zi was just a talent worth wooing. Now he might have to pay more attention to Su Zi. Su Zi deserves to be treated as an ally by the Wang family. Wang Gan's eyes flickered, and he began to think about how to communicate with Su Zi next. At the scene, the battle is still going on. Wang Tengyun saw that Su Zi actually blocked his move, and his face suddenly showed a look of surprise seeing Lai Xingxi. "Brother Su, it's rude to come and not go. I made a move, it's your turn." Wang Tengyun took a step back and cupped his hands. Su Zi waved his hand and replied, "No need. Brother Wang is interested, so we can compete another day. Today, Brother Wang is not fit to fight again." Why? Wang Tengyun was puzzled. "Brother Wang, you were hurt secretly. Touch your lower left abdomen to see if there is any tingling," Su Zi said lightly. Wang Tengyun's face was a little funny. He was injured, how could it be possible? During this period of time, he was forced to retreat by the old man, and he never fought with anyone. However, he obediently touched his abdomen, and in an instant, a piercing pain came. "Hiss!" Wang Tengyun gasped for an instant. I'm really hurt." Wang Tengyun looked at Su Zi in shock. At the scene, other martial arts masters looked at this scene, and their faces also showed disbelief. Did he really guess right? Everyone was shocked. It is very common for martial arts practitioners to be secretly injured while practicing martial arts. However, Wang Tengyun himself did not notice the injury, which shows that the injury must be very subtle. But now Su Zi could see it at a glance. His eyesight was terrible. What's even more frightening is what's behind this incident. Wang Tengyun's injury, I didn't see it myself, but Su Zi saw it. This shows that Su Zi is stronger than Wang Tengyun. The reason is simple. A weak person cannot understand the world of the strong. Only the strong can fully overlook the shortcomings of the weak. Su Zi's performance is enough to show that Su Zi is better than Wang Tengyun. Qingzhou's #1 mid-acquired master, will he be replaced from now on? Everyone was shocked to think. They were all taken aback. Before coming to the tea party, who would have thought that a dazzling pearl would rise in the entire Qingzhou martial arts world? Next, the tea party will proceed as normal. There are masters of forbearance who have kept a low profile for many years just to make their name at the tea party. Many highlight pictures are really wonderful. But everyone knows that the most dazzling person in this tea party is undoubtedly Su Zi. And the situation in the entire Qingzhou, also because of the appearance of Su Zi, will definitely undergo important changes. Is it Boss Su? My family has a jewelry business and I want to cooperate with the Su family. Are you interested? We, Shengxi Bank, welcome Boss Su to borrow money at a favorable price. I'm holding a banquet in Tianxiang Tower, and I hope that Boss Su will show his face and go so we can make friends. During the tea session, many businessmen surrounded Su Tianhai and began to discuss business matters. They are all human-like characters. They have already seen the changes in the situation in Qingzhou in the future, and they are ready to place their bets in advance. Facing all this, Su Tianhai smiled from ear to ear. From time to time, he also looked in the direction of Su Zi, who had been invited into the royal family for a secret talk. Feeling that all this was due to Su Zi. In Wang's house, Wang Qian sat in the main seat, and Wang Tengyun and Su Zi sat in the side seats. Wang Gan said with a faint smile, "I heard that Mr. Su's eldest son has not married a wife yet, is it true?" "Exactly." Su Zi nodded. "My eldest granddaughter is not married yet. How about the two younger generations get married?" Wang Gan said with a smile. This is what he decided to win over Su Zi after careful consideration. He decided to give resource support before, but now, after seeing Su Zi's strength, he knows that it is far from enough. The only way to make the two families closely linked is to become in-laws. Su Zi naturally knew the hidden meaning in Wang Gan's words. After careful consideration, he nodded and said with a smile, "It's my wish to marry the Wang family." "Haha, from now on we are in-laws," Wang Gan laughed. Su Zi also smiled, and the atmosphere was great. After talking about the alliance, Su Zi became serious, ready to formally ask about everything about innate. "Old Wang, may I ask if you know how to enter the innate realm world?" Su Zi said solemnly. Wang Gan looked at Su Zi with a bit of surprise. He didn't expect that Su Zi would be so ambitious. It's still the mid-acquired realm, and I'm already planning to work hard towards the innate realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glared at Wang Tengyun. Wang Tengyun lay down on the gun inexplicably, showing an innocent look on his face. "You learn more from Su Zi. He is much more determined than you in seeking the Tao." Wang Qian snorted coldly. "Understood. Brother Su and I will be in-laws from now on, and we spend a lot of time together." Wang Tengyun smiled shamelessly. Wang Gan also stopped talking to Wang Tengyun and turned around to answer Su Zi's question. After thinking about it for a while, he smiled helplessly and said, "If I answer I don't know, do you think I'm perfunctory for you?" "Of course not." Su Zi replied immediately. At the same time, his heart sank to the bottom. Because Wang Gan said this, it can only show that stepping into the innate realm is extremely difficult. Innate qi, after stepping into it, is different from ordinary people. Several old things in Qingzhou City dream of becoming innate. But unfortunately, we are almost stepping into the coffin, and we don't know how to become innate the innate realm world. It's too difficult. Wang Gan looked helpless and bitter and sighed faintly. "You mean there isn't even a master innate in Qingzhou City?" Su Zi said with a serious tone. "Yes, innate is difficult. It is difficult to reach the sky." Wang Gan sighed. Su Zi's fiery heart before coming here can be said to have completely cooled down now. He didn't expect that the world of innate realm would be so difficult. As strong as the three major families standing proudly in Qingzhou, there is no innate master. It would be even more difficult for him to become an innate master. After the tea session, the Su family got married. Su Zi's son Su Jinwen and Wang Qian's eldest daughter got married. At the wedding, looking at the loving couple, Su Zi couldn't help thinking back to the moment when she got married. Su Qingwen's voice and smile appeared in his mind again. The misery in the world made Su Zi feel heartbroken. "You must live forever, get rid of birth, old age, sickness and death, and be at ease." Su Zi whispered inwardly. After that, Su Zi practiced more and more diligently. Although the innate state is difficult, he must reach this state. Otherwise, talk about longevity. Another few months passed by, and Su Zi finished his training step by step, and his heart was full of depression and depression. In Chi Road, there is still no hope in sight. He sighed. At this moment, he finally understood why many martial arts practitioners ended up indulging in the world of mortals and no longer had the heart to ask questions. Because the longevity road is too painful. This hopeless pursuit is the most desperate. Call. Su Zi took a long breath and recited the resolution several times before suppressing his restless mood. He stopped practicing and left the Su family alone to relax outside Qingzhou City. The high mountains, the beautiful scenery, and the breath of nature made Su Zi feel much better. But unfortunately, he still didn't realize the slightest opportunity to step into innate. Walking in the mountains, a graceful Taoist nun in Taoist robes came into Su Zi's eyes. The other party was about 18 years old, with spiritual energy emanating from his body, and fell unconscious on the ground. Is it hurt? Su Zi looked at the little Taoist nun and found that she had a secret wound. Lift the opponent up and use spiritual power to heal the opponent. Then, watching the sky getting late, Taoist nun was still unconscious, so he had no choice but to choose to take her back to Su's house. A few days later, under the treatment of Su Zi's spiritual power and tonic, the nun finally woke up from the coma. Where is this? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Yunyu asked timidly. This is the Su mansion, the Su family, Su Zi replied. Yunyu looked at Su Zi, who was tall and straight, full of manly aura, who lived in a Taoist temple since she was a child, couldn't help but blush. Did you save me? She muttered. Yes, I saw the girl fainted on the barren mountain, so I can only take you home for treatment, Su Zi replied. Thank you, Yun Yue replied with a blushing face. What happened to you? How did you get hurt like that? Where is your Taoist temple? I'll take you back, Su Zi asked with a frown. Thinking of the past, Yunyu's eyes turned red instantly. My master, senior sisters, are gone, she said hoarsely. Facing the pitiful little Taoist nun, Su Zi can only show the tenderness of a man and try her best to comfort her. In the following days, because Yunyu had nowhere to go, she could only stay at Su's house temp. Rarely. Although Yunyu looks pitiful, her strength is actually very extraordinary. Her strength has actually reached the post-natal realm. Su Zi saw Yunyu's extraordinary background and asked Su Zi about the situation in the innate realm, but Yunyu shook her head, expressing her ignorance, which made Su Zi quite helpless. A year and a half later, the Su family held another red event. The entire Su mansion was decorated with lanterns and festoons, and many celebrities from Qingzhou City came, making it very lively. This happy event is not about the marriage of Su Zi's sons, but about Su Zi himself getting married. Above the lobby, Yunyu is covered with colorful clouds, with a shy look on her face. Su Zi was dressed in wedding attire and greeted the guests with a smile. Su Zi's children, Su Jinwen, Su Jinchen, Su Jinling, etc. looked at their younger stepmother, although their expressions were normal, but occasionally there was a sense of weirdness. There's no way, my father is still as powerful as ever, and it's hard to justify not continuing at this age. After the church worship and the wedding banquet, Su Zi was drunk and sent to the bridal chamber. In the bridal chamber, looking at the beautiful and shy newlywed wife, he couldn't help feeling emotional. Who would have thought that they would fall in love for a long time after saving this little Taoist nun? Yue, will you regret marrying me? Su Zi asked. Yunyu covered Su Zi's lips with her hands and said angrily, Master, what are you talking about? You saved me, and I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Ha ha. Su Zi let out a hearty laugh. Then he threw Yunyu down, and amidst Yunyu's tender cries, the bridal chamber wedding night began. After the continuation, the days returned to normal again. The innate environment is still far away. With his wife Yunyu by his side, Su Zi's mood is no longer as anxious as before. After the two happy events of the Su family, two great funerals followed one after another. Father-in-law Su Tianhai caught a cold one day, then fell ill, and passed away half a month later. He is very good to Su Zi. Su Tianhai fully supported Su Zi during the difficult years when he started to practice martial arts. After Su Tianhai passed away, Su Zi stood on the grave, unable to control his grief. And this was not the end. 3 months later, Qin Yun, the mother-in-law who had been ill in bed for a long time, finally couldn't take it anymore and followed Su Tianhai. She had been sick for a long time. Su Zi always thought that she would leave first, but who knew that she was the last one to leave? Qin Yun also cared a lot for him, and his kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Seeing the passing of the elders, Su Zi felt even more lonely from now on. He secretly made up his mind. The world is lonely, and we must find longevity. Then Su Zi returned home and practiced harder and harder, wanting to break through to the innate realm. In the process, he also made an important decision. In the lobby of the Su family, Su Zi was sitting at the main seat, and standing under the hall were Su Jinwen, Su Jinshin, and a group of Su Zi's grown-up children. "Father, you have practiced all the year round, and the Su family has a great business, so it cannot be left unattended. If you are busy with the Su family's affairs in the future, who should decide, please make an arrangement." Su Jinwen stepped forward with his hands clasped and said politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zi's children, Su Jinshin, Su Jinyu, and others all came alive. Su Jinwen's words are tantamount to asking Su Zi to arraign the second head of the Su family. This authority is heavy. The children looked at each other and felt that they had their own chances. Of course, the boss with the greatest chance is Su Jinwen. Although Su Jinwen is obsessed with reading and dislikes business, he is the eldest son after all, and he is married to the granddaughter of the Wang family, so he has the huge support of the Wang family. Su Zi scanned the audience and said with a faint smile, "I already have a candidate for the head of the Su family. He is not the one you present, but Su Jinfeng." Su Jinfeng, that little gambler. Su Jinwen and other Su Zi's sons were all shocked when they heard the news. They never expected that Su Zi would choose Su Jinfeng as the person in charge. There are many descendants of Su Zi, some successful and some not. Among the incompetent children, Su Jinfeng also belonged to the least popular group. Although he is young, he is extremely fond of gambling, and he often stays away from home for days and nights after he gambles. How can this kind of gambler manage the Su family, which has a large family and a great business? Su Jinfeng took charge of the Su family. Wouldn't the Su family be ruined by him? "Father Jinfeng is still young and he doesn't know how to do things properly. I hope you think twice," Su Jinwen and others said worriedly. Su Zi smiled casually, waved his hands and said, "I'll choose Su Jinfeng. The limit is half a year. If he doesn't succeed, let's change." After all, he ignored the children and turned around to leave. He chose Su Jinfeng not because he was really vicious, but after Su Jinfeng was born, he had already made this decision. Because after Su Jinfeng was born, the system reminded Su Jinfeng that he had a talent for business, and he successfully shared it. After sharing his business talent, he naturally wouldn't go into business. But because of this, he knew Su Jinfeng's talent, so he decided to hand everything over to Su Jinfeng after Su Tianhai passed away. In a certain gambling stall in Qingzhou City, Su Jinfeng, who looks ordinary, even a little ugly, who has not inherited his parents' handsome looks at all, is gambling big. He has won more than 2,000 taels of silver today, and his face is full of smiles. At this time, a young man in Xingye ran over and said cheerfully, "Master Fang, the head of the family has been decided. It's you. Everyone is waiting for you now." Su Jinfeng was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then joy appeared on his face. He looked at the chips on the table, pushed them directly to stud, and then left without waiting for the result. The young man in Xingye followed behind, watching the result with some reluctance, and found that Su Jinfeng was defeated and lost 2,000 taels of silver. "Master Fang, that's 2,000 taels. You can just take it with you if you want to go. Why bother stud?" "It doesn't matter anymore." "Master, I will quit gambling from now on." The slightly ugly Su Jinfeng held his head high and strode away from the casino without any nostalgia or turning around. The subsequent development of the matter proved Su Zi's vision. After Su Tianhai passed away, the Su family was actually in a mess. The Su family developed rapidly and involved in many industries. After the principal passed away, many industries became too big to lose. After Su Jinfang accepted the Su family, he quickly sorted out the messy situation of the Su family, and then began to take care of some of the rigid industries of the Su family. Half a year later, the Su family's profits have increased by half. Before Su Jinfang took over, the entire Su family criticized him quite a bit. Even with that, Su Zi was questioned. But now, no one questioned Su Zi and Su Jinfang anymore. After the Su family's meeting, Su Jinwen and Su Jinchen looked at Su Jinfang, who was slightly ugly in the main seat, and Su Jinfang, who was the worst-looking among their brothers, couldn't help but exchange emotions. Our father's vision is really vicious. That's right, we all thought Dad was a martial idiot. Who would have thought that he could arrange so well for the person in charge? In his tone, he was full of admiration. Su Jinfang's performance proved that their decision to question Su Zi was extremely wrong. They also felt again that their father was far more profound than they had imagined. Su Jinfang's incident was just an episode in the process of Su Zi's cultivation. Most of the time, he is still buried in painstaking practice in order to find the opportunity to innate. At the end of the year, snowflakes are flying every now and then, and Yunyu's belly is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, on the last day of the year, Yunyu gave birth in the heavy snow. Su Zi is waiting for his new wife to give birth to his first child. Anticipation outweighs apprehension. Yunyu's talent is stronger than Su Qingwen's. What kind of talented offspring he was waiting for Yunyu to give him? Can this descendant allow him to break through innate? Well, in the delivery room, there was a cry of a baby. The Su Zi system prompt tone also sounded synchronously. Congratulations to the host, the offspring of the low-grade water spirit body was born. You have successfully shared your qualifications. You already have a low-grade water spirit body. When Su Zi heard the notification tone, ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out to be a descendant of a spirit body. He was excited. Above the spiritual root, there is also a spiritual body. Spiritual bodies are natural favorites of cultivation, and their cultivation speed is vastly different from ordinary spirit communication roots. Those with spiritual roots may not be able to step into the post-natal realm. But those who have a spiritual body can step into the day after tomorrow without much effort. This is the power of the spirit body. It can be said that having a spiritual body is of great benefit to cultivation. And now he also has a spirit body. Having a spirit body, maybe my cultivation can embark on a new chapter. Su Zi whispered excitedly. He didn't expect that Yunyu gave him a descendant with the constitution of a low-grade spirit body. Although it is a low-grade spirit body, it can definitely give him great help. At this moment, he couldn't help being unhappy. 2 months later, Su Zi practiced cross-legged in the yard. He began to exude invisible coercion all over his body. If a servant enters at this moment, he will feel flustered in an instant and want to kneel down and surrender. I have this feeling because I feel a gap in the essence of life. As an ordinary person, there is a huge difference between him and Su Zi. In Su Zi's body, there were bursts of invisible explosions. Rumbles. The innate barrier that has plagued Su Zi for many years began to be covered with spider web-like cracks, and then shattered. The powerful aura of heaven and earth began to pour into Su Zi's body like money, tempering Su Zi's body. An hour later, Su Zi's eyes opened, shooting out a terrifying light. His whole body began to emit an invisible aura. The innate realm world is finally here. Su Zi's face was full of joy. After possessing a low-grade water spirit body, he felt ample opportunity to break through the innate realm during cultivation. After continuous breakthroughs, I finally broke through to the innate realm world today. Cultivation all the way, pay more attention to hard work and pay more attention to talent. Su Zi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Before possessing the low-grade water spirit body, he practiced extremely hard. However, it is still impossible to break through to the innate. This is the limitation of cultivation aptitude. And after possessing the low-grade water spirit body with a little effort, he broke through to innate. Possessing a good aptitude is simply of great help to cultivation. It's my hard work and the system's credit for being able to break through innate, Su Zi secretly said. "Yeah, if he doesn't work hard, of course he can't break through innate. And if he doesn't have good qualifications, he can't break through innate either." At this moment, Su Zi secretly decided that it is necessary to make more babies and high-quality babies. As long as the offspring's talents are better, he can become stronger and stronger. Standing up, he raised his hand and shot out a beam of spiritual energy. Boom! A big tree was instantly pierced through. This is the unique ability of the innate realm world. Spiritual power can come out through the body. From now on, picking flowers and flying leaves can kill people invisible. Seeing the power of the innate realm world, Su Zi could not help but let out a loud laugh despite having already cultivated his mind. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time, and it has been a year since Su Zi stepped into innate. During this year, Su Zi polished himself and completely stabilized innate's realm. He has a long breath, his eyes have a deep radiance, and his temperament is very different. In the past, he could be said to be a hero of the rivers and lakes, with a strong body and no anger. But now, he began to have a dusty temperament. The sharpness all over his body was restrained one by him. On this day, Su Zi absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, and after running for a week, he slowly recovered and looked towards the yard. Outside the yard, a chubby middle-aged man was walking towards here with a jar of wine in his arms. "Dear family, long time no see, do you miss my wine?" Seeing Su Zi, Wang Tengyun laughed and said. Su Zi shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. The two met at a tea party in Qingzhou and later became in-laws. After getting along with each other over the years, I found that I have become friends with my temper. From time to time, Wang Tengyun would come over with a wine jar and ask him for a drink. "Wang Lao asked you to leave the customs. Calculate the time, you will be late the day after tomorrow," Su Zi said. Wang Tengyun showed a bitter expression and sighed. "Don't mention it, I have lived a miserable life during this time." After finishing speaking, he looked at Su Zi with a bit of astonishment in his eyes. "It's not right, you are not right." Wang Tengyun looked Su Zi up and down, his tone full of curiosity and surprise. He felt that the current Su Zi seemed to have changed. Su Zi in the past can be said to be a sharp sword. Although the power is unparalleled, the steel front is easy to break. Now Su Zi is much rounder and more natural. To use an inappropriate description, Su Zi seems to have enlightened. "It's been a while since I saw Su Zi. Why has Su Zi changed so much?" Looking at Su Zi, Wang Tengyun felt a turmoil in his heart. Have you improved again?" Wang Tengyun asked tentatively. "I have some insights," Su Zi smiled lightly. Admiration and envy suddenly appeared on Wang Tengyun's face. He knew that this time, Su Zi would definitely improve a lot. "Others say I'm a monster, but I think you are. There are very few people in Qingzhou City that I can't see through, and you are one of them," Wang Tengyun said with emotion. Then the two of them stopped worrying about these things and started drinking heavily. When the spirit of wine came up, the two chatted about the past, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Only then did Wang Tengyun feel that the familiar Su Zi seemed to have returned. "Old Su, I'm really afraid that if you change and become distant, I will lose another friend in this world." Hearing this, Su Zi's eyes suddenly became complicated. "Go on this long road. Everything around will become far away." He picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said insincerely, "I will never change." "That's good." In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. After Su Zi finished her training, she accompanied Yunyu for a walk in the yard. Yunyu is pregnant again, and her slightly protruding belly shows the love between the two. "Sir, during this period of time, Qingzhou City is not peaceful. Our Su family will not be affected, right?" Yunyu said worriedly. "What's wrong?" Su Zi asked. "I heard people say that the Wang family, the Han family, and the Liu family are going to war. They are all top families in Qingzhou City, and the war will definitely have a huge impact." Yunyu said worriedly. Su Zi has also heard this. The Wang family, the Liu family, and the Han family have always been the three giants in Qingzhou City. Of these three families, the Wang family is stronger, while the Han and Liu families are weaker. In the past, these three families had masters who were at the top of the day after tomorrow, so they maintained a delicate balance. No one dared to start a war easily, lest the snipe and the clam would fight and the fisherman would benefit. But now, the friction between these three families has somehow intensified. After thinking about it, Suzy held Yunyu's hand tightly and comforted. "Don't worry, even if they start a war, it won't affect us. I will protect you and the child." Listening to Suzy's words, Yunyu's face relaxed a lot. While Suzy was with Yunyu, one thing also came to mind. Half a year ago, Wang Tengyun asked him to drink, but in the past 6 months, Wang Tengyun never came again. Under normal circumstances, Wang Tengyun would find him for a drink every 3 months. But this time, the absence for such a long time can only mean that something happened to the Wang family. Wang Tengyun is lazy. If the Wang family didn't have a life-threatening event, they wouldn't let him ignore drinking. What happened to the Wang family that made Wang Tengyun change so much? Thinking about these things in his heart, Suzy suddenly felt a layer of cloud over Qingzhou City. Although he has the strength of innate, he is not afraid of any wind and rain, but in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, he also called Su Jinfang. "Have you heard about the recent storm in Qingzhou City?" Suzy asked. Su Jinfang's face showed a bit of spiritual ascension, and he lowered his voice and said, "I found out that Wang Gan, the old man of the Wang family, may be gone, and the secret of the Wang family will not be mourned." Suzy looked at Su Jinfang with admiration in his eyes. At the beginning, he resisted all opinions and arranged for this gambler's son to be the head of the Su family. Over the past few years, Su Jinfang has not disappointed. Just like this time, being able to find out that Wang Gan is dead is not something ordinary people can do. If Wang Gan is really gone, Qingzhou City will undergo major changes. Our Su family must be prepared. Suzy frowned slightly and ordered, "Father, I know I'm already making arrangements," Su Jinfang respectfully said. Suzy nodded and waved Su Jinfang to leave. Su Jinfang saluted and left the Su family hall. Suzy sat on the main seat in the lobby. His eyes were thoughtful. Is this the Wang family's acting to attract people, or is Wang Gan really gone? Suzy whispered. Wang Gan died, but Suzy didn't believe it. The lifespan of a peak-acquired master cannot be considered by the standards of ordinary people at all. Lei Tai, the mid-term master who was beaten to death by him, could give birth to a son in his 60s, which is enough to show the extraordinariness of the acquired master. And Wang Gan has reached the Haoshan Peak state for many years, and his lifespan must be even longer. Under normal circumstances, Wang Gan would definitely not live long enough. However, Wang Gan's death was not groundless. If it wasn't for Wang Qian's death, it would be impossible to explain all the weird behaviors of the Wang family. If Wang Gan died, why did he die? Suzy whispered silently. He discovered that there was a mystery in the Wang family, which he couldn't see clearly. The only thing that can be guessed is that there may really be a big war about to break out in Qingzhou City. When the Wang family, the Han family, and the Liu family collided, it was bound to be a shocking earthquake. Half a month later, Suzy was resting in bed when his eyes suddenly lit up. With a cry, he jumped up from the bed and ran out of the house. There was a bright light outside the Su residence, and the guards arranged by Su Jinfeng were confronting the masters sent by the Han family and Liu family. What happened? Suzy walked toward Su Jinfeng with a sullen face. Su Jinfeng's expression was also gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said viciously, "The bastard of the Han family and the Liu family is going to attack our Su family. If I hadn't made preparations in advance, I would definitely suffer heavy losses this time." Suzy frowned and looked at the masters of the Han and Liu families who were holding a sword, and there was a killing intent in their eyes. The Su family is really underestimated. It turns out that they have already prepared for the changes in Qingzhou. A tall figure walked out and said in a dark voice, "Liu Guang from the Liu family, a mid-acquired master." Su Jinfeng stared at the tall figure, his expression darkening. "And me?" Next to Liu Guang, a middle-aged woman with narrow eyes and thin lips walked out, giggling. Seeing the woman, Su Jinfang's expression became more severe, and he gritted his teeth and said, Han family's master in the middle stage of the day after tomorrow, Han Yue, you are here too. At this moment, Su Jinfang's mood fell to the bottom. My father Su Zi's most brilliant record is to win the master in the middle of the day after tomorrow. But now, the Han family and the Liu family actually sent two masters in the middle of the day after tomorrow, and it was extremely difficult for Su Zi to deal with it. The two seniors came to my Su's house. Can you teach me? My Su's family is willing to resolve the grievances with the two of you at any cost. Su Jinfang decided to give up for the time being and said with a smirk. Liu Guang glanced at Su Jinfang contemptuously and snorted, Wang Gan is dead. From now on, there will be no Wang family in Qingzhou City, only the Han family and the Liu family. The Su family and the Wang family have a close relationship. Let's ask Brother Su to take this pill. After that, he flicked a scarlet elixir to Su Zi. Su Zi glanced at the elixir and saw that it was the famous Suogong elixir. As the name suggests, this elixir is used to lock energy. After taking it, his whole body became soft, and he could no longer use any spiritual power. Moreover, the elixir also has strong sequelae. After taking it, it is basically difficult to break through in this life. Whether the Su family perishes, or the Su family obediently surrenders to us, Su Zi, you make a decision. Liu Guang said hi and hi. Han Yue hugged her arms with a proud look on her face. Obviously thinking that they would come forward, the Su family had no choice tonight. Su Jinfang looked at the elixir in Su Zi's hand, with an anxious look on his face. Father, this elixir cannot be taken. At worst, we will leave Qingzhou and start over in another place. Su Zi looked at the blazing night and could still smell tea. He blood in the distant breeze in his nostrils. It should be the bloody battle between the Wang family and the Han and Liu families. Then, he stretched out his fingers and kneaded the scarlet elixir into fine powder. He grew up in Qingzhou, this is his root, and he will never leave here easily. What's more, the two ants in front of him are not worthy of forcing him like this. Seeing Su Zi crush the elixir, Liu Guang and Han Yue's expressions turned ferocious, and they gritted their teeth and said, Su Zi, are you looking for death? A bit of disdain appeared on Su Zi's face. He didn't answer, but just rose into the air. Liu Guang and Han Yue saw Su Zi disappear in front of them, and then they felt the sound of strong wind around them, and they all shuddered. Boom, boom. Two very slight noises sounded. As if struck by lightning, Liu Guang and Han Yue's faces instantly turned extremely pale. Behind them, Su Zi withdrew his palm and looked at them indifferently. Okay, what a terrifying strength. Liu Guang felt that his life was not long and thought in horror. With the move just now, Su Zi shot instantly, seriously injuring them both. You know, they are masters in the mid-acquired stage. It is extremely difficult to seriously injure them in an instant. But now, Su Zi has done it. Su Zi's performance was simply terrifying. Our two actions are about to change. Liu Guang and Han Yue on the side looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. Before they came, they treated Su Zi as the middle of the day after tomorrow. But Su Zi's performance now definitely has the strength of the later stage of the day after tomorrow. Su Zi's strength will seriously affect the collision of the three major families. This person hides too deeply. We are so unwilling. Liu Guang and Han Yue slowly fell to the ground with an expression of unwillingness. They were once famous masters. They also practiced assiduously, just to pursue the supreme realm of martial arts. But now, all the hard work of his life has come to naught. Unwillingness and remorse became the portrayal of their emotions before they died. Unfortunately, they have been unable to change this reality. If you want to blame them for messing with the wrong person. The other masters of the Han family and the Liu family saw the two leaders fell to the ground in an instant, and their faces showed horror. Then they couldn't help but began to back away. Once this desire to retreat rises, it is like a tide breaking a bank, instantly destroying the fighting spirit of the masters. The confrontation between the Su family and the enemy turned into a crushing situation in an instant. and it didn't take long for the Su family to completely drive away the intruders. "Father, what should we do now?" Su Jinwen said anxiously. Next to him was the always gentle and gentle granddaughter of the Wang family. Now that she heard about the family accident, her complexion was pale and she couldn't see any blood. She just looked at Su Zi pleadingly. Su Zi recruited Su Jinfang and ordered, "Do a good job of defense to prevent the Han and Liu families from counterattacking. I'll go to the Wang family to have a look." "Yes," Su Jinfang replied respectfully. After arranging everything, Su Zi didn't stay too long and rushed directly to Wang's house. Leaving the Su manor and approaching the Wang family, the smell of blood was extremely strong, and it was obvious that the three families were fighting to the death. Su Zi sighed slightly inwardly. It seems that old man Wang Qian is really dead. If Wang Gan hadn't died, the Han and Liu families would never have dared to make such a big move. Previously, he guessed that the Wang family might be making arrangements, but now it doesn't look like it, because the Han and Liu families are not fools, and if they are not fully sure, there will be a showdown. However, the only thing that puzzled Su Zi was why did Wang Gan die? The opponent is a great master at the peak of the day after tomorrow, so he should be able to live for a long time. At this moment, the breeze from Wang's house was filled with the smell of blood. Wang Tengyun led the masters of the Wang family to fight desperately with the attacking masters of the Han family and Liu family. The masters of both sides fell one by one. The bluestone slab was almost covered with blood, and the original color could no longer be seen. The more Wang Tengyun fought, the more his heart sank to the bottom. If this fight continues, the demise of the Wang family is almost a foregone conclusion. Damn the Han family and the Liu family, how did they find out that the old man is gone? Wang Tengyun gritted his teeth and thought. Wang Gan was gone, and he kept suppressing the news. At the same time, I am also practicing hard, and I want to break through the realm as soon as possible, so as to maintain the balance of the high-level strength of the two sides. It's a pity that the news leaked out before he had made much preparation. Wang Tengyun looked around, feeling ominous in his heart. In all four directions, a master locked him. Those four masters are the biggest problem in this decisive battle. Each of the four masters is in the late stage of the day after tomorrow. Moreover, there are two more who have reached the peak of the late day after tomorrow. It is simply impossible to solve such a terrifying strength. Boom! He kicked a midterm master away with one kick. Then he looked at a dark master with blood on his face, gritted his teeth, and said, "If we continue to fight like this, we will lose both sides. My Wang family is willing to give half of our wealth in exchange for a chance to survive. I'll leave Qingzhou City and never come back." From the shadows, an old man with a goatee walked out. It was Liu Yulong, the head of the Liu family. He shook his head and said with a sneer, "Nephew, don't blame us for being cruel. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain is a serious disaster. Since we have decided to do something, then the Wang family this time, it will surely perish." His tone was cold and emotionless. The conditions offered by Wang Tengyun are indeed exciting. After all, although they can destroy the Wang family, they may not be able to take away much wealth. The Wang family pushed hard, and the family property could be destroyed if it could not be taken away. However, their action this time is not for money, but for decades from now, Qingzhou City will no longer have 3 families, but 2 families. Therefore, the Wang family must perish. When Wang Tengyun heard the other party's cold and ruthless words, a smoldering anger welled up in his eyes. He reached out and took out an elixir that exuded a stench and said viciously, "You too, do you really want to fight me forever? This elixir can temporarily allow me to have the peak acquired combat power. Even if I die, I will replace you with one." Wang Tengyun said like crazy. Hearing this, Liu Yulong showed a bit of contempt on his face and snorted. "You can try to take the pill. I said this time your Wang family will definitely perish, and there is no possibility of any change." Listening to the other party's decisive words, Wang Tengyun's heart was wrapped in despair. He threatened to risk his life, but the other party ignored it. This shows that the Han family and the Liu family are really determined this time. This time, the Wang family is completely over. Father, I am incompetent and have failed your expectations. Wang Tengyun thought sadly and angrily. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the end of the Wang family. Blood flowed like rivers, and the once glorious Wang family was all reduced to dry bones. That scene made Wang Tengyun feel extremely painful. Take a deep breath and suppress many emotions. Wang Tengyun summoned several masters from the Wang family and ordered, "Our Wang family is done with this time. I will swallow the pill later and hold back the masters of the 4 late-stage masters. Take this opportunity to kill a bloody road and run as much as you can." There was death in his tone. Wang Tengyun has decided to use death in exchange for the continuation of the blood for the Wang family. Little Lord. The Wang family looked at Wang Tengyun. Their eyes were all red. Wang Tengyun waved his hands casually, stroked the elixir, and prepared to swallow it. Of course, the sequelae of this elixir are huge. After taking it, although the potential is stimulated, there is no hope of innate in this life. But he was destined to die, so what's the point of the sequelae? Han family, Liu family, I want you to know that my Wang family does not give in so easily. Wang Tengyun's eyes were full of cruelty, and he gritted his teeth. He picked up the elixir and wanted to swallow it. The Wang family looked at the young master's anger, with grief and indignation on their faces. At this time, a voice sounded from far and near, shouting, "Brother Wang, stop!" Wang Tengyun Dan's movement was blocked by the sound. He looked up to the source of the sound and saw Su Zi prancing towards him. Seeing Su Zi, Wang Tengyun suddenly showed anxiety on his face and shouted, "Dear family, run!" He never expected that Su Zi would come here at this time. Now the Wang family has become a dead end. Su Zi came here to die. "Let's go, the Wang family is over, don't put yourself in it." Wang Tengyun shouted anxiously. Su Zi ignored Wang Tengyun's shout and came to Wang's house in a few steps. "In-law, why are you so stubborn? You shouldn't have come." Wang Tengyun smiled wryly. "Don't worry, I'm here, the Wang family won't end this time." Su Zi smiled slightly and said. Wang Tengyun looked helpless. "Won't the Wang family end?" That sounds inspiring. But he knew that this was impossible. The strength of the 4 major post-acquired masters is too terrifying. No one can solve the killing round composed of 4 acquired late-game masters. Although Su Zi has hidden strength, it should not be possible. Seeing Su Zi appearing, Liu Yulong couldn't help shaking his head contemptuously. It's really courting death. When Su Zi arrived at the scene, he was actually taken aback, because the 2 families attached great importance to Su Zi and sent experts to stop him. And Su Zi's ability to come shows that Su Zi's strength is beyond their imagination, and it should have reached the late day after tomorrow. However, this does not change the result in any way. On their side, there are 4 masters in the later stage of the day after tomorrow, not to mention 2 others who have reached the peak of the late day after tomorrow. The combat power of the 2 sides is as big as the gap between heaven and earth. They can't lose this duel. The arrival of Su Zi has some influence on the situation of the battle, but it is absolutely impossible to change the outcome. "In-law, I'll take the elixir and I'll take it with you. Let's fight these bastards." Wang Tengyun wiped the blood from his face and gritted his teeth. Su Zi stretched out his hand, stopped Wang Tengyun from taking Dan's action and said, "No need, I'll just do it." "They have 4 post-acquired masters, how can you do it alone?" Wang Tengyun was puzzled. Su Zi gave Wang Tengyun a confident look and said with a smile, "Since I dare to come, I'm sure. Just leave it to me." Liu Yulong in the distance, and the other 3 masters lurking in the shadows all showed amused faces when they heard this. They didn't expect that Su Zi would dare to fight 4 with 1. Not to mention only Su Zi in the later stage of Haoshan. Even Wang Gan, who is at the peak of Haoshan, dare not praise Haiko. Su Zi's words are simply arrogant. "You have to pay the price for talking big. Su Zi, die?" Liu Yulong sneered with murderous intent in his eyes. He suddenly rose into the air and rushed towards Su Zi. And in the shadows, the other 3 masters acted in the same way. The 4 formed a weird formation and surrounded Su Zi. Looking at the formation, Wang Tengyun couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle. From his point of view, although there are 4 people on the other side, it seems that they are one person in an instant. 4 people breathing together, sharing fate. Attack anyone, and you will be flanked by the other 3 in an instant. The 4 people worked together through the formation, and erupted with energy that was far more terrifying than the accumulated strength of the 4 people. No wonder they're not afraid of me swallowing pills and fighting to the death. Wang Tengyun's face turned pale. Under this kind of pincer attack technique, even if he can burst out to the peak acquired strength after swallowing the pill, he can only be held back tightly, and he can't hurt anyone on the other side at all. This formation is too terrifying. Too bad Su Zi didn't take any precautions in the face of this formation, so he might be caught off guard. Wang Tengyun's eyes were extremely anxious. Unfortunately, by now, it was too late to stop Su Zi. Liu Yulong pounced on Su Zi, and the other 3 masters of Late Hu Tian who were hiding in the shadows also appeared at the same time. Under the special attack formation, the 4 of them were like a huge net, covering Su Zi fiercely. It belongs to the explosion of huge aura in the later period of the day after tomorrow, and Su Zi is like a boat for a while, looking lonely and helpless. Looking at Su Zi from afar, Liu Yulong's eyes were full of complacency. Arrogant boy, let you be arrogant again. In his opinion, Su Zi is already a dead person. Their 4 masters in the late stage of Haoshan joined forces. Even if Wang Qian was present, they would be severely calculated. This formation is lore. Although 4 people fight one, they still need to use formations, which is a bit unpleasant to say. But winners and losers, as long as the war is won, nothing else matters. Suddenly, Su Zi moved. He was trapped by the net formed by 4 people, but suddenly disappeared in place. Where are people? Liu Yulong was puzzled. Wang Tengyun also showed suspicion on his face. It was obvious that Su Zi was still in place just now, so why did he suddenly disappear? Suddenly, there was a howl of misery. A late-acquired master vomited blood and fell to the ground like paralyzed mud. With that appearance, it seemed that he would not survive. Behind him is the scene of Su Zi, with a cold expression slowly withdrawing his hands. At that moment just now, it was Su Zi who found a loophole in the formation and instantly killed a master in the late stage of the day after tomorrow. Looking at such a scene, Liu Yulong couldn't help feeling a chill run down his back. With one move, he killed a master in the later stage of the day after tomorrow. He swallowed. In the later stage of the day after tomorrow, this is an extremely terrifying strength. Any master who has reached the late stage has a very strong life-saving ability. It can be defeated, but it is very difficult to be killed. He boasted that he wanted to kill the late Haoshan, and he couldn't do it in a long time. But now Su Zi actually killed a late-stage acquired master. Still instant kill. What a terrifying strength. Cold sweat broke out on Liu Yulong's forehead. He realized that he had underestimated Su Zi by a large margin. The opponent was even stronger than he imagined. Not only that, he also saw through the loopholes in our formation when he killed people. Han Kun, the patriarch of the Han family, came out of his background and said with a cloudy expression. Just now his perspective was wider, so he saw Su Zi's shots all the way, and the shock he received was stronger than that of Liu Yulong. You mean our formation has been seen through? Liu Yulong gasped. Their formation is extremely terrifying. People in the post-natal realm world want to see through the formation and find loopholes, which is undoubtedly a dream. And now Su Zi has actually done it. This shows that Su Zi's strength is far beyond their imagination. Even, it has been infinitely close to innate. We miscalculated. He is probably stronger than the 3 of us. Liu Yulong's face was extremely serious. At this moment, he realized what kind of situation they were facing. The Wang family was regarded by them as a serious problem. But in fact, the Wang family is not scary anymore. What is really scary is the Su family that has risen invisibly. Su Zi has grown into a powerhouse who is far stronger than them without making a sound. Now, it is no longer a battle for the survival of the Wang family. It was a battle between the 3 traditional Qingzhou masters and the future Su family. the overlord of Qingzhou. Whoever wins can dominate Qingzhou. The loser is crushed. Now how to do? Liu Yulong gritted his teeth and asked with an extremely ugly face. What else can we do? Do you hope that after he becomes the overlord of Qingzhou, he will let us go? Han Kun sneered. Liu Yulong took a deep breath and prepared to fight for his life. He reached into his bosom and took out a smelly pill. Looking at the elixir, Liu Yulong had mixed emotions for a moment. All his life, he worked desperately to enter the innate realm world. The patriarchs of the three major families all spent their entire lives pursuing this goal. After swallowing the elixir, all his life's efforts were in vain. Unfortunately, he has no choice. Suzy, today either you die or I die. Liu Yulong's eyes suddenly turned hard, and he swallowed the elixir that can catalyze himself but has great after-effects. Following Liu Yulong's actions, the other two post-acquired masters also took out the pill and fed it into their mouths without any hesitation. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful momentum erupted at the scene. That was the breath released by the three of Liu Yulong after swallowing the elixir, their bodies unable to withstand the sudden increase in strength. Whether it was the masters of the Liu family, the Han family, or the Wang family, after feeling the aura, their blood boiled and their faces turned pale. They've gotten scarier. Wang Tengyun looked extremely solemn. The three of Liu Yulong swallowed the Tigong pill, which was similar to the elixir in his hand. These three people have become extremely terrifying existences in the post-natal realm world. After swallowing the elixir, Liu Yulong's body suddenly swelled up, and his eyes were even scarlet. Is this close to innate's power? Liu Yulong's face was extremely intoxicated. His strength is several times stronger than before. For him now, killing a late-acquired master can be said to be as easy as crushing an ant. He is even more terrifying. Han Kun was in a similar situation to the remaining master of the late Haoshan period. Both of them had disheveled hair and exuded an astonishing aura. Suzy suffered death. The three of them stared at Suzy and smiled charmingly. Wang Tengyun swallowed his saliva. At this moment, facing the three strange people who swallowed the alchemy, he felt extremely afraid even when they breathed out. These three are terrifyingly strong. In-laws let me swallow pills too. I'll fight these three bastards. Wang Tengyun gritted his teeth with a ruthless expression. It was the only way he could think of. The existence of the three post-natal realms is almost invincible, and he can't solve it if he doesn't swallow pills. Suzy's expression remained calm. No problem. He reached out to stop Wang Tengyun's movement. Wang Tengyun looked at Suzy with a shocked expression. The existence of three monsters is extremely terrifying. At this moment, Suzy's expression was calm, and his words revealed confidence. Could he still have a way? This is too amazing. Suzy looked at the three of them from a distance. His eyes were full of indifference. Three almost invincible existences in the post-natal realm world are indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, he is innate. He stretched out his hand, flicked his fingers, and a sharp edge of spiritual power shot out. An ability exclusive to the innate realm, killing with spiritual power penetrating through the body, killing people invisible. Stab it. The sound of breaking the air sounded. Liu Yulong's hair stood on end when he heard the voice. A feeling of approaching death suddenly enveloped him. At this moment, his spiritual power is surging, and he feels that he can easily crush any acquired master. But this frenzied use of spiritual power did not give him the feeling of being able to avoid the sound of piercing the air. If the piercing sound hit him, he would die. I can't avoid this trick. What kind of martial art is this? Liu Yulong was terrified. Han Kun also looked extremely embarrassed. He was extremely confident after swallowing the pill, but now his emotions are completely overwhelmed. The look in the eyes is full of despair. Suzy flicked a move with his fingers. If it hit him, it would kill him. Another master of late day after tomorrow who swallowed pills at the scene was even more desperate. After swallowing the pill, his perception was extremely sharp, and he clearly felt that the killing attack was aimed at him. What a terrible attack! I don't want to die, the acquired late master muttered to himself. Boom! There was a blood hole on his forehead, and the blood gushed wildly. With one easy move, Su Zi directly killed this acquired master. Quiet. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at the late-stage Haoshan master who was falling slowly and felt their mouths dry. They were completely shocked by Su Zi's moves. He's not acquired, he's innate. Liu Yulong felt weak all over his body. The spiritual power comes out through the body. Picking flowers and flying leaves can hurt people. This is the description of the innate realm world. Now that acquired master was directly killed by Su Zi. This shows that Su Zi must be the strength of innate. The innate realm world is an existence that he can only hope for. Su Zi has reached this level unexpectedly. Han Kun's movements were much faster than the stunned Liu Yulong. He soared into the air and was about to climb over the wall to get out. At this moment, Han Kun was scared out of his wits, and he no longer had the courage to fight. That's a master in the innate realm world. No matter how many masters they acquire the day after tomorrow, they will all end up being crushed. Seeing Han Kun running away, Liu Yulong regained his composure instantly, and his face became desperately mad. The surge of spiritual power in his whole body was unbearable. His meridians couldn't bear the pressure, and it was all Rhea. Stinging extremely, but Liu Yulong ignored it and still used his spiritual power excessively, in order to make his escape movement faster. Both he and Han Kun knew that as long as they slowed down, what awaited them was the end of death. Stab it! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again. Liu Yulong and Han Kun almost escaped from Wang's house, but everyone's expression remained in the feeling of rejoicing before they were about to escape. There was a blood hole on their faces. The blood gushed out, making their expressions extremely hideous and frightening. I hate it, why is he an innate? Unwilling to fall to the ground, Liu Yulong lost his breath. Han Kun also stared at him angrily, unwilling to die. The Liu family and the Han family, the two overlords of Qingzhou, existed, and their patriarchs lost their lives. Everyone at the scene watched the various things that happened after Su Zi arrived, and everyone felt a sense of unreality in their hearts. Before Su Zi arrived, everyone speculated that there would be bloodshed in the Wang family. In fact, the Wang family did go through a tragic battle. But now, the four top masters of Han and Liu were easily beheaded just like that. This battle has come to an end so quickly. After a short period of astonishment, the eyes of many masters of the Wang family showed excitement. The head of the Han family and the Liu family died. Compared with the other two families, they did not have the disadvantage of masters. Kill! When everyone in the Wang family thought of their dead relatives and friends, their eyes were all blood red. They charged at the enemy and launched a brutal counterattack. The mood of the Han family and the Liu family is the opposite. The faces of the masters were filled with astonishment and despair. They know that in today's battle, they have suffered a crushing defeat. The next Qingzhou city will not have their family name. Swear to resist. Non-existent. Su Zi's existence crushed all their emotions. Facing an innate master, it doesn't make any sense for them to resist. As a result, the scene of the Wang family was completely reversed. The Wang family began to counterattack, while the Han family and Liu family retreated in a hurry. Keep killing, and don't let anyone from the Han and Liu families go. The master of the Wang family roared. After they killed the two masters, they didn't give up and chased in the direction of the two families' retreat. This night is destined to be bloody. Wang Tengyun looked at the various changes with shock on his face. Not long ago, it was difficult for the Wang family to survive. Now the Wang family can actually start to fight back. His eyes looked at Su Zi, showing gratitude and admiration. He knew that everything was due to Su Zi. Are you innate? Wang Tengyun asked tentatively. Su Zi smiled lightly and replied, I was lucky enough to break through some time ago. It's really innate. Wang Tengyun gasped. Innate, this is the realm that all warriors in Qingzhou City yearn for. The three major families have accumulated over the years, but none of them can do it. And now, Su Zi has become an innate master. Your talent and desire to seek the Tao are really admirable. Wang Tengyun's eyes were full of envy. Su Zi smiled lightly and didn't speak. After thinking for a while, Su Zi looked at Wang Tengyun and asked, I haven't asked you yet, how did Mr. Wang get away? In the final analysis, this battle was due to the passing of Wang Gan. Logically speaking, Wang Gan shouldn't have died so early. This matter is also something that Su Zi has been unable to figure out. At this time, everything was coming to an end and he could finally ask. Wang Tengyun thought of Wang Gan with grief on his face. Father has been trapped in the peak of Haoshan for many years. He has endured for a long time, but he has never broken through. Finally, he couldn't bear the loneliness and decided to go out to find opportunities. When he came back, he was seriously injured, gone in a few days. Sigh, maybe that's the price of being an innate. Su Zi couldn't help but let out a sigh. At this moment, he had some experience of the difficulty of the longevity road. The three major families in Qingzhou City have extremely profound backgrounds. However, the three masters at the peak of the day after tomorrow are all stuck at the peak of the day after tomorrow for decades. It is even more difficult to get to innate. Forced to do so, Wang Gan could only look for opportunities. But all chances are extremely dangerous, and the day after tomorrow is really not enough. In the end, the death of Wang Gan led to the Qingzhou earthquake. Becoming an innate, asking about the price of longevity, can be described as extremely tragic. The road to longevity is really hard to walk. The road is difficult. Su Zi let out a long sigh in the night wind that still smelled of blood. Wang Tengyun also looked lonely. He has always been a genius, and he doesn't care about everything. This time, he was taught an important lesson in life. The next thing will be much easier. The Wang family and the Su family joined hands to brutally liquidate the Han and Liu families. Winners and losers are the cruelty of this world. Without the knowledge of many low-level people, Qingzhou City has changed its master behind the scenes. The Wang family is still the biggest force in Qingzhou City on the surface, but all the big families in Qingzhou know that behind the Wang family is the Su family. The Su family is the new owner of Qingzhou. After everything was over, Su Zi returned home and practiced step by step. It is still necessary to have more offspring and to have more talented offspring. Su Zi reflected on the incident and Seker. TLY sighed. The road to longevity is extremely difficult. In order to break through, Wang Gan almost ruined the entire Wang family. If you want to cultivate to the highest level, you need to pay too much. But he has a shortcut on this road. Only the more descendants he has and the better his talent, the stronger he can become. At that time, even if he does not take crazy adventures, he will be able to reach the highest level. At night, Su Zi was lying on the bed, telling Yunyu all kinds of stories about the turmoil. When Yunyu heard the danger, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hands. After telling the story, Su Zi blew out the lights and looked at Yunyu like a big bad wolf. Master, why are you looking at me like that? I think you are really my lucky star. I want to have more precious children with you. Sangong, you're dead. Yunyu blushed with embarrassment, seeing Su Zi approaching gradually. She screamed even more coquettishly. The crazy night has begun again. The years passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. In the past 2 years, Qingzhou has adapted to the changes in Qingzhou. The remaining influence of the Han family and the Liu family gradually disappeared, and Qingzhou City began to accept the Su family as the new big thing in Qingzhou. In the Su family's ancestral grave, Su Zi looked at the 3 tombs guarding each other with compassion. Qingwen, I'm here to see you. You Jiuquan know, are you satisfied with the current development of the Su family? Su Zi said with a choked voice. Today is Su Qingwen's death day. Every year at this time, he would come to pay respects. In the cemetery, all 3 of his close relatives were lying here, making Su Zi extremely depressed and uncomfortable. All this is the price of longevity. He was destined to see everyone leave him one by one. Standing in front of Su Qingwen's grave, she whispered many things that no one would normally say. Then, after paying homage to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Su Zi turned around and left the tomb. Now, after 2 years of polishing, Suzy has completely stabilized the innate realm world. What makes him feel a lot of pressure is that after entering the innate realm world, if he wants to improve again, it will consume too much spiritual power. The innate realm world is also divided into 3 levels: the early, middle, and late stages. At each level, if you want to cultivate to the peak, you need to spend a lot of spiritual energy. Although Suzy is a low-grade water spirit body and is considered a good cultivation talent, it will take at least several decades to reach the peak of each realm. It is simply too difficult for the innate realm world to improve. The day after tomorrow is very difficult. If innate wants to improve, it will be 10 times more difficult. Suzy couldn't help but let out a long sigh when he thought of his recent training. After returning home, Suzy started retreating again. Every day, he absorbs huge spiritual power from the world to fill himself. However, the comparison between those spiritual powers and the needs in the body is undoubtedly the difference between a drop of water and a vast ocean. What should I do to be able to practice faster? Suzy's heart is heavy. If he continues to practice step by step like this, he will not be able to reach the peak of the innate realm world until his old age. At that time, he will no longer be able to move to a new realm, and he will not be able to live forever. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of an answer. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. In this year, the biggest event was that Wang Tengyun finally reached the post-acquired stage. In this regard, Suzy sent congratulations, but thinking of his slow progress in innate, he couldn't help feeling bitter. "Madam, you have such a big belly, you should keep it at home. Don't come out and walk around." Outside the courtyard of Suzy's martial arts training house, several servant girls persuaded the pregnant Yunyu. Yunyu smiled and said, "I came to see my husband. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood recently. I specially made him a decoction to nourish his body. My stomach is fine. The doctor said there are still a few days before the birth." Suzy's hearing is excellent, and he couldn't help but feel a little warm when he heard the conversations from the outside world. In these years, Yunyu was also with him, so his life would not be so lonely. Stopping her practice, Suzy got up to help Yunyu in. "You have such a big belly, so stop walking around," Suzy said softly. "I see that you are not happy recently, and I am a little worried about you. Did something happen?" Yunyu asked curiously. "It's some difficulties in cultivation." Suzy sighed. "Don't worry, the problem will always pass." Yunyu took Suzy's hand and persuaded softly. Suddenly, Yunyu frowned, her face full of pain. "What's wrong?" Suzy asked worriedly. "Birth, it's about to be born." Yunyu's face turned pale and she panted. Hearing Yunyu's words, there was a commotion now. The maids were busy helping Yunyu and those looking for midwives. Facing the sudden delivery, Suzy was a little panicked, so she could only infuse Yunyu with a few spirit chi to stabilize her blood. But Yunyu gave birth too quickly. Just as Yunyu was supported to lie down, a baby's cry sounded. It seemed that the outside world was so attractive that the baby couldn't bear the loneliness of the mother's womb. With the birth of the baby, the system prompt sounded in time. After Suzy heard the voice, ecstasy appeared on his face. "Yunyu, she is really my lucky star." Suzy thought to himself. The system notification sound told that the newborn child actually possessed the low-grade alchemy talent. Alchemy talent, this is an extremely rare talent. It is more rare than talent in martial arts, because after possessing the alchemy talent, one can practice alchemy. The importance of alchemy to practitioners is self-evident. Previously, Suzy practiced slowly, so it's not that he didn't think about improving through alchemy, but the success rate of his alchemy several times was appalling. Now, after sharing the alchemy talent, Suzy can finally carry out alchemy and improve his realm through elixir. The innate realm practice problem that has plagued Suzy for several years has been solved in a production that was caught off guard. In the Su residence, a new alchemy room has been added. All kinds of precious and rare medicinal materials were sent in without money. In the alchemy room, there is a faint fragrance or a burnt smell from time to time. All of this is naturally Suzy's alchemy. That day, after his child with alchemy talent was born, Suzy began to try to use pills to assist his cultivation. In recent years, Su Zi has also experienced in places outside Qingzhou. In those places, there are many masters of cultivation, and it is easy to find medicines and prescriptions. The elixir that Su Zi wants to refine is called innate elixir. As the name suggests, it is an elixir that can help innate masters improve their spiritual power. Every time you take a pill, it can be worth many days of penance. With such a good effect, its value is naturally high. If you want to use innate Dan to practice by purchasing, the price you spend is simply sky high. And it is much more cost-effective to come to alchemy by yourself. But there are two thresholds for alchemy. The first is alchemy talent. Without alchemy talent, ordinary people alchemy, the success rate is extremely low. After all, it is not necessarily more cost-effective than buying pills. The other is that alchemy requires a lot of experience. The more experience you have with a certain medicine, the higher the success rate of alchemy. Now Su Zi has the most important talent of elixir. As for alchemy experience, he is not too worried. With the current financial resources of the Su family, it is still possible to support him in alchemy. In the alchemy room, Su Zi stared at the alchemy furnace intently, using the spiritual power in his body to control the temperature in the alchemy furnace. After a while, a faint fragrance began to emanate from the alchemy furnace. Su Zi's expression was not relaxed, but became more dignified. He began to control the spiritual power in a more detailed manner to ensure that the elixir was formed. The previous alchemy attempts all failed at this step. Boom! There was a booming sound in the alchemy furnace. Afterwards, the refreshing fragrance that penetrates the heart and spleen is released. Seeing this, Su Zi showed ecstasy on his face. The first innate pill has finally been refined. He cried. Stretch out to take out the elixir. The innate elixir is white and thorough, and it makes people feel refreshed and happy to see it. It can have this performance entirely because of the effect produced by the accumulation of various precious medicinal materials. After feeling the elixir and making sure there was no problem, Su Zi sat cross-legged and then swallowed the elixir. The elixir entered the body, and the powerful medicinal power surged in an instant. Su Zi was not surprised, but delighted. The greater the potency of this elixir, the better the effect on him. With his eyes closed, Su Zi began to operate the exercises to refine the huge medicinal power of the elixir. At this moment, the breeze was blowing in the alchemy room. Su Zi's expression was ethereal, and he looked more and more immortal. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. Su Zi opened his eyes, and a ray of light flashed away. He felt himself, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help evoking a smile. The problem of slow improvement in the innate realm world has finally been resolved. Refining the elixir overnight, the effect is surprisingly good. He has practiced for many days, and the spiritual strength he has improved is not comparable to the huge medicinal power provided by the elixir. According to this trend, as long as he continues to take innate pills, sooner or later he will be able to reach the peak of the early stage of innate. At that time, his strength will have another big improvement. All of this is due to Yunyu and the system. Su Zi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His previous practice in the innate realm world had hit a bottleneck. If you continue to practice step by step, it may take a long time to break through. But now, after Yunyu gave birth to a child with alchemy talent, his cultivation speed has been greatly improved. Within a few years, he'd be able to reach the peak of innate's early game. Compared with before, this is simply a difference between cloud and mud. This kind of effect can be achieved because the shared talent ability provided by the system is too perverted. I have a system, why don't I have a hard life forever? Su Zi's heart was surging. In the following time, Su Zi continued to refine innate Dan. Alchemy, eating alchemy, practice, and then alchemy. His life began to fall into a simple cycle. During this process, Su Zi's strength also began to improve. The aura he exudes is getting stronger and stronger, which is a manifestation of his gradual approach to the peak of innate in the early stage. A few years later, after Su Zi finished her training, a very strong sharpness shot out from her eye. Yes, if someone was by his side, they would be so shocked by the majestic aura that they would kneel down. He has this performance because he reached the early peak of innate. Through continuous practice of eating pills, he finally filled the huge lake of spiritual power like a river and sea. From now on, the spiritual power he can use will be a huge number, and his strength has also been greatly improved. Several years of spring and autumn have passed by, and today we finally reach the road to success. Su Zi said leisurely to himself. His sleeves fluttered, his expression was peaceful, and he looked like a master of Taoism. This is also a manifestation of his strength improvement. All sharpness has been restrained by him. When it erupts, it will unleash even more terrifying power. Looking at the alchemy furnace in front of him, Su Zi smiled. This alchemy furnace is a great help in his life. For these years, he spent almost all of his time beside the pill furnace. Those pills have witnessed his years of penance. With the improvement of alchemy strength, the success rate of his refining innate pill is getting higher and higher, and the speed of cultivation is also getting faster. Various factors led to his current strength. Su Zi devoted himself to self-cultivation, and his reputation gradually faded. This is the case in the world of martial arts. There are always trendy players emerging, attracting everyone's attention. Su Zi is so low-key, it is indeed difficult to maintain his reputation. When Su Zi kept a low profile, there were two great innate masters who rose up like comets. In Lincheng, Wang Tengyun was sitting at the tea house. The tea in front of him was already cold without any heat. If you don't drink tea in a tea house, you are obviously waiting for something. What Wang Tengyun was waiting for was a big battle. The battle of innate masters. Over the years, Wang Tengyun finally began to pay attention to martial arts. After entering the later stage of Haoshan, he began to practice constantly everywhere, and his strength improved more and more rapidly. Wang Qian's departure and Su Zi's strength taught Wang Tengyun the most important lesson in life. This man, who had always been careless, finally became serious about cultivation. This time Wang Tengyun went to Lincheng for training, and heard the news that Lincheng was about to break out in a war, so he stayed in Lincheng and waited. In Lincheng, the largest family is not the Lin family, but two other families. The Lin family was once brilliant, and Lin City was named after it. But in the past 10 years, the masters of Lin City have become more and more withered, and the entire Lin family has not been left behind. After the decline of the Lin family lasted for more than 10 years, the end finally came. Although the Lin family is thinner than a horse, the camel is bigger than the horse, and still maintains the superficial appearance. But the other two big families, seeing that the Lin family has not improved, finally become greedy and want to rob the assets accumulated by the Lin family's ancestors. Just like what the Wang family has experienced, success and failure have happened more than once. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. When the two big families in Lincheng robbed the Lin family's property, a burst of spiritual power surged into the sky from within the Lin family, instantly beheading a late-acquired master on the spot. The people of Lincheng were shocked to find that the Lin family unexpectedly had a young innate expert. The Lin family, which had been in decline for more than 10 years, suddenly became prosperous again. In order to resolve this turmoil, the innate master of the Lin family and the only surviving old innate of the two major families made an appointment today to decide the subsequent ownership of Lin City. The direction of the tea house is a good perspective to watch the battle. Many acquired masters stayed in the tea house to watch this shocking battle. Wang Tengyun also looked forward to it. On that day, he benefited a lot from watching Su Zi's shots. Today, being able to see an innate master make a shot again, or a duel between two innate masters, will help him a lot. In the ring in the distance, the atmosphere was chilling. An old man dressed in strong clothes, but with white silk on his forehead, slowly walked towards the ring. Lin Long, our two families are willing to compensate. Why are you being aggressive? The old man sighed. Lin Long has a strong body like a wild bear. Hearing this, he sneered again and again. Old man, your energy and blood have decayed, and you can no longer keep that wealth. You should hand it over earlier, and I might be able to give your family a way out. You are courting death. The old man's angry body trembled again and again. He used his spiritual power violently, and a big battle broke out with Lin Long. Wang Tengyun sat at the tea house, watching the battle from a distance, enjoying himself. Although the old innate was old and his blood was declining, it was innate after all. His fight with Lin Long was brilliant and worthy of innate's name. Suddenly, Wang Tengyun looked at the scene of the ring, opened his mouth wide in shock, and was speechless for a while. At the scene, the old innate's body was stiff, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he seemed to be dying. On his forehead there is a huge blood hole. The person who killed him was not Lin Long, but a lean man under the ring. Judging from his appearance, he was somewhat similar to Lin Long. This person is Lin Long's younger brother, Lin Hu. Two innate masters. Wang Tengyun swallowed. He had seen the battle very clearly just now. Lin Long and the old innate had a big fight, and Lin Hu suddenly appeared and killed the old innate in a second with a sneak attack. And Lin Hu's spiritual power is clearly a symbol of innate. The two brothers of the Lin family actually set foot on the innate realm. In the surrounding cities, the Lin family has two innate masters, and they have risen completely. My Qingzhou is adjacent to Lin Cheng, and I will have to deal with Lin Cheng in the future. I have. To write to my in-laws to let him know about it. Wang Tengyun felt a little worried. In the Lin family, two innate masters appeared in one breath, which is really terrifying. If there is only one Lin family, it would be easy to say. After all, Su Zi is also an innate master, but the two innates have different meanings. What's more, the Lin family's actions are not kind. In Wang Tengyun's view, the matter of the Lin family is a huge arrangement. The Lin family deliberately kept a low profile for more than 10 years to allow Lin Long and Lin Hu to grow up. Then, he showed weakness to lure other families in Lin Cheng to attack, and took the opportunity to devour them all in one fell swoop. Including now, Lin Long's appointment with the old innate is also an extremely insidious match. Before the battle started, they had already made plans for a sneak attack. This family is really jackals and tigers and leopards. Wang Tengyun shuddered more and more when he thought about the whole thing. The subsequent development of Lin Cheng caused a sensation in the surrounding cities. The two brothers of the Lin family rose up, and after beheading the old innate, they directly ordered to bloodbath the entire forest city. In one day, countless masters from the other two families died. After 2 or 3 days in Lin Cheng, the smell of blood could still be smelled in the wind. In Qingzhou City, the Qingzhou Tea Party will be held on time. This year's tea party is hosted by the Su family. The Su family has developed to this day and has already become the uncrowned king of Qingzhou City. During the tea party, many masters came and went, playing happily. After everyone had finished fighting, they were not chatting about the masters present, but the gossip around them. The matter of Lin City, what the Lin family did was truly bloody. Innate master, really powerful. When will I be able to set foot on the innate? In his tone, he was full of envy. Innate, this is a new realm in martial arts. Stepping into this realm can be said to gradually begin to move away from the mundane. Being able to become an innate is beyond everyone's envy. During the tea session, Su Jinfeng watched the lively scene with a smile on his face. This slightly ugly son, who is the least handsome among Su Zi's descendants, has given Su Zi a lot of help in recent years. His business talent was fully displayed. At present, the Su family's business is not limited to Qingzhou City, but also in surrounding cities. The Su family, under the leadership of Su Jinfeng, is heading towards a commercial peak. Hearing the discussions around, Su Jinfeng thought for a while and ordered, "Send someone to prepare a big gift for the Lin family to celebrate their birth of an innate master." The assistant showed hesitation. "Master Fang, we have never communicated with the Lin family. Isn't it a bit redundant to give gifts at this time? Besides, I think the Lin family is domineering and it won't be long." Su Jinfeng shook his head and said, "The Lin family is destined to be the largest family in the surrounding cities. If our Su family wants to develop, we must deal with them in the future. I don't expect to make good friends with them, I just hope not to offend them." Saying that, Su Jinfeng sighed slightly. He felt the full pressure. Fortunately, a master innate said, "One family has two innates. This family is really terrifying. No amount of attention can be overstated." After Su Zi entered the peak of innate's early stage, he began to step by step to a stable state. He had also heard about the turmoil in the outside world, but he laughed it off. As long as he works hard to become stronger, no storm can defeat him. In the past few months, the Lin family has completely risen, and in the surrounding cities they seem to be the boss. The Lin family's business also began to expand crazily. At Su's house, Su Jinfeng was waiting outside the door early in the morning, ready to receive guests. Today, the Su family is going to hold a small bidding. The content of the bidding was still the iron ore discovered by the Su family when Su Tianhai was alive. At that time, Lei Tai wanted to snatch the iron ore, but was shot to death by Su Zi 3 times, which shocked the whole Qingzhou. Later, the iron ore was mined and gradually became barren, but the iron ore actually played an important role in the development of the Su family. There was no reason to bid for this dilapidated iron mine, but some time ago, the Su family accidentally discovered that there were even rarer minerals under the iron mine, which was so valuable that it even caused a sensation in the entire Su family. For the development and use of new minerals, Su Jinfeng made a decision to invite a third party to cooperate after thinking about it. He wants to maximize the use of mineral resources to make the development of the Su family more prosperous. Those who have the strength to eat this mineral with the Su family are the leading families in the surrounding cities. Su Jinfeng held the bidding this time because he wanted to win the maximum benefit for the Su family at the bidding meeting. A thin middle-aged man arrived, smiled and bowed to Su Jinfeng and said, "Master Fang, long time no see, your health is getting stronger and stronger." Seeing the middle-aged man, Su Jinfeng hurriedly welcomed him in and said to the servants, "This is Manager Liu from Lincheng, please entertain me." "Good," the servants replied. Then Su Jinfeng waited outside and continued to welcome the arrival of others. After waiting for 2 hours, the sun made Su Jin's skin burn, but no one arrived. Looking at this strange scene, the assistant couldn't help but frowned and said, "Master Fang, is something wrong? Many people we invited are interested in minerals, so it's impossible not to come alone." Su Jinfeng looked at the sky and said helplessly, "It seems that no one comes here anymore. He Lin family in Lincheng has taken a fancy to minerals, and other families dare not compete with them. 2 innates in one class, it's really scary." In the tone, there is helplessness and envy. 2 innates, the resulting power is too great. Many families dare not offend the Lin family. For example, this time, the Lin family wanted to cooperate with the Su family to mine minerals. After other families who were willing to learn about it, they voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Then do we still have to bid? No one is competing with the Lin family, so we probably won't be able to negotiate a good price," the assistant said with a hesitant expression. Su Jinfeng sighed and said, "If we cancel the bidding, we will offend the Lin family. At present, we focus on stable development, and if we lose money, we will suffer." After all, he went in to negotiate with Manager Liu of the Lin family. The result was naturally as he expected. The Lin family won the joint mining rights of the minerals at a very favorable price. Although Su Jinfeng was helpless about this, he could accept it. With the joining of the Lin family, the follow-up development of the mine will be much smoother. If there are some troubles, it will be easier to solve them with the name of the Lin family. The Su family and the Lin family began to mine the minerals in full swing. The continuous output of minerals has brought a lot of profit to the Su family. Many Su family members laughed from ear to ear. And this is not the most important gain of the Su family. In the Su residence, the assistant looked at Su Jinfeng with admiration in his eyes. "Master Fang, just as you predicted, with the development of mineral resources, we have opened up industries that were difficult to reach in the past with the help of mineral resources. In the future, our Su family will become more prosperous." His voice was full of shock. After the mineral was discovered, the rest of the Su family were thinking about how to maximize the benefits of the mineral. Master Fang, on the other hand, thinks farther ahead. With the help of minerals, he started to expand the Su family's contacts and resources in many industries. Although in the short term, the income of the Su family in mining has been much reduced due to the investment in connections. However, no matter how many minerals are developed, there will be a day when they are developed, and the investment in connections will give great returns to the future development of the Su family. Listening to the assistant's report, Su Jinfeng also showed a bit of joy on his face. His plan worked. Minerals have brought great help to the Su family from the side. At the beginning, my father changed me from a gambler to the head of the Su family. I have finally lived up to him all these years. Thinking of the past, Su Jinfeng felt a little emotional in his heart. In his life, he has never admired anyone, but for his father Su Zi, he admires him very much. That gaze was really venomous. All the Su family, including myself, didn't see the potential in him, but Su Zi did. Because of this, he vowed to work hard to repay Su Zi for his selection. A few months later, in Su's mining area, Su Jinfeng wandered around with the lean manager Liu. Old Liu, this is the mining scene in our mining area, and it is going very smoothly. In the future, our two families will wait to collect money. Su Jinfeng said with a smile. Manager Liu looked around with satisfaction on his face. Boom! There was a deafening, muffled sound. When Su Jinfeng heard the voice, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Is there an accident? As he said that, he didn't care about Mr. Liu and hurriedly led people towards the source of the sound. Arriving at the source of the sound, the scene was in chaos. Many of the workers were looking somewhere in shock and bewilderment. That place is dark, deep, and exudes a palpitating feeling. Su Jinfeng looked around and found that no workers were injured. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked what happened. Seeing Su Jinfeng, the foreman immediately replied respectfully. Master Fang, we were mining, and suddenly there was a collapse here, and then something like a black hole appeared. Su Jinfeng glanced at the black hole, frowning slightly. After thinking about it, he asked, Is no one hurt? It's strange to say that when the mine collapsed, a stone fell and hit my shoulder. I was in pain, but now I don't feel it at all. The skin on my shoulder is not broken. The foreman scratched his head and said. When Su Jinfeng heard this, his face suddenly became serious. Take off your shirt and let me see your shoulders. Good. The foreman took off his clothes obediently. His shoulders were dark and clean from years of work, but there was no trace of injury. According to the foreman, this is really strange. How could there be no bruises on the shoulder after being hit by a huge boulder? Su Jinfeng thought of something, and his heart became heavier. He came to the black hole and shouted, Bring the knife. The workers looked puzzled, but obediently sent the knife over. Su Jinfeng picked up the knife and slashed fiercely on his arm, and blood gushed out immediately. The workers were dumbfounded and shouted, Master Fang, what are you doing? Before Su Jinfeng could answer, the workers were shocked to see that Su Jinfeng's wound quickly scabbed and fell off, and then became clean as new. The workers were all stunned as they watched the miraculous scene. Su Jinfeng's face became extremely gloomy. He yelled, Come to Mr. Liu immediately. Everyone in the Lin family in the mining area should be controlled by me. Yes, the guards in the Su family mining area replied. Afterwards, they left the black hole to look for Manager Liu. Su Jinfeng waited for the result. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Su Jinfeng already has the answer to what happened in the mining area. This matter is actually a good thing, and it's a great thing. When Su Jinfeng was a child, he had heard rumors of an ancient medicine garden. Near Qingzhou City, it is said that there used to be an ancient medicine garden, which was buried underground after it was ruined. This medicine garden is undoubtedly priceless. Many treasure hunters have searched with great fanfare. However, in the end, there was no gain. Gradually, everyone regarded the so-called ancient medicine garden as a rumor. Su Jinfeng never expected that an ancient medicine garden was buried under the minerals. At the black hole, he cut a knife, and the wound healed immediately, which only shows that the powerful medicinal power is emitted from the black hole. And there is such a strong medicinal power, and the only explanation is that there is an ancient medicinal garden inside the black hole. It can be said that this is the biggest opportunity for the Su family. As long as the ancient medicine garden is under control, the Su family will surely be able to take off in time. At that time, not to mention the Lin family, even the entire Dayan County will have to respect the Su family. But the opportunity also contains a huge crisis. A treasure is innocent, but a jade is a crime. If the news of the ancient medicine garden leaked out and the wolves from all directions came, it would be difficult for the Su family to survive. And right now, there is a ready-made jackal coveting. That is the Lin family. The Lin family will definitely go crazy when they learn of the existence of the ancient medicine garden. Therefore, the Lin family must never be allowed to know about this matter. Master Fang, we searched all over the mining area, but we didn't find Director Liu. Not long after, the guards came back to report. When Su Jinfeng heard this, his mood fell to the bottom. The most worrying thing still appeared. The disappearance of Manager Liu can only mean that he was also aware of what happened in the mining area and sneaked back to report to the Lin family. The Lin family has always been cruel and ruthless. After they learned about the ancient medicinal garden, there is a high probability that they would not want to share it with the Su family. Then their choice is to destroy the Su family. The Su family is now facing the danger of extinction. Su Jinfeng didn't dare to neglect and immediately held a high-level meeting after returning to Su's house. Su Jinwen, Su Jinshin, and other people who held great power in the Su family all showed surprise on their faces when they heard the words. Is that place really an ancient medicine garden? This time it's terrible. The tone is very heavy. Brothers, how should we deal with the threat from the Lin family? Su Jinfeng said solemnly. The Lin family, they have two great innate masters. It's really hard to deal with them. With the character of the Lin family, it is absolutely impossible for our Su family to continue to live. Our Su family is in danger. Now our two families are at the end of your life. Su Jinwen and the others said with serious faces. In their view, the Su family is facing an extremely serious crisis this time. The Lin family has two innate masters. It is extremely difficult to fight against. We can't solve this matter. We can only ask Dad to help, Su Jinshin said with a sigh. Su Jinfeng nodded in agreement. Afterwards, they immediately sent people to invite Su Zi to the Pill Pavilion where Su Zi retreated. The servants arrived at Dan Pavilion, but it was empty inside. Did Dad go to Yunyu? This is a terrible situation. Hearing the reply, Su Jinfeng smiled helplessly. Without father's action, our Su family is really going to be over. When Su Jinwen and others thought of the next scene, their faces were extremely pale. In the face of innate masters, no amount of acquired masters will help. If the Lin family wanted to take action against the Su family, then the Su family would basically be bleeding. For a moment, the meeting hall of the Su family fell into deep depression and despair. Everyone felt the breath before death. On the other side, in Lincheng next to Qingzhou, Director Liu respectfully reported the situation of the mining area. The faces of the Lin brothers, who are as strong as tigers and bears, are full of ecstasy. The two patriarchs, how should the Su family respond? Manager Liu asked respectfully. Lin Long narrowed his eyes and a gloomy light shot out from within. The Su family, if it's a mere mineral, that's fine, but this ancient medicine garden, how can it be possible to share with it? If the Su family leaks the news, it will be over. Find there is a reason to destroy the whole family of the Su family. His tone was full of coldness. When he learned of the existence of the ancient medicine garden, he made this decision. The lives of the entire Su family are nothing compared to the value of the ancient medicine garden. The Su family must perish. Lin Hu also had a fierce look on his face, and he snorted. No wonder we are cruel. In this world, success is the only rule. I see, Director Liu replied respectfully. After thinking for a while, Manager Liu asked again. The two patriarchs, if you attack the Su family, how should Su Zi deal with it? I have collected information secretly, and he should have the strength of innate. Many years ago, the Qingzhou Rebellion, the Han family and the Liu family, the family was destroyed. It should be this person. Lin Hu waved his hand with a look of disdain. No problem. So what if he is an innate? My eldest brother and I are two innate masters. 2 against 1 is enough to beat him. In his opinion, Su Zi is just an ordinary master who has just entered the innate realm world. Fighting alone, he and Lin Long may not be Su Zi's opponents, but if two people fight together, they can definitely kill Su Zi easily. Lin Long nodded and said, Second brother is right. Su Zi is indeed not worthy of attention. No one in the surrounding cities is our Lin family's opponent. As he said that, both he and Lin Hu laughed triumphantly. In their eyes, there seemed to be a scene of the rapid rise of the family, with the help of the ancient medicine garden. That kind of scene put them in a very good mood. At this moment, above their room, a man in black was standing quietly listening to their conversation. Although the man in black concealed most of his figure, his aura was so ethereal that he was not a mortal at first glance. This person is Su Zi. He felt it the moment the ancient medicine garden was born. When he arrived at the mining area and learned that manager Liu had fled, Su Zi knew what would happen next, so he hurried to Lin Cheng. The ancient medicine garden really has a lot to do with it, so we can't leak any news. It's good for the Lin family to know, but if the news spreads to the entire Dayan County, the Su family will be ruined. Therefore, he had to take care of the whole thing himself. Looking at the three complacent people in the room, Su Zi's eyes were full of chills. Huge surge of spiritual power. With a flick of a finger, a sharp edge of spiritual power shot out instantly, directly killing the enemy. In Lin Long's study, Manager Liu looked at the two patriarchs with a look of satisfaction on his face. This time, he made a great contribution to the news of the ancient medicine garden. After the Lin family took over the ancient medicine garden, a reward for him would be indispensable. In the future, his future is bright. At this moment, Manager Liu felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and found that there was a blood hole in his chest, and blood was pouring inside. "You guys are so cruel." Mr. Liu stared at the Lin brothers with resentful eyes. The blood coming out of the chest can only be caused by innate masters hurting people in the air. He didn't expect that, in order not to leak the news, the two brothers would even attack him, a veteran of the family. But the Lin brothers looked at Manager Liu with puzzled expressions. They had no idea why Manager Liu became like this. Suddenly realizing something, they looked at the dead Manager Liu with shock on their faces. "There are innate masters lurking around us," they gasped. After entering innate, the perception of both of them has been greatly improved. Let alone a person, even if a fly arrives in front of them, they can find it. But now an innate master arrived, but they didn't notice it at all. This shows that the strength of the opponent is much stronger than them. This person is really terrible. For a moment, both Lin Long and Lin Hu were filled with fear. The spiritual power on their bodies began to surge out like money, forming a protective shield around them to avoid surprise attacks. Afterwards, Lin Long said with a cold face, "Your Excellency hid in the dark and killed my manager of the Lin family. Why?" With a bang, the roof exploded, and Su Zi fell lightly to the ground. Lin Long and Lin Hu felt Su Zi's aura and their hearts sank. Sure enough, it was the momentum of an innate master, and the other party is as deep as the sea, obviously stronger than them. "I want to know, who is your Excellency, and when did we offend you?" Lin Long asked with a sullen face. Su Zi didn't speak. Spiritual power surged in his body, and he punched the opponent. Lin Long's face was ice cold, and his spiritual power also surged, and he punched Su Zi. Boom! A huge storm of spiritual power emerged, instantly tearing apart all the furnishings in the study. Lin Long's face turned pale. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. He looked at Su Zi with horror in his eyes. The man in black has tremendous spiritual power. Compared to him, he is like the difference between the sea and the stream. This person's strength is simply too terrifying. Lin Hu's eyes turned red when he saw his brother was injured. He said viciously, "The thieves will die." After finishing speaking, Lin Hu's body suddenly grew bigger, and he used his unique trick, Fierce Tiger, to pounce on Su Zi like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Su Zi looked at Lin Hu with indifference. With his spiritual power surging, he punched Lin Hu lightly. Roar! Lin Hu let out a painful howl. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and after being punched by Su Zi, he was extremely miserable. The atmosphere in the room began to become depressing. Lin Long and Lin, who never expected that they would accidentally offend an extremely terrifying master. With the strength of the opponent, they are not opponents at all. Who are you? Lin Long asked, spitting out blood. Su Zi looked down at the two innate masters from a high position and said calmly, "Killers, people will always kill them." Hearing these words, Lin Long showed doubts on his face. When did he want to kill this innate master? Suddenly, he realized something and shouted in horror, "Su Zi, you are Su Zi." Su Zi stared at the two of them coldly without answering. Although the Lin brothers did not get a reply from Su Zi, they were very sure in their hearts that the person in front of them was Su Zi. Their hearts are full of remorse. Before, they thought that Su Zi was just an ordinary innate master, so they were murderous towards the Su family. Now it seems that Su Zi is much stronger than they guessed. Together, the two of them are no match for Su Zi. If they had known this before, they should have escaped sooner after learning about the incident in the ancient medicine garden. That is not an opportunity for the Lin family, but the end of the Lin family. Have you reached your pre-innate peak yet? Lin Long looked at Su Zi and said with a difficult tone. Su Zi shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer. Lin Long didn't get the answer, but he knew in his heart that it must be so. His heart was wrapped in despair. They think they are geniuses, but they still accumulate slowly all the way in innate, while the other side accumulates quickly. In comparison, it is really much worse. Su Zi, please spare my brother's life. We are willing to do anything for you, Lin Long begged. Lin Hu on the side no longer showed any aggressiveness, and his eyes were also full of pleading. Su Zi watched the two brothers condescendingly, with a cold heart. Spare the other party, non-existent. First of all, if they dare to kill the Su family, it is already a capital offense. Secondly, with the personalities of these two people, keeping these two people is tantamount to breeding tigers. It is impossible for him to repeat the mistakes made by Lin Cheng's previous families. Then, in the desperate eyes of Lin Long and Lin Hu, two sharp edges of spiritual power emerged and penetrated their foreheads. The two innate masters of the Lin family fell away. On a rainy night, there was chaos in the Lin mansion. The two heads of the Lin family brothers were hung in front of the gate of the Lin mansion. The Lin family committed crimes during their lifetime, and the enemies they offended all came to take revenge one after another. In addition, there are looters who take advantage of the fire. Some families turned into thieves and came to steal the wealth of the Lin family. The entire Lin mansion was wrapped in blood. In the turmoil, no one noticed that a shadow shot out spiritual power from time to time, killing those Lin family members who were about to escape. The next day, when Kai Eng appeared, the entire Lin family was gone for a moment. Su Zi looked at the ruined Lin family from a distance, took a deep breath, turned and left this place of right and wrong. Su Mansion, Su Zi's sons and daughters are all in panic. The pressure brought by the Lin family to the Su family is really too great. When Su Jinfeng received the message from Lin Cheng, his face was full of shock, and he was unable to speak for a long time. "Brother Feng, what happened?" Su Jinwen and others asked anxiously. "Look for yourselves." Su Jinfeng smiled wryly and showed the letter. Hiss. There was a sudden sound of gasping for air. Everyone looked at the message with shock on their faces. The Lin family, this is an outlier in the surrounding cities. The two innate masters sit in command, and no one dares to provoke them. But now, the entire Lin family has been wiped out. The person who made the shot must be too powerful, right? To be able to destroy the two innates of the Lin family, the opponent's strength is really terrifying. It's also my fault that the Lin family has done so many evil things to provoke such a master. Many sons and daughters of Su Zi were deeply moved by the strength of the person who made the shot. The two innate masters are already extremely terrifying. The other party was able to cut off the heads of the two. This strength can no longer be described as strong, it is simply terrifying. After the shock, everyone in the Su family showed joy on their faces. The Lin family is finished. The threat from our Su family is over. Everyone was very excited. Su Jinfeng did not show joy but pondered, as if he was thinking about something. "Brother Fang, what are you thinking?" Su Jinchen asked. Su Jinfeng frowned slightly and said, "Father is not in the Su family, and the Lin family is destroyed. Is there any connection between this?" Hearing this, Su Zi's other children showed shock on their faces. Su Zi's strength on the surface is the late day after tomorrow, but everyone has guessed in their hearts that Su Zi has reached the innate realm. This time, if Su Zi wiped out the Lin family, then Su Zi's journey in the innate realm would be farther than they imagined. But is this possible? Su Jinwen and others thought for a long time, but couldn't help shaking their heads. Father should not be that expert. He has been in innate not much longer than the Lin brothers, so it is impossible to crush the two of them. Everyone guessed. Su Jinfang listened to the words, nodded, and did not continue to argue. But in his heart, he was still full of doubts. For some reason, he always felt that Su Zi was responsible for this matter. There was no reason for this guess, it was just his hunch. However, his premonitions are often extraordinarily accurate. Therefore, he still guessed that this incident had something to do with Su Zi. However, because there is really no evidence, he can only leave it behind for the time being. What happened to the Lin family caused a sensation in many towns, including Qingzhou. Only then did everyone know that there was a terrifying innate master around Qingzhou. I don't know whether the master came to travel or a certain family secretly cultivated it. Many families fell into a situation of panic for a while, and they began to act cautiously. After all, if you accidentally offend that person, it will be the fate of the next Lin family. 1 month after the Lin family incident, a group of men in black came to the Su family's mining area late one night. They walked steadily and breathed evenly. They were acquired masters cultivated by the Su family over the years. Although the ancient medicine garden is an ancient thing, it has already been run down, and it is a medicine garden. There should be no danger in it. But even so, everyone should be extremely careful to avoid accidents. The slightly ugly Su Jinfang was dressed in black and said in a serious tone, "Yes." Hearing Su Jinfang's words, others responded one after another. Then everyone began to pass through the black hole in an orderly manner and entered the ancient medicine garden. As soon as he entered the medicine garden, a rush of soaring medicinal power rushed over. Many of the acquired masters of the Su family showed a look of comfort on their faces. They have been practicing martial arts for many years, and they have already suffered from many hidden diseases, but at this moment, those injuries are much better. Many masters feel themselves, with shock on their faces. As expected of an ancient medicine garden, it's so amazing. Su Jinfang ignored the shocked masters, turned his head to look at an old man who was an old pharmacist trained by the Su family, and asked, "Sir, what is the value of the things in this medicine garden? Do you have an estimate?" The old pharmacist looked at the medicine garden, his body trembled slightly, and he couldn't speak for a while. Value. The old pharmacist stammered and gasped for breath when he spoke. He clutched his chest and began to fall backwards. "Sir," Su Jinfang's face changed drastically, and he hurried to help. He moved a step slower and failed to help the other party, but heard the whispering words on the other party's lips before he fell into a coma. "It's worth it, it's priceless." After finishing the Lin family, Su Zi was not in a hurry to return to Qingzhou City, but took advantage of the situation and started traveling in Dayan County. It is important to practice hard behind closed doors during the journey of cultivation, but proper traveling is also essential. Traveling can improve the cultivation's state of mind and cultivation, and even produce some unexpected epiphanies. Dayan County is a place where cultivation is quite prosperous in the Liang dynasty. Qingzhou, Lincheng, and even many cities belong to it. After traveling all over Dayan County, Su Zi realized that the outside world was really not peaceful. It's a bit too much to be in chaos. But the Liang dynasty was indeed on its way to decline, and the outside world was mostly hungry people fleeing the war. Some big forces have also started to recruit troops, not only for self-protection, but also maybe they have other ideas. After leaving Qingzhou, I realized how big the outside world is. Su Zi secretly sighed. At the same time, he also felt a sense of urgency in cultivation. Judging from his travels in Dayan County, the Liang dynasty is approaching luckily. Once the big change comes, it will inevitably affect everyone in the dynasty. At that time, if you don't have enough self-protection power, you may be crushed into powder by the great change. In this way, Su Zi started a life of traveling and practicing at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In a deep mountain forest in Dayan City, Su Zi sat cross-legged, with a strong aura erupting from her body. After a year of honing, he has thoroughly polished himself and decided to sprint towards the midterm of innate. Reaching the middle stage of innate in the early stage of innate is not a simple accumulation of spiritual power, but a need to sprint the barriers of the realm. If you can't break the barrier between the early stage and the middle stage, then no amount of practice will be in vain. This time, Su Zi is hitting the midterm barrier. Boom! Su Zi's momentum surged wildly. Some flowers and trees were crushed by the strong wind and almost broke off. The surrounding birds and insects crawled on the ground, shivering. Buff! Su Zi raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The extremely strong aura was like a flood that burst its embankment, and it disappeared in a blink of an eye. His face became pale as paper, and he was extremely weak. Reaching out his hand, he took out an elixir and swallowed it into his stomach, and after refining it, Su Zi's complexion returned to rosy again, and his exhalation became much more relaxed. Failed again. Su Zi let out a soft sigh. This is the third time he has hit the innate midterm realm this month. Compared with the previous 2 times, he was more fully prepared, but the result is still a failure. After crossing to the middle stage of innate, his strength will undoubtedly have a huge improvement. However, this process is also really difficult. Su Zi closed his eyes, comprehending the experience of this breakthrough. After an hour, he let out a long sigh. It's still a problem with the skills. The quality of the skills I practice is too low. It can't support my breakthrough to the middle stage of innate. After analysis, Su Zi found that the problem did not lie with himself. There is nothing wrong with his aptitude and cultivation method. The inability to break through the barriers in the midterm is purely due to insufficient skills. As for the solution, it is also very simple, just change to a better exercise. If it is in Qingzhou City, it is still very difficult to find a skill that can break through to the middle stage. But now that Su Zi is near Dayan City, the most prosperous place for cultivation in Dayan County, it is not difficult. After recuperating in the deep mountains and old forests for 2 days, to ensure that her strength had fully recovered, Su Zi put on a human skin mask and headed for Dayan City. As the most prosperous city in the surrounding area, Dayan City is worthy of the name of a holy place for cultivation, and acquired masters come and go from time to time. There are even masters fighting on the street. Su Zi sighed with emotion about the prosperity of Dayan City and began to walk towards some practice shops in Dayan City. After arriving at the store, Su Zi really opened his eyes. There are simply too many exercises to practice in the day after tomorrow. Compared with his Flood Dragon Fist in those days, many kung fu techniques are not much inferior in quality. After coming to the second floor dedicated to innate exercises, the first thing Su Zi was surprised by was the terrifying price of the exercises. For any book of exercises, a late-acquired master may not be able to afford it with all his net worth. Fortunately, he has shared the alchemy talent these years, and through alchemy, he can not only support his own cultivati, but also make a lot of money. Therefore, although the price is expensive, he will not be discouraged. Lihuo Jiu, a simplified version of the core exercises of the Liang dynasty, can directly reach the divine treasure realm after practice. Yinshui magic art, practice must have water talent. Being able to cultivate yin water can corrode the opponent's spiritual power in battle, which is very terrifying. Zhengjin sword art requires gold and kendo talents, and can cultivate Zhengjin sword chi, which will be invincible in battle. Su Zi glanced at each exercise, his eyes almost blurred. These skills, the effect is really good. If he practices anyone, his strength will be greatly improved. It's really the right time to choose the exercises this time. If I choose the right exercises, I will definitely be able to break through to the middle stage. Su Zi thought to himself. Then he began to restrain his mind and carefully choose a suitable exercise for him. On the second floor of the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, a man with a handsome face and extraordinary temperament browsed around the exercises. He kept picking up the exercises and putting them down again, while letting out a sigh. This man is Su Zi. After he selected the exercises, he discovered a problem that he hadn't noticed before. Although the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion's technique is powerful, it has a fatal flaw. In fact, it cannot be called a defect, but a characteristic of innate's practice. However, all innate exercises have requirements for cultivation qualifications. If you meet the qualifications for cultivation, you will get twice the result with half the effort. If you do not meet the qualifications, you will basically not be able to practice. For example, Fengshen Jiu, from the name of this technique, requires aptitude in the wind attribute. If it is not a wind spirit body or something, but a fire spirit body, then no matter how high the quality is, it cannot be cultivated. Now Su Zi is a low-grade water spirit body. Then, what he needs to choose is the technique of the water spirit body. There are also quite a few spiritual treasure pavilions, which are extremely powerful and of good quality. However, these exercises did not meet Su Zi's requirements. The purpose of Su Zi's selection of exercises is to break through to the mid-innate stage, and the exercises suitable for the cultivation of the water spirit body have a characteristic. That is, they are warm and long-lasting, which are very suitable for recovering from injuries, but they are all disadvantages in terms of breaking through the realm. In other words, if Su Zi chooses the water spirit body technique, he may be able to break through to the middle stage of innate, but it will take a long time, because the water spirit body technique cannot help breakthrough. What should I do? Su Zi had a headache. He came to choose the exercises just to break through the realm. If you can't break through the realm, then the other benefits of the exercises will be a bit tasteless. I checked in the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, but I couldn't find a water spirit body technique suitable for breaking through the realm. Su Zi left disappointed and chose to go to other Kung Fu stores to choose Kung Fu. Arriving at other shops, there are indeed many exercises. However, the problem remains the same. The water spirit body is not naturally suitable for breaking through the realm, and the exercises suitable for the cultivation of the water spirit body also magnify this characteristic. All the water spirit body exercises are basically unable to help breakthrough. Is it really necessary to pick a book of water spirit body exercises at random and take a long time to break through to the middle stage after returning? Su Zi was very helpless. There are many water spirit body skills that he fancy. Some of the healing water and spirit body exercises are all supreme grade. It's a pity that it was icing on the cake, but it couldn't help him now. Congratulations to the host. Your granddaughter was born with a middle-grade thunder spirit body, and you successfully shared it. The system's mechanical notification sounded. Su Zi was taken aback. Then ecstasy appeared on his face. My granddaughter was born, and she still has a middle-grade thunder spirit body. For Su Zi, the beep sounded by the system was just right. When he didn't know what to do, the system gave him a solution. Thunder spirit body, this is a mutant spirit body, very powerful. In battle, some thunder system skills are extremely powerful. In the face of thunder body masters, many people who are stronger than thunder body have to be treated with caution. This is the natural advantage of thunder body in battle. What excites Su Zi is not this, but the inherent effect of the thunder body. The thunder body is extremely strong, and in practice, any barriers in the realm can be easily blasted. Some exercises that are suitable for the cultivation of the thunder spirit body all have the characteristics of quickly breaking through the realm. That is to say, if Su Zi wants to break through to the middle stage of innate, after possessing the thunder spirit body, he will practice another lightning body Kung Fu. That is basically a certainty. He couldn't help being unhappy when this happened. What's more, the system prompt also indicated that what he shared was a middle-grade thunder spirit body. The middle-grade physique is much better than the previous low-grade water spirit body. When he cultivates, his speed is undoubtedly faster. Now he possesses the two major physiques of thunder spirit body and water spirit body, and his future can be said to be bright. It's really my good granddaughter, who was born just in time. Su Zi was extremely excited. At this time, he secretly decided that when he returned to Qingzhou, he must train this granddaughter well. The other part, Y has a middle-grade thunder spirit body, which will definitely help him and the Su family a lot in the future. After being happy for a while, Su Zi returned to the spiritual treasure pavilion and began to choose exercises. Tianlei body, using the sky thunder to temper the body, stimulate the energy of the body, and the combat power is extremely powerful after training. You need a low-grade thunder spirit body or above to practice. Ling Shui Jiu, a healing method, can recover quickly after being injured. It can also enhance the recovery after the spiritual power is exhausted. You need low-grade water spirit body qualifications to practice. These two exercises are the ones chosen by Su Zi after selection. It was extremely expensive, and the wealth he brought with him when he left Qingzhou was basically consumed. Of course, the high value also has powerful effects. Tianlei body, this is a semi-body refining technique, and its combat effectiveness is amazing after being practiced. And Ling Shui Jiu is a good auxiliary skill that can help heal injuries. After practicing these two skills, he can attack and heal his wounds, and his strength can be said to have greatly improved. In Qingzhou City, Su Zi walked in dressed in a green dress with a leisurely look. Vendors in the streets of Qingzhou City are constantly hawking, and they are more prosperous than ever. When some vendors saw Su Zi, they whispered a few words to each other, and some of them disappeared into the market. For this, Su Zi showed satisfaction on his face. With his strength, of course the petty actions of small traders cannot be hidden from him. These traders are actually spies of the Su family. As soon as he entered the city, the spies found him, which showed that the Su family's control over Qingzhou City had further improved. After he left these days, Su Jinfeng further promoted the Su family, so he was naturally happy. Not long after, Su Jinfeng brought several senior members of the Su family over to greet Su Zi respectfully. "Father, you are back," Su Jinfeng and others respectfully said. Su Zi nodded lightly and said with a smile, "I'm very quiet and want to move. I went out for a while. I'm not here these days. How is the Su family?" "The Su family is good. It's the Lin family in Lincheng. Something big happened." Su Jinfeng said calmly. "Big thing? What big deal?" Su Zi pretended not to know and asked. Seeing Su Zi's expression, Su Jinfeng became more and more puzzled. Could it be that Dad didn't do it? Or is Dad trying to keep a low profile on purpose? After thinking for a while, there was no answer, so he could only change the subject and continue to report other situations of the Su family to Su Zi. At present, the Su family's control over Qingzhou City is already monolithic. This is not only a manifestation of the strength of the Su family, but also a must for the Su family to keep the ancient medicine garden secret. In the follow-up development of the ancient medicine garden, it has shown a stronger potential than expected. The ancient medicine garden, isn't it completely abandoned? In the secret room of the Su family, Su Zi said in a slightly surprised tone. Su Jinfeng replied in a respectful voice, "The medicine garden still retains a trace of past ability. The medicinal materials we plant in the medicine garden can be ripened in advance. In the long run, its effect will exist like a golden mountain." Su Zi nodded. The medicine garden still has a huge medicinal power, and some medicinal materials can be ripened, which is more powerful than a gold mine for the Su family. Of course, it is close to being abandoned after all. It is enough to ripen ordinary medicinal materials, but it is not enough to ripen some spiritual medicines. Su Zi's idea of planting elixir in the medicine garden was a failure. The medicine garden is extremely important to the Su family, but it is not of great help to him himself. This is actually a good thing. The medicine garden was on the verge of being abandoned, and he was able to hold on after breaking through to the mid-innate stage. If the medicine garden could really ripen the elixir, he might have to scrape the medicine garden and run away. After all, those fetishes are not what he can have now. After thinking about it, Su Zi asked, "In the medicine garden, are there still some elixir left?" Su Jinfeng replied respectfully, "The soil in the medicine garden still has some effect, but the elixir on it is basically destroyed when you touch it. There are still a few plants left of the medicine. I have collected them and waited for you to come back." Su Zi nodded in satisfaction. It is normal that the elixir does not exist. It would be nice to have a few plants left. A few days later in the ancient medicine garden, Suzy sat cross-legged and opened several jade boxes. The jade box was opened, and the fragrance of the medicine overflowed, penetrating the heart and spleen. These are all the remaining medicines from the ancient medicine garden. Each plant can be said to be priceless. These medicines are ready. In the future, I can refine the elixir that will help me break through the realm. Suzy whispered. Then he put away the jade box, began to adjust his mind, and practiced Tianlei body and Lingshui Ju. The Sky Thunder body uses the thunder force in the thunder spirit body to temper the body, so as to achieve the purpose of improving strength. Lingshui Ju is to further purify the water spirit power in the body, so that the water spirit power has a better healing effect. After reading the mental method, Suzy officially started to practice. Thunder body. He activated the formula of the Sky Thunder body and began to induce the thunder spirit body to temper himself. Immediately, a numb feeling came, and then the feeling became stronger and gradually turned into a strong pain. Ugh! Rao Suzy had extraordinary ambitions, and she still cried out in pain when she was caught off guard. At this moment, his skin was scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Lingshui Ju. Suzy quickly stopped training on Tianlei body and started to run Lingshui Ju instead. The Lingshui surged, and he felt much less pain. The scorched black skin on his body slowly scabbed over and then fell off, revealing smooth, clean skin like new. Fortunately, the spiritual water art exists, so I won't get myself seriously injured, Suzy said with lingering fear. In this way, he began to practice Tianlei body and Lingshui Ju in the ancient medicine garden. The heavenly lightning body is extremely domineering, but it is extremely harmful to the body when it is cultivated, and the Lingshui art nourishes the body just right, and the two complement each other. Only then did Suzy realize how scary he was. He is destined to have many terrifying spirit bodies in the future. A single spirit body may not necessarily make him invincible, but when many spirit bodies are combined, the effect of 1 + 1 is far greater than 2, and it is shameful that he is not invincible. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In the ancient medicine garden, a tall and straight man with a majestic expression stood proudly. There is an invisible aura emanating from the man. If you are a sneaky person, you will feel frightened when you see him, and you want to reveal many secrets. The man is naturally Suzy, and that strange temperament is the result of his entry into the heavenly thunder body. After 3 months of assiduous practice, he has already mastered both the heavenly thunder body and the Lingshui Ju. At this moment, there is a thunder force lurking in his body. When he is not moving, he is not angry and arrogant. Once activated, he will have the power of thunder. At the same time, there was still spiritual water surging in his body. The recovery of injuries during battle, as well as the recovery of spiritual power loss, have been greatly enhanced. It can be said that after 3 months of practice, Suzy's strength has improved greatly. Now, although he is at the peak of innate's early stage, he claims that he is not weaker than innate's mid-stage. And once he reaches the middle stage of innate, he must be a strong player in the middle stage of innate. There is no way the 2 great spirit bodies are close to him, which is really too great for his improvement. Now it's time to break through to the mid-innate stage. Suzy looked confident and said to himself, in the past 3 months of practice, he has polished himself to the extreme. The innate mid-term realm barrier that was like a natural barrier to him before is not too difficult for him now. Sitting cross-legged, mobilizing the spiritual power in his body, he began to sprint towards the middle stage of innate. Boom! Huge spiritual power, with the majesty of thunder, and the long length of water blasted towards the invisible barrier of the realm. Crack, crack. Cracks like spider webs began to appear on the boundary barrier. It didn't take long for the boundary barrier to shatter. Suzy's sleeves were windless and automatic, and the aura around him began to climb crazily. And in the ancient medicine garden, spiritual energy rushed towards Suzy like no money. Fortunately, because Suzy planned to break through, the ancient medicine garden was temporarily closed. Otherwise, The medicine workers will definitely be shocked when they see the scene where the spiritual power surges and the world changes color. The wind howled, and the medicinal materials kept swaying. The entire ancient medicine garden seemed to be doomed for a while. This vision lasted for a day and a night. Then Suzy opened his eyes. An array of thunder shot out from his eyes, smashing a big tree. He felt himself and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Is this the power of innate midterm? After entering the middle stage of innate, the spiritual power contained in his body has been greatly improved than before. The majestic spiritual power filled him with an invincible self-confidence. And Tianlei body and Lingshui, Jiu have also improved to a certain extent after entering the middle stage. At present, he can be described as becoming stronger in all aspects. Now, if I deal with the Lin family brothers again, I'm afraid that if I make a random move, I will be able to smash the two of them into powder. Suzy was filled with emotion. He entered the midterm, and the rate of improvement was too great. In the ancient medicine garden, after stabilizing his realm for a while, Suzy ended this retreat and left the ancient medicine garden. At Su's house, Su Jinfeng looked at Suzy, who was sitting on the main seat, and couldn't help but feel frightened. For some reason, he always felt that his father looked majestic, as if he wanted to see through all his secrets. Although Suzy was strong before, he didn't give him this feeling. Now he feels that Suzy is like Thor, who can be seen from a distance but not nearsighted. Did Dad's strength break through again? Su Jinfeng was shocked. Suzy being able to give him this kind of reaction must be because Suzy's strength has improved again. Now he can't see through Suzy more and more. Thinking of this, Su Jinfeng became more and more in awe of his father in his heart, and his bent waist became lower and lower. Suzy looked at Su Jinfeng, who was terrified, and couldn't help shaking his head amusedly. He had forgotten that after getting started with Tianlei body, many special effects would frighten ordinary people. After thinking for a while, and using the power of spiritual water to suppress the majesty of Tianlei, Suzy said softly, "Tell me slowly how the Su family has developed during this time." Su Jinfeng looked at the restrained Suzy and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now, finally, there is no such feeling of fear. Although he was relieved, his awe of Suzy grew stronger. Being able to retract freely shows that Suzy's realm has reached a new, unimaginable level. Bending down, he began to respectfully report the situation of the Su family during these times. The first batch of medicinal materials in the ancient medicine garden has been ripened, and Su Jinfeng has already started to form a caravan to secretly sell these medicinal materials. For the next operation of medicinal materials, Su Jinfeng also has a sound business plan. In the plan, the Su family will build a huge medicinal material business empire over time. The sales of medicinal materials in the entire Dayan County will be controlled by the Su family. Suzy listened to Su Jinfeng's plan and nodded secretly. Although he shared Su Jinfeng's business talent, business still requires experience accumulation after all. Su Jinfeng, who has been tempered, is undoubtedly impeccable in his proposal. He couldn't tell what was wrong. Our Su family, no matter what, we must focus on safety and don't forget to advance aggressively. Suzy exhorted. He has a system that can wait for the birth of offspring with defying talents and gradually become stronger. Therefore, he and the Su family have one word: stable. All aggressive moves are opportunities and risks for others, but they are absolutely not allowed for him. "Father, I know," Su Jinfeng responded respectfully. Looking at Su Jinfeng, Suzy nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a while, Suzy asked again, "Among my granddaughters, is there a descendant named Su Yulong?"